Yeah. All of my life, man, they counted me out. Not many people are doubting me now. Even some legends are shouting me out. I promise there's nobody stopping me now. My haters look angry, I'm popping. My name will never be forgotten. Running this game, I ain't jogging. Opponents know that I'm a problem, ayy. Always considered the underdog, that is just crazy talk. Don't you be sleeping on me. Promise my skill isn't under y'all. I win the one-on-one winning's the reason I breathe. No one believed in my vision, but my vision crystal clear from the beginning I've seen. My competition can't handle me. Greatest of all time, I am just destined to be. I came to win. They all know that I came to win. I came to win. Step on the stage, I'll amaze again. I came to win. They all know that I came to win. I came to win. Step on the stage, I'll amaze again. These days I feel like the champion. My winning streak only just begun. Facing my fears, I don't ever run. Always been driven to get what I want. Guaranteed one day I'll be the GOAT. Never had much, but I always had hope. Moving so fast and I don't plan to slow. If I'm in the game, then I have control. Always considered the underdog, that is just crazy talk. Don't you be sleeping on me. Promise my skill isn't under y'all. I win the one-on-one winning's the reason I breathe. No one believed in my vision, but my vision crystal clear from the beginning I've seen. My competition can't handle me. Greatest of all time, I am just destined to be. My competition can't handle me, no. My competition can't handle me, no. My competition can't handle me. Greatest of all time, I am just destined to be. I came to win. They all know that I came to win. I came to win. Step on the stage, I'll amaze again. I came to win. They all know that I came to win. I came to win. Step on the stage, I'll amaze again.
Welcome, boys. What up, Freak?
How you doing, man?
Great, great. Tanner, back again.
Mastermind is back.
Honestly, I'm pretty excited for this weekend as well. We're starting with Kassadin.
Okay.
Our challenge for today is going to be Kassadin with a twist. Tank, top Kassadin.
Top lane.
Now, it has been used in the past. We're going to come up with a plan here and then bring in some specialists to help us test it in ranked play later on stage.
Okay. Well, I'm currently in my promos in Flex Queues, so let's.
Not using your account.
Much better.
We've got accounts for you that are probably higher rated than your account.
That's probably true.
They're set at Masters.
I'm feeding.
I'll tell you, last week we played versus challengers.
We did play first challenges last week.
Hey man, let me ask you a question, man. See if you know what's up. Big this. Who fuses the music with no illusions, producing the blueprints? Clueless? Automator, defy the laws of nature. Electronic monolith, throw a gem upon a disc. The futuristic loop it with a quickness. Hyper-producing hydrogen fusion liquids. Keep your distance. Who's that? The mastermind. Who's that? The mastermind. Who's that? The mastermind. Who's that? The mastermind.
You can have memories all the way back to season 1 with this bad boy.
Yeah.
One of the oldest champions in the game. Generally AP, and I think the first thing, at least that comes to older players' minds, is going to be the X-Peke. One of the most iconic early moments in the history of League of Legends. In competitive league, him riff walking around the back of the Nexus.
Yeah.
Ocelot crying in his hands.
Yes.
The reaction is honestly one of the
Cherished
one of the
memory.
best parts. You have to have two sides of it.
Yeah.
That play was so iconic, even back then, because I didn't even start playing until like season 3, season 4. But still, that was like the first play I watched, and it gave me goosebumps. I was like, wow, this like makes me want to like play the game.
Other big plays for Kassadin, I always think of stacking Rift Rock in the brush and waiting for somebody to get close. You could just one-shot them with the huge mana cost.
Yeah, the big one was when Home Guard the Enchant first came out, and then now it's just in the game outright.
Yeah.
One of the big Kassadin plays, and even before then, if you really could, you would Rift Lock in base,
In
and the stacks would last long enough that you'd be like, okay, we're ready to team fight, we're gonna do a Baron setup. Okay, I would TP in, and then you just one-shot Ashe. It was outstanding. It's great. They're like, oh, Kassadin's here. Nah, 8 stacks. Like, oh, okay.
I mean, Kassadin is like the ticking time bomb, right? Like
level 16.
Yeah, level 16. Everyone says it, right? So just any game where you're behind early and like you just go side lane, keep farming. I hope your team doesn't int, and then when you come in at that level 16, 800 mana Rift Walk, 4 stacks, like you're gonna blow up everyone.
Now, I know Void Boy is going to love this episode because he's always a big fan of any sort of off-meta tank build top, Rise. I'm sure he's done the Kassadin as well. Frozen Heart, I feel like is going to be an integral part of tank Kassadin because of the mana scaling, so it's very obvious synergy there. And the strengths right now that we could get with tank Kassadin build might lie in the fact that fights are extending longer now. Almost all champions, maybe half champions in every single game are tanky Conqueror. There's a lot of healing going on. And the attack speed aura with the Frozen Heart, I feel like Kassadin being so mobile should be able to apply it very effectively, get some good bonuses.
I think a big strength of tank Kassadin, where like normally you see Kassadin, right, and everyone's like, yo, we need to punish him early, we need to dive him early.
CC him and blow him up.
But like suddenly now Kassadin is a tank, and then it's much harder to kill him, so it's much harder to abuse him early, because ideally the Kassadin's going to start with like Doran Shield, and then even some like darker technology that I've seen. If you know Moon, Galen Holgate, the CLG head coach currently, he actually had a solo queue account for a while, I think 2 years ago, where he only played Barrier, Exhaust, Kassadin, Top. And like basically the whole idea behind it was that with Barrier and Exhaust, you can't get Dove because you have Exhaust and Barrier, right? So you're going to shield some damage, and you're going to exhaust whoever does the damage. And then it's like free scaling in that way.
But how high do you get?
He was pretty high. I think he was like master, grandmaster. Like he didn't get stuck in diamond.
Okay.
So what do you think are some strengths for the tank Kassadin top lane we can go for?
The strengths are repeatability. Your W cooldown's really short. It's a lot of mana. It's like 20% missing mana on a champion. So like you get 2 Rift Walks per W, and that's like every 5 seconds in the first place. So you are just belting out damage as long as you're not the first one to die, and they're not going to go for you. You're tank Kassadin. So like you're going to put out really good consistent damage.
Yeah. For the item build, my question is, do we actually want to rush Frozen Heart if we're against an AD laner, or actually build something like Riftmaker first, then Frozen Heart, if we're trying to really have an earlier spike?
How much AP am I allowed to buy? Like, is it a Frozen Heart and like a Death Cap? Like, is that fair game? Can I pretend I'm a tank there? No?
It has to have some sort of tank theory about the item.
Okay.
I think Riftmaker is acceptable.
Cool.
because of the omnivamp, you
Right.
know, because of the tank slight
the
orientation
tankiest.
of
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
That's the tankiest one you can get.
Then-
yeah.
Then yeah, we're going for like long duration fights where like I'm able to stack up to like the max
Exactly.
stack ult, and then I'm getting like 2 or 3 of those off.
We're going Conqueror.
Yeah.
No
We're-
electrocute.
Yeah, we're
Yeah.
going Conqueror. We actually have to
Or
go Presence of
Fleet.
Mind just to get the stacks, like the mana back. Like it's actually not negotiable. You're going Precision somewhere no matter what. You like maybe consider Seraphs just because it'll still fit the theme.
I was debating Seraphs a lot.
There's no tanks that's on that.
Now that it doesn't have the shield, it doesn't feel right anymore.
But the thing is, tier is kind of needed. So
It's definitely
what do you do?
tier and you're chilling.
Yeah, just buy the tier. And
You
sit
just
on
have a tier it's just sitting in your inventory for like the whole game.
Convert it to a Seraphs later in the
6th
game.
item.
It's acceptable.
Yeah, it's allowed as 6th item.
We're starting tank.
Yeah, you're allowed the Dark Seal though. I think for sure. Like
think
a
Dark Seal's
Maokai
good.
top
That-
would
it
buy a
gives you
Dark
health.
Seal and feel
It
good
gives you
about
health.
it. Yeah, yeah, it's
Why
got
not?
health on
That's
it.
a tank item.
It's a tank item. Yeah. I think Leeching Leer is fine. You just get the component Rift Maker. It's pretty cheap. It's like really absurdly efficient, and then you just go Frozen Heart from there. Frozen Heart itself is really cheap, so like you can get Leeching Leer Frozen Heart around the same time that someone has like Boots plus Mythic, and so you're kind of on equal footing at that point.
Yeah, I do. I kind of like this ping pong build. Maybe
Yeah.
if we start with the Leeching Leer, then Frozen Heart. And remember, we're picking this. We're trying to strategize by using this against the team that has lots of AD and lots of champions that are going to be affected by the attack
Yeah.
speed aura of Frozen Heart. Then we should have enough AP for a Cosmic Drive.
Yeah, yeah.
And Cosmic Drive gives us the crazy haste. That will make us super annoying and still have that offensive output while being semi-tanky.
Yeah. We've got, 160 AP. We've got a Dark Seal in there. Like we've got some good plus health, some plus armor. Again, we have no MR yet,
What
but that's
doesn't
okay.
Tank Kassadin bring to the table, baby?
Stuns, but that's okay because you're gonna kill them and they'll be stunned for a minute and a half.
For the 4th item, Anathema's Chains, the new item. And you
Okay.
just slap it on whoever has the most kills on the opponent team.
I mean, it makes perfect sense. You get CDR, you get health, and then you get to also like target the enemy carry, whoever's doing the best, and you can just sit on top of him.
This build, Tank Kassadin is going to incorporate some weaknesses. There is a big payoff
0.
for Kassadin,
0 weakness.
but let's go down the weaknesses.
No CC.
Doesn't have CC himself, so he's going to have to look to his team to kind of supplement some of that. So drafting as a team is going to be really important. I do still have a few worries as far as how the early lane phase could go in some of these matchups, because we haven't actually tested a lot of them, and there are some really dominant laners out there right now.
Yeah. So I mean, Kassadin is like super versatile. I think depending on what your verse, you can actually change up everything that you do to make the lane actually easier. For example, like a strong laner right now would be like Gwen, right? I think Gwen is like a very obvious strong laner, but you can change up. Like in a Gwen matchup, I think Fleet would be good. Grass would also be good because she gets kind of melee range. But one of those two with the Doran Shield, I really think you're gonna have a fine time living in the lane phase. And it depends on who picks the Kassadin and what summoner spells they're gonna go. Because if you do go with the strategy I said earlier of barrier and exhaust, it's actually very, very hard to punish the Kassadin.
One weakness there might also then, we're not bringing teleport. It's going to
That
be
is
a
a weakness,
similar
yeah.
thing for the rest of the team that's cries about Ignite top
Yeah.
laners. They're going to be
Yeah,
crying
yeah.
about the barrier exhaust Kassadin. Maybe there's a world where we drop the barrier depending on matchup for the teleport.
Yeah, barrier teleport or exhaust teleport I think could also work.
Yeah. If you're not getting dove. And besides, like, what are you gonna do when you TP bot at 5? Like, Force Pulse!
We're not doing that. This is another weakness.
Oh, okay. We're TPing
cannot-
back to our own lane to get the farm when the top laner shoves in. Okay,
We
good.
want to keep up pressure up
There you go,
there.
there you go.
I think one of the weaknesses that especially we're going to have to tell the jungler to be cognizant of, top Scuttle Crab's probably not yours.
Nope.
not even for the first couple of spawns, because the Kassadin is not going to want to get out of this lane pre-6. That's always one of the big weaknesses of this champion. When you don't have Rift Walk, no mobility.
I'm actually really curious though, because we keep saying that the tank top Kassadin is going to be just as weak as like a normal Kassadin.
Or-
But I'm really curious if the Kassadin is actually going to have any early game power. Because
No.
you really don't think so?
I really think not.
I think it has potential to like actually get some lane prowl.
There's no way you like imagine you're like laning against like a Lucian or whatever. It's like, okay, you don't take all your health bar from his combo and you're like, 80 damage Q. It's like, cool, I'm gonna heal that back up from Doran's Blade. Like, there's no way you have any pressure
Okay,
at all.
I agree. Lucian is the
Okay, that's like the hard
Lucian
counter.
is the hardest one, right?
Renekton,
Yeah.
Sett.
I think he has
How are you
potential
gonna
to
push
beat
Sett out of
Renekton.
lane?
He
You
can
have
beat-
0 ability power.
He auto W just with the thing. And
All
then
right.
you stack the E,
We're gonna
exhaust,
have to,
barrier.
We're gonna get some specialists in here, do some testing on this. Well, I think we need to actually.
I'm the only one that believes in
Play it
Kassadin
in.
early
Yes.
game.
Luckily for you guys, I've got some professional players coming in, some specialists,
Okay.
and one you know very well, Darshan has been playing League of Legends and in the LCS since the very beginning. I think he's a really good resource because he's played through so many top lane metas. Two-time LCS champion as well, so he's got some accolades. And the other one is Chime, support for Golden Guardians. Obvious Bard main, but Tanner, I know you've at least played with him in solo queue.
Yeah, Chime, I mean, for those of you who don't know him, right, he's now the LCS support for Golden Guardians, but his name for the whole time he's been playing was Chime in all caps, and like he always played Bard, and you know he was really, really insane at Bard the whole time he was playing, so it's pretty cool to see him
So
in
you're
LCS.
telling me he knows how to roam top?
Yes, good. I'll just be left alone. I'll just play Ezreal duty, man. Just chill, not feed.
He's not going to go top, he's just going to go collect his Chimes.
All right.
Perfect.
Let's bring him in. Welcome, guys. Welcome.
Yo.
Yo. Darshan. How's it going?
Nice to see you again.
All right, our challenge is tank top Kassadin. Now, this is interesting.
You're playing that, right? Because I don't want to get reported.
Top
for
lane
intentional cheating.
specialist, baby. No,
I'm not
honestly,
getting
You're
reported.
the
all right?
specialist.
I'm not reporting you.
This is why we're masterminds. What do we need to set out as our goals for early, mid, and late game? Early game, we kind of established, probably going to be not play around the Kassadin lane, not go for the early scuttle crab top.
Wait, you got to tell me why this is good in the first place because I'm not gonna play it.
Okay.
I got this. Because these two are kind of haters. They keep saying that like Caston can't like get power early or something, but the strategy is, in my head, you go exhaust and barrier on the Caston, right?
Okay.
So usually it's like Caston can't lane early because he's like gonna stack like a good enemy will stack the wave and dive, do something like that, like punish the Caston somehow. But you have barrier and exhaust. You can't get dove because you have exhaust, and you have barrier. So they're both gonna give you survivability. And this is going to strengthen your champion. And then once you're level 6, you're going to get flash anyways.
What do I do before 6 if my wave gets frozen on their side?
Don't do that.
Bot wins.
Call a jungler.
Have a
This
bigger
strategy
brain.
sounds
Roam
terrible,
your
guys.
support
I'm gonna
over.
be honest.
Review on the lane.
But I'm willing to try it just so I could say, told you so.
It's good.
I like it. Scientific method. Maybe we can coordinate some support roams up top. If you're really panicking, you can call me. You can call Chime as well.
Yeah. I
I've got support on speed dial.
Yeah.
Port on top, porting top, porting top.
Wait, I actually have a good idea. If we're playing Bard, we should
Yeah, I can
start
put some.
W.
Yeah. I mean, all you guys can just fan out, and I'll go to the alcove and just drop 3 Cocos, and then top wins.
There you go.
Oh.
3 Ws for the Caston to help him
Okay.
scale into level 6.
I've got 3 Ws from Bard. I've got support roams. I've got a jungler who wants to play around top lane. That's pretty crazy.
He's gonna tunnel.
Yeah. And what do we have in the mid lane?
Some kind of global, like Pantheon maybe, Twisted Fate maybe. I mean, I want to be in your lane at level 6.
Okay.
I'll be feeding. just to be clear about this one.
David, you're supposed to make my job as easy as possible.
Yeah, they'll be coming bot lane all the time because it's free gold in bot lane.
We're absorbing
24/7.
Do we want him on Ezreal so he doesn't die, stays more safe bottom lane, or Ashe for like an arrow engaged later?
So do we want him to be useful in the sense that he has an ultimate or useful in the sense that he doesn't int?
Yeah.
I take the not inting.
Ooh, there's also Kog'Maw. I can use the passive a lot. It's free true damage.
I like
What
it.
are your thoughts, Chime?
I think
what do you
Ezreal's
want
going to be
your AD
good
to do?
because we can farm safely, and I'm never going to be in lane.
Yeah.
Is that your favorite AD carry to play with as a roaming support?
Yeah, I mean, Ezreal's probably the easiest.
Yep.
Yeah, they can die less, for sure.
Under 10.
Please don't int me.
Under 10. Under 10. Under 10.
All right, mid game. Now, when do you feel like you're gonna gain power?
What's my build? Like honestly,
Okay,
How do
so
I don't even know what abilities to max. Like we need to start from square one.
Oh yeah, I mean square one. I'm pretty sure it's an Emax. I'm pretty sure Emax
Okay.
is the way to go because you're not going AP, so your Q isn't going to do much.
Yeah.
And then for build,
No AP at all.
there's going to be a bit of AP.
here's our build we're laying out: Leeching Lear into Frozen Heart, because you're gonna be playing versus an AD laner. They're gonna theoretically have
What if they're AP?
speed-based champions. Then we're gonna not pick you, or we're gonna rotate you to another lane.
Okay.
So, okay, Leeching Lear, Frozen Heart, Riftmaker, Anathema's Chains,
Cosmic Drive.
Cosmic Drive,
Drive,
then
yeah.
Anathema's
Okay.
Chains.
I won't get the 6 items, so that sounds. Thanks for
That's
that
enough.
correction.
That's enough.
We're gonna
yeah.
win, then win.
We'll win by then.
Yeah.
And
You're
then what
allowed
am I
to Giant
maxing?
Blast. E then W probably.
Yeah.
I mean, this is all up for discussion, obviously. But like in
feeling
my
it.
head, E is going to be the best because you're not going to have AP for Q.
Yeah,
And
I like the E
I
max.
don't even know what W max really even
Yeah,
does
if I
for
can't
you.
clear waves, then I I don't know what I can do.
Yeah.
I'll go Emax.
Bard bottom.
Yeah.
Ezreal.
Ezreal bottom as well.
We need a
Pantheon?
If you play Talia, I'll play Pantheon.
I'm down to play Talia. I haven't played it in a while, so I just need to scale W. I'll come over, you stun.
I'll press W.
They're
That's
dead.
it.
Plus, then we have more globals to get to our Cassidy.
Yeah, at level 6, it's over.
We say in competitive, 2 globals is 100% win rate. So if we got Talia Pantheon, we can't lose.
Let's go.
All right, for the late game, everybody knows the tales of level 16 Kassadin. That's what we're trying to get to.
I remember Power Rule used to play Castanar scrims, and we're literally just like chanting the levels to 16. We're like, 3 more levels, 2 more levels, and then they're killing our Nexus, 1 more level.
All right, we're in.
2 minutes.
Let's go. All right.
All right, I'm banning Gwen. I get the Gwen ban. Kassadin can't be stopped now.
I've got
Literally
5
impossible.
bans. The whole comp for me.
Everybody's for you. All right, I got the Kassadin. I got the Kassadin.
We can grab Cassidy and they'll counterpick mid, and then you counterpick that with the pan. Because no one plays cast top, right? You can actually pick it.
No, actually, yeah.
Oh, what?
Oh no.
No.
They're ghosting!
I can audible to Twisted
Yeah,
Fate.
yeah.
Twisted Fate was our other champion.
Yep. Oh, you're against Scion. Hey, enjoy your lane. You're just farming.
This could be a potential Conquer game, no?
Yeah, you can probably stack Conquer pretty safely and just scale the lane.
Okay, you guys got me scaling.
They took our strategy. They went Elise Pantheon. It's kind of like Talia Pantheon.
I'm really actually mad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm livid.
We trying to do the level 1, or are we fanning out and you're just dropping the 4 or the 3 health packs?
Yeah, I'm just running top here.
All right,
I'm
3 health
checking here.
packs.
Oh my god, he got all the heals.
Pantheon low here. I don't know where Elise is.
Elise is on me. I'm
Okay.
filling.
You're 1v1 for now.
Yeah,
I'm marking
I can win
Pan.
it. I can win it.
Sion's
Pantheon
running
on me.
over.
I'm running here. This side.
I have Ignite.
Yeah.
Go Pantheon maybe?
Yeah. I
He
can
has
counter
flash.
kill.
Oh, he's dead, he's dead. I got it.
Nice.
I'm done. I'm gonna die though.
This is all part of the plan.
Yes.
After this, our Kassadin
Yeah, I
is such a
crushed my
free
wave.
lane.
All part of the plan.
It's okay. Yeah. We knew that there was gonna be no top prio. All right. I'm closing for top.
We're trading heavy bot if we look for the dive. We're getting pretty low.
Okay, I got a base, and then I might have a look.
Oh my god, you didn't give me the kill, Sam!
I thought.
the hell?
I thought you were gonna.
What the hell?
Ulting
No
that.
flash, no ult. Okay.
Yeah, it's ulting right through him.
Okay, there we go. Good shit chime.
Hell
oh
yeah,
my
hell
god,
no,
American
baby.
Sniper.
100% accuracy. Let's go!
Wait. Oh my.
They have
On the
Soraka
way,
coming.
Soraka's behind.
She's 5.
I'm coming here. Maybe.
Oh no.
Pantheon hasn't base yet. I'm done to
They have
fight.
a lot.
Where the boys at?
I've
We're blasting it, baby!
Okay. Okay.
Oh, I'm getting CC locked.
No K.
We still win these.
Okay, wait.
Oh, the Soraka.
Kassadin 1v9s.
Oh no.
I'm still level 7, boys.
Okay, we gotta scale up a
locking
bit
up
more.
from
We gotta
boss.
slow down the game.
Oh, the stun.
Oh, I think you got it.
No.
Why?
Soraka.
Soraka's so broken. What the heck?
Where's our Soraka? Okay, I'm gonna put some vision in the top side. Let's slow down the game
Yeah.
a
Oh,
little
I'm
bit.
lagging hype. We're scaling.
Yeah.
8 more levels.
8 more levels. 8 more levels.
8 more levels. Let's go. All right, the Frozen Heart's online.
Okay.
Oh, let's go, Garçon.
We're on the board. Oh shit! He can prowler squad me.
Oh wait, I'm
running. Keep. Oh no.
Oh, the
The barrier, the barrier.
Yes, let's
Wait,
go.
I'm
Let's go.
ulting right here.
It's okay, he's dead even if you die.
Oh.
Even if you die, he's dead. It's good.
Ulting here.
Oh. Maybe I should have gotten hit
Come
by
on,
the portal.
Kobe.
Got him.
I don't want to say it, but I gotta say it because it's a bit of a jungle gap this game.
Someone needs to tell me that not all hope is lost.
Not all hope is lost. We're scaling.
4 more levels.
4 more levels.
3 more levels.
3 more levels. 3 more levels.
Okay, we have to ban Elise.
Elise is just too broken.
Honestly, the Kassadin did look good though.
You guys think I don't need TP though?
Let's
We can always audible
let's
into
jump
the
back
TP.
into it. I think TP and 1 defensive summoner.
I could do TP
How about
exhaust
that?
or TP barrier.
We
yeah.
can we can also try TP flash still, the exact opposite of what I said. Like if we want to try it, like We can see it.
Wait, queue up.
Oh, we're going? Just right away?
Yeah.
All right.
We could have done by Galio.
Oh, we could have been CLG, true. But CLG?
I'm feeling the by Galio.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so here's the other thing. A Vi Galio is going to be better for the team fight for setting up for the actual casting. So Darshan could be the star, and so we don't take the kills early either as well. Trade?
There we go.
Darshan, can we kill and ignite Camille?
If she E's in, we can. So this is the plan. This is the plan. We make him level E, level 1, and then we get the Bard W's out. And then I bait him to E on me, but then little does he know that I've got 3 Bard W's.
Oh, wait, so are we pinching here? So like people wait and try, and then one person goes through the lane and then swings around here? Is that the tech?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's the tech. That's right.
Yeah.
Oh, there he is.
We didn't
We
wait
didn't
for
do
the
anything.
I think I can make him start E maybe. I'll flash on him.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
it was good. Good job, guys. That's really good for my lane. Okay, you started E. The plan is coming into place.
Okay, the Bard W's are coming down.
Yeah.
I took
Oh,
one.
the Bard W's are coming in clutch right now.
Boom. Okay,
That was big.
that was huge.
Oh, nice barrier.
Okay.
This is where the TP is going to come in
Yes.
clutch.
He can't play now.
Top fighting?
Oh, he's
Top
here.
fighting?
Oh, yeah.
It's the 1v1.
Let's go! So you need at least 2 games on Top Casted.
The mastery curve is 2 games. That's it.
I just
Then
needed
you're
1 game to
perfect.
warm up, yep. And I need to make sure that I had TP instead of exhaust.
True.
There you go, we're learning.
Yeah, whose idea was no TP top lane? I mean, really.
I think that was it was also Chime. Just like the phone.
Chime, what the hell? Uh-oh, the Baron.
This is a good Baron contest.
I have TP.
We gotta stop this, boys.
We stop these easy.
I see it.
I have Zonia's too. I'm going to go in right away and make some time. Oh. That's good, that's good.
I'm some away.
1 hit.
Oh
Nice. There we go.
my! The Penta! The Penta!
There's his name.
Oh, no! What the? Kobe!
Kobe's the worst!
You just take my Penta kill!
They're getting away, bro!
Kobe. It's about the Kassadin.
I'm actually done with you. I never want to play a game with you again.
Oh my.
Look what you've done to our talent, Kobe.
Oh my god.
The masterminds are being torn apart.
She auto resets.
That's it? That's all you have to say?
I shall repent.
I will never forget. I will never forget. I will be on my deathbed. I'll be taking my last breath. And I will say,
Not just a kill, not just a kill, a pentakill.
What about this one? A flash for it! Let's go!
wait, we can't end until I get level 16.
1 more level. 1 more level.
Wait, we should all dive in.
Dive! Heckram kill, okay.
Okay, 0.25 more levels. Oh, yes! We did it! We can win the game! We can win the game!
Level 16. That's the win
go.
condition. As soon as we hit 16, the game just ended. Weird.
Wow, the next
Oh
is
my
explode.
goodness!
And that's how Power of Evil does it, baby.
Well done. Well done.
That's how
That's why
Tank Top Casting is OP.
masterminded.
GG. Last
We're
of
onto
the Nexus.
something.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
I almost didn't want to fist bump you, but I did it. I did it out of the
Good job.
kindness of my
Oh,
heart.
guys, good
The Vi Galio looking good. All right, let's head over to the table, break this down, and discuss our learnings.
Wait, but
aside
who do we
from-
honor?
Me.
The Kassadin.
CLG.
Oh, I'm definitely honoring
I'm
Galio.
currently plat 3 and didn't feed.
You know what? Darshan was definitely not tilt proof, so I always give them stay cool.
Yeah, I definitely need to stay cool. Okay, 36 LP, not
Good
bad.
stuff, guys. Good
All right,
stuff.
let's go back to the table.
You almost
Let's go.
Almost pentakill though.
What I learned is that Kassadin players will always cry for their kills.
What I learned is that you win when Cass is level 16. So just, I don't know, lane better, get more XP, and we just like win faster.
Yeah.
That's the thought I have.
All right, people will be able to watch the full games on ProView, but I want to hear your takeaways.
Going teleport. That was the adaptation.
That
going
was
into game
big.
two.
That was a big change.
Going teleport. The bard.
Not losing the heels.
The hot
So-
chocolate. What do you call it? The W's.
yeah, hot chocolate.
The cocos.
Cocos,
Yeah,
yeah.
the cocos. Those are very key. That allowed me to win the lane 1v1.
Yeah.
Two solo
1v1.
Okay, what? Yeah, 1v1. I want 1v1. Yeah.
1.25 v1.
I think you get the whole team in on it. It really feels like Caston can be set up to succeed. So
I was watching up there. The barrier looks strong.
Dude, the barrier. Okay, the barrier. You're onto something
Yeah.
there.
Yeah,
There's
the
some
barrier
tech
looks
there.
It's
There's-
good for these all-ins. You know.
Yes, I might actually go barrier on other champions now. I'm not even
Seriously?
joking. It
Seriously?
seems pretty good.
It's good on Warwick. I've seen that before.
Yeah, I'm actually
Stay in
going
one
barrier.
quarter with all the attack speed.
Yeah.
Demonte Gallio. Oh my God. The Vi. Kobe. The throwback.
We can
That's a
use
good
the
combo.
the classic there.
Dunk them together.
The slam jam. It's great.
We even had big lane plays too.
Yeah,
A lot
we
of-
did 2v2, 2v3.
Yeah.
It wasn't Chime at all coming in. It definitely wasn't him. It definitely wasn't him. It was a team effort.
Of course, I landed a true shot barrage or two.
That's
helped
the
with some of those.
takeaway. We
So,
did it as a team.
Let's go down the line. Do you give it a thumbs up or a thumbs down in the end?
Thumbs up. 7 out of 10. Actually, might be viable. Might be viable. Might.
With a couple buffs.
Yes.
Yeah. Thumbs up, kind of pick possibility. I think the biggest one is ironically happened in our very first game where we picked it and they're like, let's counter pick this, let's go, and it's like, no, it's top lane. We had the counter pick in mid, it didn't work out, but
Yeah.
anytime they're like 99% sure it's in that lane, it's a draft win. It's free.
I'm going thumbs down because honestly, I would rather, if I'm gonna feed the kills to the Kassadin, have it be an AP Kassadin and have a one-shotting people.
Can I go like this?
No,
No, I
is
have
it
to
up
choose?
or
You gotta choose
down?
at the
They
end.
live or they die.
Thumbs down. I was a big fan of the Caston coming into it, but like the more I played with it, the more I have to agree with you. If it was full AP, it might be a bit better.
I gotta go with thumbs down. I mean, top's just a weaker role. Like if it was mid, then everyone can impact it. But since it was top, I don't want to roam there, right? Like it's too far.
True. Scrap for their
But you know,
kills.
if he got a pentakill, it would have been thumbs up for me. It's all your fault.
It is my fault then that the Kassadin dies.
And next time, I think we should try Elise support.
Ooh, Lehens anyone?
I'm a big fan.
Yeah?
You have relic shield, and then you auto attack in range form, and then you swap, and then you get the auto attack.
Who's that the mastermind? Who's that the mastermind?
Welcome to the LCS. Today to kick things off, we got Crumbs, we got Kaizen, and we got Azael. After this episode of Masterminds, though, Azael, are you ready to try some tank casting top?
No, I'm not. I'm out. That's definitely a thumbs down for me.
We had an almost LCS caliber team struggle to put together a win. That's not a compelling case for
There's
you?
3 pros. The 3 pros are taking L's, so I'm not going to win.
The only reason why you can actually play that is because you have 5 people that are in on it. Otherwise, you would be dodged at champ select by trying to play this.
True. You saw them trying to juke him too. Like, all right, we get the casted in. Let's lock it in first. They're going to think it's mid. Let's try and play the mind games. We got plenty of games, though, here today, this Saturday. We're going to be jumping right into game number 1. It is C9 versus CLG. Both of these teams a bit in hot waters recently.
I mean, they're hungry for a win, right? CLG has won 1 game in their last 10. Cloud9 has won 1 in their last 5.
Yeah, we are getting into champion select right now, and as we do, Crumbs, give me your thoughts.
I think there's something really spicy here between the mid laners because last time Damonte was in 100 Thieves, he got smacked by Perks. It might have been one of the worst losses he took from the laning phase. So yesterday's laning phase was really rough against Jensen already. Perks has a lot of confidence against mid laners that he thinks he's better than. So I think that here could be an opportunity for either Damonte to seek some redemption, Perks to gain some confidence, or maybe a repeat of that brutal LeBlanc into Azir.
Here we go. Champion select underway.
I want to see CLG just go with something very simple, very easy to play out. You know, people are kind of critical of the bongo comp, whatever. It doesn't have to be that exact style, but you brought in Damonte. This is a guy known for roaming, for supporting his team. Play towards that style, get him something that can facilitate, and a strong lane to play towards.
I totally agree. And, you know, the thing about the bongo comp was that it had a clear binary win condition. It's we all go in, right? And win or lose, like we all are on the same page.
You know what you're doing.
Exactly. And I feel like with CLG, when they do draft meta, they've just shown that they have some struggles with the fundamentals. But on the other side with C9, I like that they're drafting Viego first. I think Fudge was really excellent on Viego. In fact, I think Fudge has been excellent all split on carry type champions. And even though you could flex this, we've already seen that their top lane is extremely proficient.
It's good for Fudge, but I would like to see Blabber actually play this because it seems to me that Blabber, when he doesn't have a stronger jungle matchup, runs it down for the crab. So if you can actually have a much stronger early skirmisher than the Diana, you can have a Viego. It's going to be easier to play around him and secure those crabs early. And instead, they will actually just double down on that same idea, just playing the early game. Olaf trying to ensure that if there ever is a fight early in the game, they will still win it. I am worried, however, since Olaf is not a top-tier pick at all. He's pretty bad right now, especially against the ranged Lucian that can permanently pressure mid.
I think that the plan probably is going to be to try to get a strong pick mid, to try to invade the Diana, because Olaf can win that 1v1 early on. That's something where you can get an advantage if you can play around that mid-jungle matchup, try to get advantage, try to take away Raptors, really push in. And you're looking over at the CLG side, it's clearly already moving towards engage. You're going to be going Lucian mid, Callista bot, bringing the ultimate for the engage. Diana is a clear form of engage. And I think if we see some more secondary and tertiary ways to actually start fights coming through from jungle or from top and support, you know, they'll have at least clear win conditions.
Yeah, and I like the CLG draft so far because, as you said, there are clear ways to engage. And with the Callista, there's still several power picks from the support position that are available. You can pick the Leona, who's been super popular in conjunction with Diana. She sets up a lot of CC so that Diana can easily land her Q and then ult in. So this gives CLG both options to make kills in bot and easy engage in the rest of the game.
I like that this is something CLG played in the mid 2v2 with Pobelter before as well. Having Lucian in the mid lane, they were able to actually enable Broxah to farm a little bit more easily. I just think it's going to be a huge test for Damonte here. You have to execute on the Lucian really well, and Perks can play whatever he wants into it. You can pick champions like a Syndra and try to deal with it, or just try to sack the early lane with something like an Akali and then try to kill later.
And I just don't think it's his strength. So honestly, like, I don't like it for that reason. You know, Damonte has always been, no, I mean, no flame. It's just like that has been his strength, has been playing the map, right? Lucian can push and roam, but it's generally a champion that needs to dominate in the 1v1 to get huge CS advantages, to take turret plates, and those are the games that are successful. And that's just not the style of player that he has been through his career. It's been more about push and move and get advantages elsewhere.
I do think that's the problem, though. You can't influence the map right now without playing the lane well first. You actually have to be a strong laner before you can choose to take the side lanes, because a pick like Lucian won't magically make your laning phase stronger. They do ban out the Ryze. It was a pick that gets constantly taken into the Lucian, but I think Perkz will have enough to deal with this. I mean, he might even be bold to take something like a LeBlanc and then just try to deal with you that way.
Yeah. I agree that
Syndra.
typically Tanner has not been the guy who we expect to get huge lane advantages, but I think when he's in a matchup versus one of the better laners in the league, I think it's important to put him on a situation where he's advantaged. What we saw CLG do a lot when they were picking these press R comps is self-counter pick. You'd have like Lissandra into the Karma, and then it just like turbo dooms the lane. So I like how at least with this pick, you know you're not gonna have mid lane fall apart, and they're just gonna pick engage everywhere else. So it's kind of like a Bongo 2.0. And I'm in favor of it.
Despite the change in the mid laner across the board, a lot of comfortable picks for the side of CLG, but a control mage over for C9 too.
Yeah, I mean, Perkz is going to be able to be, pairing up with the Olaf. I do think it is about the mid jungle 2v2 for Cloud9. I do like the Kled pick actually a lot for CLG though. This is a really strong matchup into Viego. Having the healing debuff on the bear trap on a rope actually is a big deal for these all-in fights. It's harder for Viego to drain tank someone like Kled as a result, and Kled is going to give them the ability to engage elsewhere, right? Clearly this is, as you're saying, kind of like Bongo 2.0, Bongo with a twist, whatever. You have double marksman, but it's 3 hard engaged champions that can set up fights, so at least they have a clear way to play the game.
Something I haven't liked though is that when CLG does this and they have double marksmen, they've been on split calls so many times, so they need to make sure that they actually play more coordinated than they have in the past, and that hasn't even been a strength of them.
Yeah, Kaizen, do you think Bongo is the way to go, even if it is the 2.0?
Look, when you're in a situation where you're, 9th or 10th, you're struggling to scrape together wins, I don't care about playing meta, just play what's worked for you to some degree in the past.
Yeah.
So I think this is the right way to go with the fact that they only have a few more games left.
I mean, comfort is just so paramount for both these teams, right? You're talking about it from CLG point of view, but Cloud9 needs to guarantee wins here.
All right, we are ready to get into game number 1 of the day. Cloud9 taking on CLG, and who do we have bringing you the call? It is Freak and Kobe. Take it away, fellas.
Thank you very much. Welcome to the cast for the first game of the day. I am Freak, that man. The more attractive of the two is Kobe. Together we are Froby. I believe we've still decided that is our duo name, so put the hashtags in chat. That is us. We've got an exciting battle here.
We've got a hashtag established for it.
Yeah.
Froby to the moon, baby.
To the moon.
You know what really is actually to the moon, though, and has never left the moon, is Blabber Olaf. Blabber Olaf is the biggest thing to me from Champ Select here. He has only lost 1 game ever in his career on this champion. 10-1 still for Blabber Olaf. And they're looking to invade early to make use of the early power. Axe spam from Olaf allows you to do a lot of good level 1 invades when you have the Nautilus to back it up too. Attempt on top side, but no reward.
Yeah, Vulcan's hook kind of went to the moon instead of towards the Kled. Unfortunate, missed that one, but that's okay. Check out that support matchup here. Going to be a fun one as well. And as we get ready to start the game, also, for our Spanish-speaking friends, check out FlyQuest Spanish co-stream at twitch.tv/FlyQuest for LCS and Vivo. And that means you won't listen to me anymore, but Cloud9 doing a sort of delayed push in. I always love aggressive level 1 plays when you get your team ready to go. Olaf, one of the best level 1 brawlers, but will there be camps taken? Spike goes in well from Broxa, so Blabber, yeah, gonna be down most of that camp and now gonna have to walk over. Actually, no, I did see Blabber smite it, but I'm not sure. I mean, obviously he's not level 2, so we can see, yeah, did lose part of the camp to Broxa, so favor Diana a bit in this situation.
Yeah, 4-person collapse there from CLG. They wanted to defend on that level 1, and it costs you your bottom side because they did have Smoothie over there to push out this Olaf, not wanting to give up red quadrant to Cloud9 in the early attempt at splitting the map there for them. That would allow Blabber to pressure the Kled counter pick into Viego and not really allow Finn his authority on his signature pick. But because you go for that delayed invade and you push him out a little bit, means the threat of the Olaf up on top side. Fudge gets the early level 2. He dismounts Finn.
Oh, is he dead? The flash stun, but the potion comes in and Fudge burns his flash, take a turret shot, but not finish the kill. Finn now level 2, gonna feel a bit better, halfway on the ferocity, and he's gonna remount soon.
That time warp tonic, baby! Oh, so sweet on the top side. Finn stays alive for Kled. You have to play through a lot of clutch moments when you're used to playing this champion.
Yep.
And fight your way out of some of these scenarios. So Finn doesn't flinch like the attempt there from Fudge, though it does result in a summoner spell discrepancy. And guess what? Now your top side, this Viego is the one who's flashless and is the point that, Broxah can try and return. After you finish your full clear on Diana, you'll naturally reset up to the top side of the map.
Broxah finds the ward to kill. Thanks to Scryer's Bloom. We can check in on the junglers, and you've got 3 camps versus 4. Broxah a little bit behind right now, but ultimately Olaf going through to finish the last one, gets the full 6 camps on his side, but Broxah is going to get bottom scuttle.
And we want to track some of the threads that have kept Blabber so successful on this pick. Olaf, kind of his signature, most premier pick, even more successful than his kindred. He's always very efficient in his routes into ganks, so doesn't spend a lot of time attempting for the ganks.
Ward spotted, can jump to his teammate, but the Anchor's going to find the 80 carry, and that might just mean a couple of kills already. First blood is in, second blood to follow. Double kill for Blabber.
Efficiency freak, what did I just say? This man full clears down to bottom side, walks over to Tribrush, and you can count on your support. Vulcan is the real star of that gank. Nails Wild Turtle with the hook. They had already preemptively burned his flash. So much work done by the Cloud9 bottom lane, and Blabber does get to reap the rewards here. So Olaf gets the extra kills, but really it is Vulcan lands the hook. Sven instantly rocket jumps in. He's even got the heal to make sure he doesn't go down in the counter kill. Blabber gets both of the kills. It's exactly where you want a very snowbally early power jungler like Olaf to be, especially if you're into a Diana, because that is a champion with no escapes, just the flash to rely on. It's kind of a stare down contest of melee all-ins, and guess what? An Olaf 2-0 wins those.
Yes, and it looks like Blabber, based on his early buys, is going free boots, so those 2 assists, or 2 kills in this case, you're going to cut that by 1.5 minutes. Going to be really meaningful when he gets the extra movement speed. Gotta say, Iron Spike Whip feels outstanding to clear camps with, so I think Blabber is just off to the races.
And because he had skipped the top Scuttle Crab earlier, after his 2 kills, he still gets the reset, still gets his Scuttle Crab on the top side of the map, albeit after the early play. And that lines up perfectly with the respawn of his small camp. So this Olaf is going to be very high level as well. Talking about the efficiency, 0 time wasted on the bottom side. It's a lot of extra experience there in addition to the gold.
Yep.
And he'll be approaching that level 6 very quickly. Like the transition over towards Dragon.
Flash gonna land, he's got this. That's a solo bolos. Finn knocks down Fudge. That was so well played. Flash to connect the E, land the Q afterwards.
Flash advantage from the earlier all-in, and it's just CLG wins on both sides of the map at the same time, freak. The transition over to Dragon. Wow, Finn goes for the all-in. Flashless Fudge means a dead Fudge.
Really big stuff here. So, Demonte and Finn up in XP right now. Obviously, you expect Lucian to have some level of lane priority. Nice sidestep in the hook. Smoothie just gets away from the anchor. Blabber now spotted by a control ward, and it's time for CLG to play safe on the bottom lane. They're down so far. All they can do is hope Finn keeps winning his lane. They can find a difference somewhere else, but bot is going to keep bleeding gold in the way towards Cloud9.
Yeah, and you can see Blabber here, now that he's got his level 6 for Olaf, very aggressively moving in off the pushing bottom lane.
V3 Flash gonna find the root, but nice. Tanking the anchor. Sweetie makes sure they cannot focus down the Diana, and that is dive stopped. Well done, Broxah being there, and good defense by the rest of CLG.
Even though they get out with their lives, this is the reason why, as Cloud9, you push on your winning area of the map with your winning jungler. Because even if you don't make a successful dive there, you deny them minions, and you can counter jungle, take away their camps. Broxah is the reason that dive is not successful. Now Blabber just transitions towards mid.
Gets the knockback, not the stun. Ult comes across, flash away, stays alive, calling decent damage. Oh, he nearly gets the double kill. Out goes Smoothie, does not get enough shielding to stay alive. Sven gets with the last auto attack.
Woo! Bottom lane keeps on firing, freak. Cloud9 came to play today. Wild Turtle now huddling under the turret. Sven going to be able to push it in and knock down a little bit more damage on the turret plates, but they take care of the kill in the aftermath themselves. While the mid lane didn't result in a kill because no stun lands on Demonte, so he's able to get a lot of return damage out with his culling there. because of the early work that they did pushing Broxah out of his own jungle, there's still no counter kill. You know, the enemy jungler's not there to be able to answer, and it's just a little bit of breathing room for CLG. You see Broxah now still level 5, trying to catch up, and that's why, especially when you get this early lead on a champion like Olaf, C9 plays so aggressively in the enemy jungle. Keep trying to deny that. Broxah, though, off of red, looking to make an answer play off of their winning lane, which has been Finn.
And Finn dodging backwards there. For now, about 7 CS lead. More like 5 is the way it's cleared out, but still feels good. And here we go, right at 8 minutes. Support has moved up. Top lane and jungle are there. Mid pressure is in. Demonte has pushed in mid lane. The Nautilus going to be holding the lane there. But as they're all pushing down, the Rift Herald is just dealing damage too quickly, and there's no way to take it away. So CLG going to find themselves not only with the first Dragon as a counterpunch, but now Rift Herald as well. They can get the gold a lot closer with this crash.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting where they decide to spend it, too, because obviously the easiest place would be top lane off of Finn, off of some pressure there, and even being able to threaten the duo dive of Diana and Kled, able to chase people down and try and get a pick off so you get maximum value. But mid lane would open up a lot of breathing room if they could use it there, too. I'd say bottom lane is just it's kind of a hole that they're wasting resources in at the moment. Cloud9 might get a little bit over aggressive here, though, because Blabber's on Scuttle Crab, not quite up for this dive, so Broxah's hover is going to provide enough defense.
Uh-oh. Broxah might get attacked here. They're just behind the wall. That control gives them a bit of safety. Looks like Gromp will be attacked safely. He knows the blue got leashed over, so the bot lane comes in. And here come the mid laners. So 4-on-4 imminently. Smite comes in, gets the blue buff steal. That's the second camp I've seen Blabber take from just that jungle. 200 gold taken from his opponent. 200 gold in his pockets instead.
And again, they're always off this bottom area where bottom lane has so much pressure. You push them under this tower, and then Broxah has to hover to protect the dive in this area and allows Blabber to take away multiple resources here. Last time Gromp you mentioned, plus this time blue buff. And while you're forcing enemy jungler to hover on your area of the map where you're strong, yes, they're protecting against further devastation and multiple tower dives, but they lose out on smaller resources as well.
Yeah. I mean, keep in mind just the thought, right, of earning 200 gold and 200 gold denied, that's 400 gold. Quick math. But that's the value of an assisted kill, right? If you solo kill first while the top laner TP's back to lane, that's the exact same gold difference as taking a Gromp and a blue buff. Like, in a way, Blabber just solo killed Broxah in first blood. In a way, that's what happened.
Oh. That definitely can be easily clipped and used for a malicious intent. I like it.
0-0-0 first blood death. Who could have seen it coming? But here we go. Herald summoned top lane, and Finn is still the strong point of CLG. Broxah showing up, but Vulcan nearby means they can't really push him for the rest of the plates. Like, this will go down to 800 health. Oh. Wait, Fudge just flashed nothing. This is why you put flash on F, not on D. He wouldn't have misclicked it there if he'd done it right. But unlucky. Still, 4 plates taken topside. Now some of that gold, of course, goes to Broxah. But it means the game is only 1,600 apart. And CLG might walk their way back down to look for the second dragon.
I'm curious what he was actually even trying to press there.
These guys are dumb. Oh, and hit enter, darn.
He was typing. He pulled up the MS Paint. He was about to draw. Rift Herald's coming at my turret, someone. But it was used topped, as we were kind of guessing earlier, and that knocks it all the way down to a single play. So CLG are trying to further increase the lead that they have here for Finn. And I do always like that area where you don't try and salvage the losing area of the map, because then, again, you end up losing smaller and smaller amounts there. Meanwhile, a lot of this is going to be on the back of Finn now. That's where a lot of the gold for CLG is, and they do give up bottom side objective here with the dragon in exchange. So maybe this Kled ultimate that Finn is about to get rank 2 in even, he can use to try and cover some other area.
Here we go. It's a lot of pressure bot side again. Knockup finds Nautilus, but not with him having turret aggro. This bot turret getting lower and lower. Still 2 minutes till plates drop. Guardian blocks Perks' stun as he walks right back out. 7-6 CS lead for the Cloud9 mid laner. Has looked for plays opposite sides of the map. Hasn't found them just yet, but that's okay. They're still winning through bot lane, and that's going really, really well. Turret nearly down. This wave to be cleared, though. We'll see when they go for the last dedicated push to knock down the 5th and final plate.
And while there is inaction on the bottom side, I think it is respect given to the possibility of Kled's movement by Cloud9. You saw Finn intelligent. A lot of times when you go for a base like that, then you walk out mid lane. So you can either go down to bottom to cover, or if there's no play on bottom and Cloud9 just back off, then you can just go back to your top side. As he's done here. So he's kind of hovering. He knows that he is the safety measure for CLG, and they might need that safety measure.
Attempted stun, gonna miss though. Down goes everyone. Explosive charge, gets double credit. Diana flies in, so does Finn's Kleb, but can't find the kill just yet. Vulcan is low. Vulcan will finally die, but the rest of his team is still pushing in towards the backside. 2-1 so far for Cloud9. Gotta find the third most likely indeed. A flash away. Finn is healthy, but Finn cannot find a kill. He's gonna be dropped like a fish out of water. Can't breathe anymore, and down he goes. Fudge drops the aggro, and Cloud9 kill everybody.
Oh my goodness, Blabbers. Olaf doesn't even die in that. He just goes full turbo, charge them down. No fear in the Vikings' eyes, Freak.
He's a worthy foe to kill him, and no one on CLG is worthy.
No Warrior's Death, no Valhalla for him. He's just gonna have to keep on smashing Summoner's Rift. And here's a look at it once again. They target Wild Turtle, knocking up the Kalista, then bursting down the Rakan here. And he just goes straight forward. You pop your ultimate even with exhaust. By virtue of the teleport of Viego coming in a little bit afterwards, you have so much extra threat, and you have to play off of full offense here. So they charge him down, they get the reset, and Finn unable to get the last little bit of damage onto Blabber there, and then also flashing out. He does not survive, plus did not finish up that kill. And so Cloud9 are just going to run over. They reset back to the top side of the map. Top turret is just a thing of memories now, and Cloud9 will be able to have a very smooth mid-game.
8-2, the current score in this game. Gonna be a real tough one for CLG to bring back. Might be impossible, but you never know. A lot of things can happen in this game, but a 0-5 bot lane gonna make that one tough.
It's so frustrating too when you have moments like that where you're so close to taking down someone with a bounty, someone like Olaf, that is just gonna get more and more difficult to take down. You see, he's actually even investing into a very early stair stage second, super common there. When you have the Gore Drinker plus the extra shield popping up, and you have multiple threats that are charging you down with the aggressive style that Sven and Vulcan have taken this Tristana and Nautilus, you can only backpedal really. And you lose out on the possibility of trying to burst down the charge forward in the front line. And that's why Cloud9 moving in, getting those deep wards so that they can cut off the transitions between objectives here as CLG try and scrape together the minion waves and keep their towers upright.
Second Herald under attack. They got the second Dragon already. Cloud9 getting every objective now on the map over the last 5 minutes. There you go. Claimed no problem. Find another turret to kill. My money is on summoning it for a top or bottom side lane, but right now mid is under heavy fire. Bit of wave clear from Devontae, not going to mean much. 1-1-0, just not enough impact for his team bleeding out elsewhere, and mid turret will indeed fall. 3-0 in that score.
Yeah, you kind of have to scatter. Again, it's mostly about pushing out minion waves for CLG, trying to buy more time, focusing on just getting the guaranteed gold income of those minions, and they can't overstay on trying to push down a tower on bottom side of the map because C9 have a much easier time transitioning. This is what happens when you lose all your defenses, as the deep wards start coming in, and the giant gold lead means you have to respect the early moves of your opponents.
And the further moves are going to look good too, of course, as Zen has his full mythic plus the upgraded boots and the cloak of agility. Wild Turtle also trying to finish his shield bow. 2 kills and all the turret gold, obviously doing a lot to keep the items going forward. There's very rarely a matchup that CLG can feel good about. Maybe it's through Finn still, but now that Divine Thunder is done for Fudge, I'm not even sure Finn can find a 1v1 he's going to like here. Levels are equal across the top laners, so yeah, just not that big of an advantage. CLG's got to find some bigger macro win, but they're kind of ignoring top lane for a minute, finally walking Turtle over. Please don't take the gold smoothie. Stays out of range. Good job. There we go. Solo gold over to Wild Turtle. Kalista can definitely do good things. It is a melee-heavy composition, but it's going to take a lot of work to get on that equal footing.
Look at the bottom side too, Freak. This is
there you go. I was right.
Hard push. There you go. I actually was hoping that they would go straight into the inhibitor turret. It is going to get the Rift Trail charge off regardless, and so never going to heal back up above the 33% mark. That that dent is going to last and is going to be a weak spot in the defenses there for CLG. Easy transition back down to the Dragon for Cloud9, as should be the case. They should never be giving up any neutral objectives or even be giving CLG many of their own camps. This is what you want to do when you move in and cut off some of these transition routes. Even Finn here, if he even landed the bear trap on a rope, maybe Fudge had to pull out some evasive maneuvers because the rest of CLG were heading through the jungle, but no real points of caution here necessary for Cloud9.
Alrighty, 7,000 gold lead right now. I think we've all had this game where we think back and we're like, how did we ever lose this from this point in time? I've had those games where we're up 7K at 18 minutes and somehow leave it away. So for all of those of us who have thrown, let's just watch C9 keep control the rest of the game.
Yes. Very calm and collected play. That's what we expect.
Yeah, exactly.
So I have a question for you because I have actually had one of these games where playing Viego and my team is just stomping so hard that I don't want to steal any of these poor people's souls because their items are trash and they're so weak. So when I get kills and resets on Viego, I just instantly use my ultimate again. That's the only reason I'm picking up the soul for the heal and then instantly ulting again.
Great.
This isn't quite that level of stomp because, you know, if you pick up a Lucian, you get an extra dash there. There are definitely useful things in the kit, but have you played enough Viego to have those types of stomps where you're just like, get this body off me. I'm only using it for the reset quick.
I played a lot of Viego on release, actually. I had a good time with him, but I was never the guy who was, well, I guess 1-1-1 with the lowest CS in your team actually is me. So yeah, I've been Fudge in the Viego game where I'm just getting dragged over the line. And, you know, for what it's worth, Finn is about of equal power level. I would say Demonte's Lucian.
This game is not to that level.
Yeah, okay, right. You did say that. You did say that. I've been in those situations, yes, to a certain degree. That one I'll give you.
CLG here, you can see nice vision toggle by the observers to show how difficult it is at this point. Since you're so far behind, you don't have a lot of options. You don't have great vision checking mechanics. Your team is fairly short ranged, very all-in dive focused. They're not great at peeling back, and so your hope is a mistake from Cloud9 opens up an opportunity for you to use your Kled ultimate and charge forward. You just kind of have to throw that Hail Mary play, hope for the best. With the little information that you have, maybe the Cloud9 members are going to be spread out enough that you can pull off a very quick kill and try and snowball some team fight power that way by numbers advantage and by small positioning errors. But it makes it very difficult even to scrounge together.
Here we go. Flash, ult, who's gonna find it? It's Demonte flashing the wall, but poor Smoothie got caught in the crossfire, knocked up along the way. Out goes CLG again.
Okay, well, yep, that's dash, Gale Force, and flash used, and Smoothie can't get out of the way, so the ultimate still ticks forward, and Cloud9 get a kill regardless. That's going to mean more destruction, more towers killed, more jungle camps stolen.
And in 2 minutes, Dragon at number 3 on the docket for Cloud9. Put them at soul point. Mid lane under fire right now. They're going to drop to about half HP from explosive charge. Big damage. Brock's stunned, walks away, stays alive. Finn wants in. They're going to try for it, but the turret's already gone. Is it going to be enough? Already dismounted, though. Kled and Skarl now separated. Huge stun from Perks on a double. Goes in for the jungle. There we go. Chasing in. A flash for a third. Looking for Wild Turtle. Can't get over the wall. Nice kill for Perks. And a tower dive. Fudge gets himself the Monte's corpse. And now the knockdown. Finn. Fudge ults. Oh, he's so low. Remounting again is Finn, and now mid lane can be attacked. So another 4 for 0, and Blabber remains deathless in search of a worthy foe.
Thank you, team. They actually are able to get Fudge out alive off the back of it. Sven and Perks are there, each dividing and conquering here. 1 lane apiece. Both inhibitors turrets taken, although they leave the inhibitors standing. So they don't have the extra pushing from super minions. Easy reset over to the Baron area. Plus, there's 2 exposed lanes to go after. I mean, all the options are there for Cloud9. They can easily draw out CLG and then just turn on them. As we mentioned, they have very few great vision checking tools for CLG, which makes them great pick opportunities for Cloud9.
Sven's a big boy. Sees a 1v2. He's like, yeah, I'm high level than you, Brock.
Is he the tallest in the LCS?
I don't know.
Fudge is very tall, too.
I think Sven's taller.
That's what I'm thinking, too. I would venture the guess that Sven is actually the tallest in the LCS.
Look at him sitting down right now, which is an imperfect
Oh, wait, Alfari, dude.
Alfari's, I think Sven's taller than Alfari. Yeah.
We'll have to have.
That'll be a future scientific experiment now. Finn hits some minions, walks away. Careful with the anchor, not going to go for it. I guess diving a Kled is not the best play. So down goes the wave. Now, though, without the turret in range, sure, go for it again.
He's going to be dismounted already. And Freak, you know what the most tragic thing about the last engage, and was going to wait for a replay, but honestly, we don't need a recap of it.
We don't.
It really looks so last-ditch effort because it came right after Diana's E was just interrupted. You know, you saw Perks with the knockback interrupt Roxa's E, so there's no dash there to follow up on Kled, but then Kled goes in all by himself, gets dismounted because all of Cloud9 can focus fire him, and the focus dive isn't there.
Finn wants in. Goodbye, Vulcan, though, tanks the dive, puts Aftershock on, big damage, dismounted again. Finn is out, ulti on cooldown, but traded for Vulcans. Not the worst thing ever, waiting for the wombo that might come from CLG. Rank 2 ult out of Broxa. Has a rocket belt and nothing else. It's a pretty poor Diana, sadly. We'll see now as we push in yet again for the top inhibitor turret. 13-2 in kills. Turret gonna fall. Here comes the push on the bottom side. Big damage. Perks is down. 1 for 0. Diana follows up. Will they find a kill? No, Blabber is dominating. And now it's time to run away again. Smoothie is on the way out, but a second kill comes across now for both sides. CLG, Signs of Life, find an equal numbered fight.
And they need the focus fire there from CLG. Everybody engaged at the same time. Really good flank there by Smoothie. Rakan, he finds Perks. They take down one of the carries in the opener. And even with Blabber answering and Cloud9 getting 2 back for themselves, you have to say any sort of even trade on kills, even trade on gold is going to be a dream scenario when you're in a pit this large for CLG. If they're going to make one of these big Hail Mary last-ditch effort plays, though, towards, you know, Dragon Soul, I say definitely give this one up. You know, make your big all-in effort at a larger objective, either Baron or actual Dragon Soul fight. They're going to need that coordination so that it's not just Finn going in, you know, frontline on the Kled, immediately getting dismounted and having to jump out. Have the Diana plus the Rakan plus the Kled all at the same time, possibly from different angles, putting that pressure on. And as you can see, they do have the capability of taking down some of these carries. It is possible, even though they are so far out-itemized at this point.
Yeah, 11,000 if you round, maybe 12,000 gold down. It's a really, really tough look. Yeah, this one is difficult to win, some might say. As Cloud9 keep the pressure on. They know they've got the easy fallback of Dragon Soul in 4 minutes. I feel like they do something more than just wait until that point happens. But okay, you clear out the jungle. They can leave Krugs up right now, but they're going to take away all the golden XP they can, deny extra sources of income from CLG, and keep the pressure on.
It kind of feels like this one is, at least in hindsight, feels like a stat padding game for Blabber's Olaf. He's like, you know what? I've already got over 90% win rate on this champion. I've only lost a single game. And it starts out with their bottom lane sets him up with a double kill after a full clear route and just the most efficient ever.
So it's more than a full clear. He took 3 chickens.
It's this, yeah, exactly. It's this turbocharged Blabber Olaf with GA plus Steric Score Drinker. You cannot kill him. No. Plus his massive damage output with the decent damage that he's got to threaten as well. And Cloud9 are just going to lead the charge once again, relying on one of their oldest and truest success stories, the Blabber Olaf early offensive play for themselves. Now they've fully cleared out the red quadrant of the jungle, though CLG do have some sneaky wards by the entrance of Baron.
They've got vision, so is that going to be enough? They need more superheroes to knock down Cloud9. Down to 3K. Kled ults in, coming around, and they're going to wait. Do not want to risk this fight. Blabber just tanks the ulti, but they cannot find the anchor toss. Finn immediately dashed away. Now has to flash the wall as well. Blabber still wants in. Dodges some of the cooling, but not a ton. There's the flash of the wall. There's the fight. He's just dead. 1 for 0. Find the second in a second, but no, Smoothie just barely out of the way. There's the chase, and there's the follow through. Double kill in for the Blabber Fish, and looks like he wants a third. It will only be 2 for Blabber. There's the third at the very end. There's the ace.
Blabber saying, I'm rubber, you're glue. Whatever you say bounces off of me and sticks to you. Did you see that Kled ultimate just immediately bounce off and turn around? CLG are dead, and Cloud9 are on the Nexus.
Good job, Cloud9, the Bud Light ace to end it all. Finally, the death timers are long enough that those 5 kills are synchronized. 20-4, Cloud9 hope to restart the momentum as they climb back up the LCS, knocking down CLG.
Oh, they restarted it all right. Back to ground zero there for C9. Olaf is back. Blabber is back. But really, to me, early awards to the bottom lane. Sven and Vulcan. I credit so much for Sven and Vulcan. Burning the flash from Wild Turtle, then landing that hook on the gank was critical. That started the entire snowball. So I'm thinking my player of the game is actually going to Vulcan.
Me too.
No McDonald's for him in the future. I don't see
Okay.
it. He's going to remain top support in the league here. One of the best.
Yeah, looked good. I will say, yeah, sure, for every good play, there's a mistake somewhere else. I don't think with all the information that Smoothie had, he should have walked all the way into Tri-Brush. Didn't have enough bot pressure to be safe from Nautilus. Knows what Olaf pass looked like absolutely knows he went Raptors top side, so he's down towards bottom jungle. Like, yes, Diana's hitting Scuttle, but like, you're face checking a possible ult, put this ward down. Just ward the river and back off. Like, I think that's a mistake for sure. It snowballed. Again, a great hook from Vulcan, a great follow through from Blabber. That was all well done, but it still feels like a lot of CLG's losses are as much their fault as their opponents playing well, which is disheartening to see, but that's where the snowball started, was overstepping, both players failing to dodge any skill shots, and okay, double kill after the races. So
Yeah,
that's
well,
rough.
you don't end up at the bottom without it being partially your fault.
That's true. That's absolutely true. Well, it is sadly another loss for CLG, but we'll see them again tomorrow. We are heading into a break, but on the other side, we're joining Tigris and Sven, I believe our tallest player, on stage for our Verizon post-game interview.
I slowed him. Q in one.
Welcome back to the LCS. After a dominating Cloud9 performance against CLG, I am joined by bot laner Sven. What were you all focusing on as a team after the past couple defeats to ensure that it was a win today?
There's like a few. I mean, there's a lot of things for us to focus on. We have a lot of problems right now as a team, from drafting to play. So it's not like one single thing. There's a lot of things we need to work on, and we're just like really bad right now. So I'm not sure how to answer that question. There's like too many things to mention.
Well, it is kind of difficult when you have a lot going on. I know Fudge had mentioned it in his TGI interview as well. So from a team perspective, is there anything that you are doing to try and kind of streamline, or you even individually, just to be able to keep that focus when there is so much hectic stuff going on the team?
I think we had a slow start when, the whole off-season stuff happened, but I think we're, at least in scrims, we're showing improvement, and I think that our game yesterday was not very a good showing of our actual skill level. I think we're getting there slowly. I think that come playoffs, we'll be a good team, so I feel like we're doing some good improvement slowly. It doesn't show on stage, at least not yesterday, but I think we'll get there.
Yeah, and I don't think anybody doubts that. Obviously, a lot of very strong individual players that have performed well collectively. You as an individual, how does this kind of affect you mentally? Are you able to block off those defeats knowing that you're going to be able to bring it in for playoffs, or do you feel that it has some kind of effect?
I mean, it always sucks to like lose to, IMT and teams that you shouldn't lose to, but I think that a loss to FlyQuest and IMT were kind of depressing in a way, losing to teams you should beat every time, 10 games out of 10 games, but it's best of one. It is what it is, and I think that mistakes were made, and I'll be honest, I think that in playoffs, if we play against IMT or FlyQuest for whatever, then we will just 2-0 them, and I don't have any doubt in my mind that that's going to happen, but our performances in best of ones have been really bad, so there's that.
Well, and you do have a few more games to get to. I mean, today it was great seeing you and Vulcan working together so cohesively for the victory. You're facing off against a surging GG next. Do you have any thoughts into that matchup, especially considering Stixxay recently having a great performance on the Kalista?
I mean, I think we can't lose to Golden Guardians because they can only beat good teams, so I think we're fine.
That's an interesting take I have never heard before, Sven. Appreciate you and your honesty here on the stage. Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, thank you.
We do have more LCS to come. I can hear Freak laughing about it in the back. We are going to kick it to a break, but on the other side, the analyst desk will get you right and ready for TL to take on 100 Thieves. See you there.
Hey, I didn't order any pizza.
Jake from State Farm. After you saved me so much dough on insurance with that Parker promo, I devised a promo for you.
Here's the deal, Parker. State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
Yeah, right. Pepperoni pockets, an atomic brownie, cuckoo crusty.
There's no promo, it's just great rates.
And a cider ranch. You're the man.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Welcome back to the LCS for Game 2 of the day, where Team Liquid are going to face off against 100 Thieves. And I'm definitely wondering how they will stack up against one of our top teams in 100 Thieves. However, that said, 100 Thieves most recently taking a few hits, 1-3 in their last 4. Meanwhile, TL looks to maybe find some consistency finally, with Alfari remaining in the lineup.
TL is consistent in that they only beat teams lower than them in the standings. So
hey, that's the point of consistency. Meanwhile, 100 Thieves is throwing away upsets.
Exactly. So if 100 Thieves can prove that they're no longer a top team and be like, all right, we're actually middle of the pack right now.
Hopefully that's not what they're trying to prove here, Crumbs.
Well, that's what TL wants, because they clearly
TL is trying to prove. Come on, 100 Thieves. All right, boys, let's gather up. We're going to go out there today. We were looking for mediocrity.
Love it.
No big CS advantages. Don't be first to the objectives. All right, 100 Thieves on 3.
At closer, don't you dare gank.
Right. But what about Alfari's return? Again, it's kind of been like intermittent. He came back for a day, got subbed out, but he cheekily tweeted out last night that he survived the Friday and he's back in on Saturday. Signs pointing to good here. Is TL even going to return to Spring Split form at least?
I think they will.
Okay.
Look, they've had so much change, between Jat stepping down and then Armeo and Santorin swap and then Alfari and Jenkins swap. I think now that they have Alfari back into the mix, they can focus on what I think made them so good last split, which is getting lanes advantages through top. And Jensen even talked about in his interview, hey, we're just going to focus on top because Alfari is one of the best laners in the league. Yeah, it'll take a little while to get on that page because they've had to shift their style around. When they're playing with Jenkins, they were not playing a top-focused style at all. But I think over the next 3 weeks, TL fans are going to be able to see this team start to reestablish itself as a top team.
I mean, it's interesting. Like, I definitely think there is time for that to happen. I don't think it will happen because I also think that TL's level in spring is a high bar, right? They were 1 game away from being champions. So if that is your bar, it's going to finals, having an extremely competitive series, and that's even with a sub. So it's like, to me, the fact that they've actually lost Santorin, Armeo, I think he has played well. I don't think he is as good as Santorin. And to me, a lot of the dominance in spring was about Alfari and Santorin working that well together. And I just think it's tough when you've had this much drama surrounding a team to play at that highest level and to kind of like drown out all the noise.
So that's interesting that you think that's not the case, right? Because if we look at the rest of the league, besides 100 Thieves, no one looks that scary.
FlyQuest Academy.
FlyQuest. No way.
EG's won 8 of their last 9.
And they lost.
FlyQuest, they lost 1 game in their last 9. FlyQuest has won 4 in a row. Golden Guardians is 3 out of their last 4. It's like, and you also still have the other teams that are expected performers like TSM and C9. So I'm not saying that TL is going to be a bad team. I'm not saying they're not going to be playoffs. But if I'm setting the bar at spring, that is making it to the finals and almost winning or winning. And I don't think they're going to get there.
I just want to give Crumbs an opportunity.
Yeah, I also think the fact that we just saw Alfari have a great win yesterday, but it was against CLG. Look at what C9 just did to them today. That game should not count as something that we can use. Like,
they're dunking on preschoolers.
Exactly. No joke. That seems to be what's happening. So they also struggled with Alfari last week, right?
Sorry,
there was a lot. There was a lot of
sorry.
misplays around the Rift Herald as a team.
It must be rough. It must be rough.
Like, TL has so much to work on that just adding Alfari is not going to miraculously solve your game because you're not going to get such a crazy advantage from the laning phase against all these teams.
Okay, hold.
Final point.
So besides the dunking on CLG, which I'm going to ignore for now, all right? So the question is TL going to get to that level by the end of the split? And yeah, I agree with you. Right now, EG is probably the better team. Right? But when we talk about over 3 weeks, do we think EG is going to fix their consistent throwing late game? Do we think that they're going to have a more consistent early game so to be able to run over a team like TL that has one of the best top laners in the league? Do we think that FlyQuest is going to maintain the level that they have right now? I think it's less likely. So when I look at teams like C9, yeah, okay, I think C9 is going to hit form by the time playoffs come around. But I think TL is right up in that conversation for top 3.
I mean, it's interesting, right? Because the way I look at a proposition like that is I think 100 Thieves is for sure better, and then you're basically giving me the field versus TL, right? Because to me, it's like you've got to make finals. And I will take the field here for sure, because you're giving me, GG, Fly, EG, TSM, and C9.
Well, I want to continue this conversation, but jump on the point you just made about 100 Thieves, which is that you still look at them kind of above the rest. And I did have the curiosity coming in today, given the fact that they're 1-3 in their last 4, coming off of one of the best win streaks prior to that in this split, and looking very much like the best team. They went from a middling team to this is a title contender, if not a favorite for the championship. A lot of us saying top 3, not making it would be a failure and a disappointment. Where are we now? Are they still top dog? Is the expectation that they really are that far ahead? And if not, how can they regain our confidence in a game like they have today?
I lost a lot of confidence in 100 Thieves, and I think partially was their strength, which was a lot of experimentation with the draft that initially was on the right track. The Karma, the Akalis for Abidage were super relevant to the meta. As it's continued to shift, they continue to try to innovate, being the leaders of the pack. They faltered. Now they're losing games against teams that are trying to outdraft them. Yesterday's loss against Dig was a stomp.
Take a look at these stats, too. This is comparing weeks 1 through 5 of the split to weeks 6 and the first game of week 7. Again, talking about that downturn for 100 Thieves, kind of across the board, you see the stats taking a severe tank.
Yeah. So when I look at this and I look at the drop-off in performance, I think it's actually a byproduct of experimentation, right?
Yeah.
When we look at the game that they lost against GG, they were drafting Yasuo and Solution. You know, I could see the theory for why that was something that was an attractive option for them. But I can also see it's a hard draft to run, right? And you're going to lose some of those games. So when I think of 100 Thieves, I think of a team that has so many different styles. They don't need to hone in on anything in particular yet. And I think by the time playoffs come around, once they figured out, okay, we have a few set styles that we know really work for us, they're just going to lock that in, and they're going to look like one of the best teams again.
I think that really just colors how the earlier wins were also a product of the fact that they had a really strong meta read at the start, and now suddenly they don't.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're going to be, on form come playoffs. I agree with Kaizen. I think it's experimentation. We saw Tom Kench, the new Tom Kench with Aphelios. I don't think it's a good defensive pairing with it, but I think they're going to be back to their winning ways here soon.
Well, 2 of our top teams, without a doubt, looking to compete and make the case for being the ultimate top dog as we move towards the postseason picture. From here, we're going back out to the arena for the call on TL versus 100 Thieves.
Thank you very much, and welcome back to the show. This is going to be a really exciting battle, honestly. What's up, Kobe? I like the clap finger guns.
I knew you would.
Yeah.
Freaks, you're a fan of any sort of extra mana. Right?
I'm easily distracted and entertained. I'm still childlike in my wonder about the world.
Yeah, that's definitely for sure.
Yeah.
You're definitely still childlike.
Set up on a tee for you, Kobe. you hit it.
Small update on the tallest player in the LCS, because I was just backstage with Team Liquid while they're getting ready. Alfari's like, are you kidding me? Sven is no competition for tallest in the LCS.
Okay.
Maybe Fudge, though.
Okay.
So we need a back-to-back with Fudge and Alfari to really determine who is the tallest.
Well, then they got to both make it to the LCS Championship in a couple of weeks, go to New Jersey. We can just put him up there as the promo. I can see him in real life adjacent.
We can get some American Gladiator style course
great.
for them to
yes.
as well.
That sounds absolutely wonderful. So here we go. Team Liquid and 100 Thieves, 2 of the toppest dogs in the LCS. I made it up. I love it too.
There is definitely nobody on 100 Thieves that's even close to as tall as him.
No,
so.
that's true.
The height diff is here.
That's true. But 100 Thieves, they are still the #1 team in the regular season right now, even carrying over a lackluster record from spring. They have been by far the most dominant team across the summer split and are still holding on to the #1 spot. TL on the other side, though, it has been somewhat shaky, only 2 games behind, though, right now. And now that they have locked in, okay, for sure, it's Alfari every game. No sign of Santorin coming back anytime soon. This is their starting 5 for probably the rest of the year is my bet.
Yeah.
Let's see now how much they can get done with a dominant top side, because they've got it here.
And it makes a lot of sense to me, because when you're rotating out different players, especially for a top lane that you can have wildly different play styles and it requires the team to play differently, it's going to split your practice time. You kind of have to do overtime to really get to that same level. And approaching the end of the season, you really do need to focus on these small improvements. If you're looking also at just the most recent game scores, while 100 Thieves is still at the top of the league, in the last 4 games, they have dropped 3 of them. Yes, they have had pretty strong competitors, Evil Geniuses, TSM, types of things going on here. It has looked a little bit, people have been a little bit more cautious. I still think the confidence is there. I'm certainly very confident in Lee Sin currently as one of the extremely powerful jungle picks. The timer there going down to the very last second before he finally locks it in. But I just really feel like there's so many possibilities here to get aggressive early on. And especially since Diana is the default for most teams, you have some leeway and some windows here in the early game. Team Liquid with the early lock in there for Diana, you know, looking across. You still have things like the Lucian up to try and play off of differing damage types and lane prio. So we'll see. 100 Thieves have a lot of play-making ability locked in very quickly here.
Yep.
Varus, one of the rare ones from bottom lane 2 for FBI to be able to have some lane priority as well as some CC setup.
Yeah, could have Huhi reprise his Tom Kench role as well. You know, long-standing lane of Varus Tom Kench. Obviously, Devour now on the ultimate makes it different, but still played it last time. Didn't quite win, but you know, whatever. Lucian, Renekton coming across as we, of course, what would you expect when you have Diana jungle? You're looking at AD soul lanes. There you go. Renekton top, Lucian mid. And regardless of matchup, right? They're like, look, we're blinding both of these. Lee Sin is likely a jungler. Play what you want. We're winning these lanes anyway.
Yeah, Alfari plus Armero on Renekton plus Diana is a 2v2 that is extremely scary, especially since last game around, we just saw Team Liquid play so incredibly hard to the top side, probably harder than we've seen any team this split, definitely, maybe even in multiple splits, play to the top side of the map with Core JJ basically camping up there for the first 10 minutes of the game and not willing to back down. So Team Liquid already showed with Alfari as the primary starter, they're very willing to spend so many resources up there. And when you lock in an early Renekton, definitely could be the case. Meanwhile, I love it. Abadaga grabs the LeBlanc, throwing down there with Jensen in the mid lane versus Illusion. This LeBlanc plus Lee Sin, I still want to see it combine for when we keep talking up of the early playmaking abilities. LeBlanc just dash in, get the chain, set up the Lee Sin to land the guaranteed Qs and combine for early lane pressure towards mid jungle that then gets to roam to those side lanes and affect the other matchups.
All right, Nautilus off the board. Dr. Mundo banned as a very common answer to Renekton. I don't say necessarily counter, but a strong answer. You can withstand the lane and then really outscale.
Yeah.
Exactly. Outscaling is an appreciated skill in League of Legends. Just take the 5 CS deficit in lane and then just win in team fights. But definitely a strong one. Good to see players who can do that. Aphelios off the table as they didn't put in a Thresh ban instead. Just no. Just get rid of the hyperscalers down there. Or other good late game options if you want them, but no Aphelios this time around. Leona also kicked off. 100 Thieves get first dibs on a support, but they also know their matchups. Tom Kench, I really do like as a top laner, by the way. I think he's pretty good into Renekton.
He's very good into so many melee matchups actually, just because he's so beefy now with the Q damage, with the trading ability that he currently has, and honestly has good setups for jungles too. If you can, you know, slip into the lane brush over and over. Not going to be the case here though, as the Thresh is picked up here in conjunction with the Varus. That's why they didn't ban it out. They just banned out the Aphelios from the side for Team Liquid because Huhi wants his hands on it.
I think there's a Ziggs angle here. Probably not going for it. Looks like Xayah may indeed be locked in and is. Certainly, okay, could put the Rakan alongside as well, sure. Obviously, you can dodge away the hooks and whatnot, but you're not dodging the biggest things. Like, this is not the most dire need for a Xayah. You're not against like a Hecarim or a Malphite or something where you can really block a huge spell with the Feather Storm, but this does give you pretty good early dueling. The 2-on-2 can be solid. And obviously, Xayah can put out really, really good damage against slow melee compositions. So now, Someday, what champ are you on? Goes Ornn for the raw teamfight. Actually gives Xayah a decent spell to dodge, but does give good teamfight power, as now you've got some engage tools in the top lane.
Yeah, I like this. You know, via the Mundo ban, trying to ban away some of the outscale, some of the defensive play on top, because Team Liquid really want to press that to the maximum. Someday still goes with, okay, another tank option for top side. Outscale is going to be able to upgrade items for teammates later, and as you mentioned, very good for team fight. Actually makes it very difficult sometimes for Diana and Renekton to play those team fights later as the melee all-in that they are. I, though, am a super big fan of Tactical Core JJ, Xayah Rakan, as always. They play it very aggressively in lane, and that's what I like to see with the Lovers duo.
Alrighty, Team Liquid. Aggression in a lot of places. Bot 2-on-2 can look good. They got full counter pick on that lane. Renekton and Lucian highly prized for their lane dominance as well. So TL want to get out to the races. They are up against 100 Thieves, though, the strongest team record-wise in the LCS. Welcome back to Summoner's Rift. Team Liquid and 100 Thieves are doing battle today. 100 Thieves looking to break a loss streak. TL, the only team not to be upset yesterday, at least based on standings. Can that streak continue? Abadaga says, today we back. That is not proper grammar, by the way, but I'll forgive you.
The desk was asking, who's the top dog? It's Abadaga.
Yes.
There you go, freak. Right into it. He's into the side lane brush, too. Nothing really going to come of this except a little bit of early intel. You can see Armeo walking around through the river. Maybe they get some collapse here.
Knows where closer is.
Call it someday over. I want to see.
Jensen's going to find him, though. Okay, a little bit of damage towards Diana, but yeah, they're jumping out of this one. There's no way to finish the kill. There's not enough CC on the TL side, but it does mean they get to walk in aggressively. Closer should have spotted that trinket ward. Knows that if he starts red, that is information given away. Can get off that in time for a second camp, but we'll see how that one turns up over time. If you want to watch Ornn in lane, though, you got a free preview matchup. Top lane, Alfari has been top diffing most of the league every year he plays, in every league he plays. Now up against Someday.
And last time around, if you were watching top lane pro view, you would have seen a lot of the support of the jungle of the mid lane from Team Liquid too, as there were so many roams up there. I don't know if they actually want to try and commit as many resources this time around, because unless you successfully actually get the dive off on Ornn and can deny the minion waves and can really pressure that tower, it's gonna be kind of working against a wall up there. Someday's goal right now, not lose much health. You see he's gone with the Doran Shield potion here, so should be able to survive no problem. Continue building his items in lane, not giving up much health, while Closer goes for the quick transition. There was a ward on his red, plus by both jungle entrances, but he just hops over the back of the Baron pit instead to go for the steal away on the blue here, taking away some of Diana's route, upsetting the full clear trade.
Yeah, pretty smart right now. They'd expect he's just going towards Krug's topside. Huge damage to core JJ. Exhaust has absolutely nothing, though. Might have wished to get Ignite.
Alfari found that the Krugs are still there, so Team Liquid should...
Oh, damage, though. Alfari has flash, but will not get to burn it, and first blood already topside.
It's so smart by Closer because, you know, jumping over the back of the pit is the only area that isn't warded, with the other three used and stealing away blue. Alfari on Renekton, you push up always on this wave. You try and go check enemy camp. They find that Krugs is not there. They think that he's just skipped over the other way, and with the Lee Sin, those windows, freak, we're talking about in the early game to try and take advantage of early playmaking.
Yep.
It does work out for him, and you still have not sacrificed a tremendous amount. Yes, your Raptors get counter jungled there. I think it's well done by Armeo. Now they actually don't want to let it just stop at the Raptor counter jungle. They want to push Someday off the wave as well.
Closer knows to be afraid. Knew his Raptors were gone. So he's like, Armeo's topside, looks for a brush. Now he's going to be in a 2v3. Someday, how long can he lift? He becomes in early, but the burst damage is too much. Beautiful. Jensen finds himself the kill, but how about the rest? Abadaga cannot get much more than the chain. He's got to be careful. Jumps back. Lee Sin Q's not going to get much more. Goodbye, Jensen, to stand up and tank that, so Armeo could not be attacked. A safe TP now to come through for Ornn. A fast trade of kills between these teams.
Beautiful stun there with the Renekton empowered. Extra rage coming through. They get the kill off, so Someday does not W it. He cannot get his charge off. He cannot survive to use his flash. No, nothing. That was surgical, and it needed to be. 100 Thieves had defenses in place. If Someday is able to W the stun,
he does, but
he did yeah, I guess it was a little early though.
No, this is how that works.
Oh, yeah. He got it off, but still unable to get the charge off afterwards or flash or anything because in the animation. So well done by Team Liquid to finish off the dive there before the defenses get in place.
Yeah, for those who don't know the mechanic, like, you are unstoppable during Orn W, that is true, but you don't, it's not a cleanse.
You can't do anything else.
Well, yeah, but it's also not a cleanse. Like, if you're stunned, you're still stunned. Like, nothing changes. You're immune to Lee Sin kick, you're immune to, you know, moving because of fears, but you are still stunned, and when you finish the W, you are still stunned, and you can no longer charge into the wall until that stun wears off. Again, it's not a cleanse, it's not Olaf ult or anything like that, so functionally it's no different. Except for immuning some kind of knockback.
Except for, yeah, so instead of being stunned and not doing anything, you're stunned and doing your W.
Right, you know, like casting Ezreal ult when a hook's coming at you and things like that, right? Yeah. Like, it is good to get something done, that's why players do it, but yeah, it is not going to prevent the stun from happening in the first place. And so that's why, yeah, the boy can't dash into a wall, and it's a very good dive by Team Liquid, well coordinated by Alfari, Armeo, and Jensen. 1-1 on the scoreboard, 400 gold lead to Team Liquid, as Diana is up about 2 camps on closer. The mid laners trading back and forth, but a huge lead to Jensen in that lane as the bot lanes keep fighting and looking pretty good for who. He's landed several great hooks and flays on a core JJ. End of the day, 10 CS lead for FBI as a result.
Yeah, I guess I'm just not used to stuns lasting longer than the W.
Renekton W lasts real long.
It's like, wow, he's still stunned. That's why Renekton is such a good laner to dive with.
I guess 2.25. It's really long.
It's like, you know what? That is a super long one. On the bottom side, JJ. He sets him up for the root.
Early Summoner Heal by FBI, expected to be ignited and didn't want to lose all the credit. Oh my word, the damage! Core couldn't even flash it. Just got shot down in the back. 100 Thieves get a 2-1-2 kill. There's the stun. They finally autos him back. These top laners still fighting as well. 15 CS lead to Alfari. And here come the reinforcements. Armeo, thankfully for 100 Thieves, he's hatched an award. They got to win this one. Level 6 Ornn is hard to kill. But maybe they can kind of sequester closer, has to ward hop, or I guess minion hop away. Jensen now here as well, also on a ward, but it does mean Sunday gets the wave, and it's going to be Alfari getting a very easy recall if he wants it here.
Team Liquid are a top lane team with Alfari in as permanent top laner, Freak. Trying to zone out closer to avoid him from helping out Someday, who is now level 6 and still has Flash. When Ornn has level 6 and Flash, it makes it very easy to try and avoid people interrupting your second activation. You can flash over to your ultimate to make sure you can try and get the stun part off of it, and that dive gets very risky. It gets a little bit dirty there for Team Liquid, so they don't go for the dive. They actually just take away the jungle resources here at no cost to them.
Well, they denied, I think, the back half of Krugs, which is the valuable part of Krugs. Those had to leave the camp as Diana showed up. Both supports walked up. Mid lane got kind of left alone for a little while as both of those guys went over as well. And the gold lead remains about 200. Someday the XP lead because the mid laners are leaving, and Diana keeps sharing Renekton's XP. So, you know, some days at least afloat up there. As the bot lane still feels decent. Early serrated dirt comes under FBI, plus a tier. That is a beautiful recall on a Varus. That feels amazing. So those are great components. See if that can have even more happen now. If Thieves can find some more lethal damage.
Yeah, he just gets to keep on spamming out the harassment. You see Wildcore JJ roaming up through the river to get the vision. Just trying to snag some CS with the Q. Able to do that. No extra opening given up for Huhi to make a huge play there. He still has Flash. Plenty of summoners available on bottom side for both sides here to try and create something in preparation for the Dragon. Already 8 minutes in, but we still haven't seen big move from the LeBlanc from mid lane from Abadaga. If you can get closer, go gank, or even just pressure the minion wave there, help him push out, that would be so big for 100 Thieves, who have very often been super bottom lane focused, and in this game with this champ select have got to be. With Someday on the Ornn on top side, they need to unlock this LeBlanc with Lee Sin and go make plays off of level 6 Varus here. FBI already doing so much work in the 2v2 there with Huhi, so they're doing their part in trying to set up an opportunity. And the goals, the arrows, they're all pointing down towards that side of the map for 100 Thieves.
Games remained fairly flat, though, still about 300 to 400 gold apart. That hasn't moved much over the last several minutes. As Closer sneaks in with Abadaga and wants to find him on the way back over. Not seen yet. Now on the ward, or sorry, on the wave. Q, are they going to get the chains? Here we go. Abbedagge walks up. He can bring in Lee Sin with him. Gets the dash out, gets the chain. This could be a kill. W in, but the flash. If Jensen didn't flash, I think he was always dead to the Lee Sin combo. A good setup by Abbedagge, but good by Jensen to realize what was going on.
Yep. As soon as he sees Lee Sin, then he has to flash. If it's just Abbedagge, just the LeBlanc, he can just tank it there under tower. But top side,
this is a 2 versus 3. They're going to find the first stun onto Alfari. The second charge, nice sidestep to get away. But be careful, if Closer finds himself a ward hop kick flash, that is probably Renekton. Cannot find it, does not go for the big play, just the dash out.
And that play is in preparation for the Herald. That's why they go for this here, Freak. Big chunk out onto Alfari, now 50% health for the Renekton. Move him out of the river, full priority gain by 100 Thieves. They have the reset up to topside, but so do Team Liquid, and teleports are being used. Alfari's got his teleport too, but the channel's going to take a while, and I think that Rift Herald will die before he gets to use it.
Is smiteable, but how about the rest of the fight? Someone's got to grab the eye. There's a lantern up. Yeah. Really clean exit now, and Alfari's teleport will not get almost anything done. There's no way this fight works.
The timing windows here and why you go for these aggressive setup plays before committing on this Rift Herald, it's all earned there. You know, with the extra time for Alfari having to recall, teleport channel coming in, Rift Herald is already DPS down. FBI remains the richest person in the game off their bottom lane success, and since Team Liquid tried to answer, bringing their bottom lane up, Tactical Core JJ did not get to shove those extra minion waves on bottom side into the turret. They did not get that extra golden experience in payment for this Rift Herald. And it is a heist pulled off by 100 Thieves where Team Liquid have been focusing on top side, and yet they steal away one of the crux of top lane focus, which is the objective of early first Rift Herald, one of the biggest rewards on that side of the map. Someday, got to get out of there.
Yeah, saw the edge of a model, knew he was probably in danger, still stunned, still knocked up, nowhere to go, charmed, flashes finally the kill comes across, barely they will leave the top laner alive as they kill Someday, and that is a wave being lost as Tactical goes to collect some turret plates.
Weak side play, Freak.
Yep.
Fishing around, trying to get some vision through the jungle, and yet while he's going on the vision mission, runs into the entire rest of the team. Kill secured there for Team Liquid, though ideal scenario, yeah, they would have liked to combine it with the Rift Herald, then you get super big payment. Seems like they still will be, chipping away at this top tower. Tactical gets it down to 2 plates remaining there. With the Rift Herald, though, on the other side, it means that 100 Thieves will be able to get the dragon, as well as chunking this one down. Pop the Rift Herald. Guess what? First turret has been bought and paid for by the top play that they pulled off a minute ago.
So a good rule of thumb for anyone playing at home, generally as you kill the second plate, just summon it there and you'll kill the third. Herald will always kill the last 2 for you, and there we go, a bit of damage coming across, a big stun, the kickback, and execution, and Armeo is down. Next one up, though, going to be a defensive stun out of Alfari, not quite in turret range, though Closer won't take any more damage. They can shepherd in the Herald, this should allow a charge, and again, these tier 2 turrets are worth, they can't get all the way in, they fall back. No extra damage, no potential gold earned.
And I want to further emphasize why we really want 100 Thieves to keep playing off this bottom side of the map, because you're so heavily rewarded. You get the first turret down here, with the Rift Herald. You also push them off. Picking off an extra kill is icing on the cake, but it means that Someday's Ornn got to push up this minion wave, and look at that. He's only a few CS behind Alfari now after so much top lane pressure. By virtue of pushing on the bottom side on your strong side play, you get the rewards there, and it opens up Someday to be able to just recoup on the top side. Very good layering of CC here, Freak. Huhi, Death Sentence, into the Flay, into the Varus ultimate, into the kick from Closer. Well executed by the 100 Thieves bottom side of the map, and this is what you want to see from the top teams in the league. Both of them playing off different sides, and 100 Thieves now pulling back ahead with their bottom focus.
So we can take a stock of what's happened on the map right now. 100 Thieves, of course, better with the neutral objectives. They got not only the first dragon, but the first Herald, which has been cashed in. Bot lane, 20 CS lead, and the turret, and all 5 plates. Top side for TL, 20 CS lead and 3 turret plates, and that keeps going on as well. But the big difference that hasn't been interacted with that much is how well Jensen is doing in mid right now. It feels like every year we ask, is this the year where you're the best mid laner in the LCS? And every single time someone shows up to take that crown, but right now he is heads and shoulders above Abbedagge in the mid lane.
Yep, pushing on the CS there for Lucian, doing wonders. Abbedagge looking for LeBlanc roam plays. hasn't really found a huge one. Does have teleport ready here, and Closer finishing up on this blue invade does get chased out as it is a full reset from Team Liquid here, and that's just good communication on the side of 100 Thieves. Hey, Alfari is out of bottom side. You know, we don't have eyes on the Renekton. He's probably roaming back up here, so don't risk anything extra. We saw yesterday Closer risking on invades when his teammates were not there. The lane's not pushing up, and it did cost 100 Thieves heavily, so they're trying to play more defensively here, being huddled up behind their tower on top side, and they won't lose anyone this time around, allowing someday, again, free time here for the Ornn. Guess what? You don't have to play to that Ornn to get him back in the game. You play away from him, and he gets uncontested minion waves up to the tower.
Top lane cleared back and forth. Ornn running back to mid now after shoving in the bottom lane as Diana is nearby, but Renekton's going to grab the actual golden XP out of that one. Mythic's coming in for several champions. 3 down on 100 Thieves. We've got 4, though, for Team Liquid, as again, huge lead for Jensen over Abadaga in the mid lane, near about 30 CS, 36 I believe is the count. Top lane turret will fall, money in Tactical and CoreJJ's pockets.
And as we start rotating around the map too, 100 Thieves funneling a lot of extra money into FBI. Now, FBI and Huhi earned their advantage in bottom lane, straight up 2v2, you know, getting the kill with their own extra CS lead too. Going to be interesting to see if they transition into a 4-1, because this is a pretty strong 4-1 here. If you have LeBlanc very mobile, now level 11 for Abadaga. Once he gets his rank 2 in his ultimate and completes Mythic here for possibly the Luden's Echo would be my hope. There we go. That's your best burst damage, your Sword Shoes, and your Luden's Echo level 11. This is the power spike where you start fishing around in side lanes in brush, looking to try and pop people, at least gain health chunk leads or flashes, if not full outright kills.
Alrighty, money in, as we can see. Yep, FBI, then Alfari and Jensen. Closer actually second place in the team. The Herald charge towards bot, of course, being part of that one for sure. Got a big chunk of gold from finishing the first turret down there, so not a huge surprise. And the 2 kills obviously adding up, but it means that there's only really a bunch of gold on one champ who scales that hard with the Varus, as now second Herald's being attacked by Team Liquid.
And really, it's what gold, ooh, as the play does miss, but the hook.
Big damage onto Renekton, holding the front line, boxes down. Ornn comes across, gonna find a stun, but not the kill into Armeo as he jumps right back. But decent poke damage out of Varus. Means TL getting a bit low, but the smite should be clean. They're gonna grab it. Armeo's gonna grab the Herald. Now Sony's gotta be careful, gets charmed, rooted, and just killed in front of the team. Is the rest of the team fight gonna be any good as Armeo finds Abadaga, gets chained up, nearly gonna die. One more auto will kill him. Hit him one more auto, finally gets it. The chain, the feathers, nearly finds it again. FBI on the way out. Looks like it's just a 1-for-1. Top for jungle, but FBI snipes from across the stream. This training's been good. And a 3rd kill follows in as well. Just like that, 100 Thieves win the battle.
All right, the 3 consecutive plays that made me seesaw effect there, Freak. Yeah. First one, Armeo goes in for the flash Diana play onto just the solo LeBlanc, and then gets a huge amount of return damage. Very scary area for him. We'll go over it here. Here's the very beginning of it, though. Alfari chasing off Closer does mean they collapse on the Renekton. Don't get your flay, but do get your death sentence hook, allowing some early health lead and chunking down the front line. He flashes away from the ult, but Armeo gets hit by it. A little bit of chunk there, but the real big one starts to come in the aftermath. Someday, very deep on the front line here versus Team Liquid, gets focused down, chunked out. And then it's the kind of the return. Rakan goes in while Armeo goes for a solo Diana ultimate on just Abadaga. You see he almost gets just immediately solo killed, but he runs into the brush trying to get out of vision. Tactical saves it for Team Liquid there, trying to flash through it with a big blade collar, but then it's saved the other way by FBI. That is insane, massive damage there with the execution. Tap your W's, my friends. And get the execution for the FBI. Q comes through for the snipe.
I'll be honest, I'm sad to see Tactical not get the kill because the flash blade collar was so really good.
It was.
But Abadaga was fast enough to be like, oh, and just hits W and gets back and distortions away, because that was definitely him dead if he did not see that one in time. So smart play answered by smart play, and it means 100 Thieves have an 1,800 gold lead. Mid and bot getting so much done despite a gold deficit on the LeBlanc side. Abadaga basically solo killed Armeo. So really, really nicely done right here, and it's already 2 dragons on the way towards a Cloud Soul.
All right, reset there for 100 Thieves, very easy. Now we're gonna get a little peek of that LeBlanc side lane. even with Renekton having the point and click stun, still goes in for a very nice big chunk. Should be cautious here, though. Again, good toggle from the observers. There's no vision. He's got his distortion down, so you know, yes, I'm checking this brush, but nobody in there can instant kill me, so you can always take your distortion back.
And now the bot lane is under attack. Abbedagge knows better than to even go for CS as Herald is summoned. He's like, this turret is always dead. I have to drop 112 gold and just let it go. That's okay. Take a note from Elsa. We'll try again later.
You know, I haven't even seen that movie, and that started playing in my mind as soon as you said let it go.
I think I've seen it twice.
You've seen it once then? Once for me and once for you.
Yeah, we're sharing it, you know, it's fine.
Speaking of trades, those outer towers will be traded. Again, some days had the best time when the team is making strong side play for Team Liquid on the opposite side of the map, and he gets left alone with minions or left alone with structures. Still able to, you know, beef up a bit on the Ornn, level 12 here, so looking to approach the area where you can start upgrading for teammates and really start to deliver that value.
So you can always ult. You can always ult despite the root. Cast it at the right time. And it's ult from Someday, but he's got better ability haste, so that can be back up. I mean, in plenty of time for the Cloud Drake for sure. Same is true for Tactical, so it's not going to be a huge loss, but still worth noting. Alphari spotted on the flank. Someday going to mark him pretty heavily. Finds the knock-up, but not a lot of follow-through. So going to hold the mid line for the rest of it. Someday really unperturbed here. Cordier forced backwards. Tactical at 2/3, now half.
Yeah.
But FBI is completely out of mana. We'll have to recall soon.
Yeah, exactly. No mana left here, so no more DPS output for him. Bottom side is pushed all the way in, though, by Abbedagge. So just trading off the minion waves. You mentioned the 2-minute timer for Dragon, so no big repercussions for any of these extended trades of small cooldowns. As long as nobody flashes, everybody's still prepping for the big one here. Soul Point is going to approach for 100 Thieves. You want to see them get the early reset. Already they're filling back up on those control wards, and they have plenty of time to transition back to the other side of the map. Closer dropping is one here. Could easily get off another reset first.
Now they're fighting over ward control, though. We saw, of course, those 2 deep wards by Core JJ. Noted the defensive control ward there as well. Right now, can't be swept out by 100 Thieves. Always a little bit tougher when you only have one sweeper. You are playing Lee Sin jungle. Normally, junglers run sweeper. We can see Armeo has one, but it makes Huhi's job that much harder.
That plays, though.
Of course, and I'm not saying it's the wrong choice in any way. Just, well, it means the wards are up way more often because Diana can just, like, sweep when clearing 3 camps, and it's like, I found the deep wards. Cool, plus vision score. We did it. And, you know, Closer would just ward nothing, and that would be inferior.
You just wait for that ward hop that changes the game into the backside.
Yeah.
He picks off Armeo, Diana down. Woo, I can see it. Naming lights.
Huge.
No deaths for him or any of the members not named Someday on the team so far either.
Cooldown difference. Tactical had to cleanse, knowing, okay, I can't ult if there's follow-through, so that is now a meaningful cooldown gone for the Dragon. Now, that said, Varus ulti is also going to be down for a few seconds. And when that comes up, so depending on how fastly or quickly they play for the drag, that may be an issue.
And they do have the teleport from Someday too. So here's the deeper wards for 100 Thieves. You know, sweeping going down. The bush play from LeBlanc looking for the health chunks ahead of the objective. Should result in Tactical getting a big one there.
And that is mid-turret, and that is going to be Dragon as well, almost certainly. Intelligent by Tactical to expect the flank. The blue trinket was at the right time. And Abbedagge still jumps over, mimics the Q, and chunks the boy out thanks to FBI's help, but still playing in Fog of War, right? Still playing in this jungle that they own a little bit of. And without an AD carry, you know TL's not going to contest. So a nice play, combo from mid and bot, chunks out the AD carry, guarantees no Dragon contest. Soul Point for 100 Thieves.
Not a lot of people mention LeBlanc when they mention poke champions because you're generally talking long-range skill shot poke. But just because LeBlanc's poke is more dangerous for her to do because it requires commitment of the body, as long as you are aware of the positioning of Rakan and Renekton, the two that can stop you and can punish you for poking, going in for distortions by, you know, flash stunning or getting the ult W off from the Rakan, then you do have very similar devastating play patterns there as far as softening people up for Tactical to fire off the execution damage here through with his Qs, and he's been so accurate with this freak. It's not just a one-off game where, wow, Tactical, he's really landing a lot of the shots here. FBI, excuse me, on the Varus this time around has been sniping so well. The execution there set up very nicely by the LeBlanc play pattern.
All right, next up, We know there's a threat of Cloud Soul in just 4 minutes. That is absolutely available to be acquired. And TA will have to find their way into the battles. Double Marksman, obviously they can have pretty good damage, but the front line is just better on 100 Thieves. It is an Aftershock Thresh. It is an Ornn. That's not easy to get through. So if the positioning is good, 100 Thieves probably will not be stopped. Looking for CoreJJ to find that flank. Tactical to get the big play. Obviously, Xayah can have really, really good consistent damage output, but the problem is she's behind in items. We're already 2.5 items in for FBI, and still no Essence Reaver yet for Tactical.
And I'm curious to see, because the Sereldia's Rush build for Lucian is super popular right now. A lot for the slow and what it does for your culling, regardless of if there are big tanks on the opponent team. But it also works so nicely when you do have to throw a lot of damage into something like frontline Ornn here that's so heavily invested into armor. I want to get a little DPS check on Jensen versus the raid boss here, see how much the culling or the tickling can actually do.
It's probably not too bad, to be honest. I think he'll actually be of decent value, but 100 Thieves is not stopped, by the way. Top lane tier 2 already gone. Top lane tier 3, yes, Inhibitor going to be left bare, but TL are here. TL have a flank. This could be the battle. Flashes and rocket belts away, but CoreJJ comes in. Charms 3. Is this the fight? Renekton's to the back line. This could be an absolute slaughter, but it's already Armeo dead. The Jensen getting away, stays alive, but no. It is going to be 2-3 kills now to 100 Thieves as Abbedagga comes through for his second, and it's CoreJJ and Alphari left alive, looking at the shambles of their own base.
Looked like he did survive for quite a while on that DPS check for the 100 Thieves. The initiation there, using the ultimate, comes through so big for them. Baron is going to be an afterthought. No chance at Team Liquid having anything to say about it. 100 Thieves, not only are they on Soul Point, 2 minutes here left on the Soul Dragon Arrival Freak, but they're going to have plenty of time to push with Baron prior to its arrival, so you get to take down secondary turrets leading up to it and leave behind so much vision. Here's a look at the turn attempt from Team Liquid. They don't get either carry in the Diana ultimate there. Because Armeo just had to use his Rocket Belt plus Flash to disengage, he actually only gets the frontline members there in the engage for Team Liquid, and the backline for 100 Thieves free to fire. Very good positioning there from the Varus as well as LeBlanc. Abbedagga and FBI are able to melt the frontline there. Meanwhile, not so lucky on the side for Team Liquid. They can't get through the beefier stats there, and they lose out on the timing window.
And that was the closest fight they were going to get. Yeah. Right? The gold got so much worse going +2 kills in a Baron. Abbedagga spots him.
Surprise. Yeah, it doesn't want to go back into that one too quick. Able to easily check it. I will say, too, if Armeo had been able to disengage with just the Rocket Belt and had the Flash for the actual turn on the engage, it would have been so big for them, because if that Diana ult gets to be repositioned a little bit further back, it was not too far for FBI. If he's able to flash and then get FBI plus, Abbedagga was there as well on the LeBlanc into that grouping, might be a different story, but 100 Thieves don't have to live in that world. So neither do we, Freak. Baron buff means they get to take these secondary towers that we're talking about down and establish their vision control, setting themselves up for a bigger gold lead prior to the Dragon fight, plus the better setup prior to that fight.
How much risk do they feel there is right now? Because Dragon's in 20 seconds. You could just turn around, sit in the jungle, and grab Soul, no problem. But I feel like they don't want to, lose any of this Red Bull Baron power play. And right now they are going to continue the siege.
And main thing they have to mark is the Rakan as well as Renekton there. You constantly see the attempts at the flank coming through. Nice little chunk there as far as the harassment. Abbedagga gets himself out once again. Houdini looks great until Houdini gets point and click stunned and actually locked up and then goes down. Does have a stopwatch for himself there, though, so a little bit more safety on some of these attempts.
But yeah, just a solid punch to the gut could be lethal, so has to respect that one. And here we go. Dragon going to be attacked, no problem at all. Still 35 seconds on the buff. And as they've knocked down tier 2 turrets in every single lane, they go ahead and grab Soul. Bunch of move speed, that'll feel good. Easy to get yourself into the fights, no problem. Bot lane turret down to about half HP. FBI played it a little bit slow. Has the lantern, sees the culling, says, okay, time to get away. And yeah, culling, not built as a tank killing option, really. To be clear, also his build is a bit more attack focused since he went for the Gale Force. So that's, some power not going into the ulti, of course, as well. but this is going to be turret going down. The Baron buff times out, but the turrets were claimed. Dragon Soul and a 3,000 gold lead is the end result of that Baron buff. Feeling very good for 100 Thieves right now.
Yeah, they're right back on track, Freak, picking up where they left off. Inside the base now should be a pretty quick transition. You just finish up on this bottom. Okay. Yeah. And remember, still has his Zonias, so Team Liquid, they don't want to commit too much to it. Good defensive maneuvers there from the Deceiver.
Just down a full item. Yeah, Deathcap isn't tank stats, but end of the day, able to jump back. Zonia's helping, and all right, Alfari forced to jump now out as well. Lantern's still up in case there's something too aggressive. FBI dodges them with that. Mid turret nearly dead. Chain's gonna be good damage though. Yeah, there's not much MR on the Renekton. Huge damage now on Illusion as well. They're chunked to the mid. Bot inhibitor almost gone. Mid turret dead.
Yeah, Renekton only threatens LeBlanc when you do have flash. If there's no flash there, look at him. Abbedagga is just pelting away damage at both the Renekton and the Lucian. Able to open up mid. Bottom's already taken care of business. They actually don't finish off the last couple of hits on it though. You know, going for the reset instead. They do have plenty of money to spend. You just continue to take away both buffs at the same time. Someday we'll do red while Abbedagga finishes up the blue. 100 Thieves
have left closer.
Nothing left.
Wow, disgusting. He did all that work and you just took the last hit. Disgusting.
He's always been a team player.
Yeah, I know, but come on, man. He got camped the entire game. Still team fights really well. So you just take his red.
At the end of the match, you give him tilt proof or you give him great teammate and, you know, pat on the back. Job well done.
I want a red buff, Kobe. I would rather have a red buff than honor in every single game.
You know what? I'd rather have the honor because the red buff is only during the in-game. That's just temporary gratification versus permanent accolades, Freak.
But see, if I have a red buff, I can carry harder. I can win the game.
All right, I'm going to live in this world where Freak is carrying.
Yeah, it's my reality in my head, okay? I've got to, you know.
I'm here for it.
Yeah, in the multiverse, there's one where I'm actually good. You know, we don't know where that one is. And by the way, Armeo, he's gold, and he's going to become gold. No, he's not. He's going to get away.
A little early there.
Yeah.
Go check out, by the way, for a quick plug, Azale did a stopwatch-specific mechanics guide on the little swirly fireflies that collapse towards the stopwatch member to perfectly time your abilities upon exit there.
Here we go. Big play, big charm, big knockup. Guardian Angel down on FBI. This man is probably just going to be dead afterwards. Flashes back to safety. Stays alive. Orton engages for a fight right on the front line. Has to dash back as well. Huge knockup in for Someday. Flashes into follow. Tactical just barely stays alive, and he's going to do just so. Huhi in the front line now as well. Someday burning, and he's going to drop. 1-for-1 team fight so far. Jensen running away, but the chase through is there. Lee Sin sets it up, and LeBlanc knocks everybody down. Most of the bot lane is dead, and now Tactical's left alive with a bit of a base left for him, as the Feathers will not do much of anything. 2 get to watch as the towers fall as well. 4v2 to push down the rest of the game. 10 turrets scored 100 Thieves, looking for number 11, and the Nexus to follow. Closer not going to be chased. There's the hook, there's the double flay, there's the kill, and the final Bud Light Ace. It's 100 Thieves riding the ship, taking down Team Liquid.
Rumors of the 100 Thieves demise have been greatly exaggerated, Freak. Yes, they did drop 3 of the last 4 games, but Abbedagga called it. He said, we're back. He didn't have to say too many words. He performed on stage. 100 Thieves really well controlled this one versus Team Liquid. Someday gets his honor now. Yeah, he didn't have his red buff. Didn't care, Freak. He's able to get all the tilt proofs, and he's able to get the victory here.
FBI finds his nose. There you go, buddy. Proper mask etiquette. Thank you. Well done, 100 Thieves. Well-deserved win. Some good jungle ganks there as well. I think Felix waved to me. Thank you, Abbedagga. That's always nice. I talk more loudly when they're bowing and, you know, try to get some recognition
you're
for
just
my
waving
better.
And you're like, oh, look at me.
Look at me. I still feel like a fan is the thing, though, right? Yeah. Like, I still have that same joyous, like, oh, it's the pros. I've seen them on the air so many times.
We are the only 2 fans in this studio. There's nowhere else.
Sort of true.
There's nowhere else for them to look, and we're like, hi.
Look at us. Like, we're literally lights on us. Like, we're actually easy to see. We got there in the end. Good job, 100 Thieves. Well-deserved victory. Definitely played it really nicely. Thumbs up from me. Thumbs up from Kobe. I'm giving it 2, actually. I'm actually more positive in that one than you are. On the other side, though, we are joining the State Farm Analyst Desk. But as we go, get a blast from our old LOL Esports past and check out the sneak peek of tomorrow's episode of Next Level.
Was WE the team that had Messiah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was. I think he was one of the first League players that ever like had a play named after him. Because
Messiah.
Yeah, Messiah. Do you know that one?
No, I don't.
This
Oh
might have
my
been
God.
before your time,
It
but it
for
was.
sure was. I don't
This
recognize
was
it at
early
all.
League. It was so mind blowing. What you would do is you would alt in as TF and it instantly zone you.
Oh,
Yeah.
so you like cancel the ulti, right?
No,
Well,
it's a
it was
bait,
just
basically.
like everybody would be aiming their abilities to where
Yeah,
TF's
yeah.
gonna land, and most TFs would like land and try to throw a gold card.
Yeah, yeah.
But Messiah would just zone you right away, and it was just so
Oh,
mind blowing at the time.
Yeah, so basically, like, you bait out everyone's ult, and they're all going in, and then the TF comes out of Zonia's, and then your entire team
That was
just
mind blowing
kills
at the time.
At the time,
These are like
insect
next
was
level
mind-blowing.
season 3 mechanics right here.
Yeah, this was unheard of.
Yeah, everything I drive brand new. Yeah, everything inside brand new. Be careful with my ride is brand new. Everything outside brand new. Yo, we ready, pull up, it's over. Y'all know what's up when we roll up. Y'all know what's up when we roll up. We ready, pull up, it's over.
I don't blow in the dark. I make people decide if they see me or not. If they see me or not. I don't glow in the dark. I make people decide. Taking shots in the dark. You gon' slip and slide. Don't play it safe, I don't hesitate. Don't hold me back, I'ma handle it. This ain't a match, we so different. I run this way, you just kicking it. Most of the shots that you shoot and you miss. All the shots I be getting the in. Look at me now and look at my grip. Look at me now and look at my grip. Look at me, look at me, look at me. Look at me, look at me, look at me. Look at me, look at me, look at me. Look at me, look at me, look at me. Look at me, look at me, look at me. Look at me, look at me, look at me. Look at me, look at me, look at me. Look at me, look at me, look at me. I will the vibe that don't last. I don't ever turn to plastic. I'm on a mission with passion. Gonna driving me on bad. I'm sick when you ass slick. Rick with the whip, Fendi fashion. Bitch, don't pretend when I'm lashing. Cause I never lit in the past tense. Look at me, look at me, look at me. Look at me, look at me, look at me. Look at me, look at me, look at me. Look at me, look at me, look at me. Look at me, look at me, look at me. Look at me, look at me, look at me. Look at me, look at me, look at me. Look at me, look at me, look at me. Look at me, look at me, look at me. Look at me, look at me, look at me. Look at me, look at me, look at me. Look at me, look at me, look at me. I don't blow in the dark. I make people decide if they see me or not. If they see me or not. I don't blow in the dark. I make people decide. Taking shots in the dark. You gon' slip, I'ma slide. Look at me, look at me, look at me. Look at me, look at me, look at me. Look at me, look at me, look at me. Look at me, look at me, look at me. Look at me, look at me, look at me. Look at me, look at me, look at me. Look at me, look at me, look at me. Look at me, look at me, look at me.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where it's 100 Thieves who came out on top over Team Liquid in this battle of top teams. But I kind of want to jump back into the conversation we were in the midst of having in prefacing this game around two of our top teams and the level that ultimately they can reach as we look towards the post-season and contending for an LCS title.
Yeah, so I mean, as the person who was wrong, Kaizen, how are you feeling?
Oh, hello? Wrong about what exactly, Adele?
Team Liquid looking good.
No, I said they're going to look good in 3 weeks.
Okay.
And in my defense, there was a reasonable early game, right? We saw Jensen get a huge lead on the Lucian in the LeBlanc matchup, which is what you would expect, but still well executed by him. We saw Alfari do what you would expect in the Renekton Ornn matchup, get a good early game lead. And then we saw TL look for plays top lane and punish on weak side, the Ornn who was behind. What happened was that the bot lane for 100 Thieves smurf, right? And, you know, we talked earlier about, is TL gonna be one of the top teams? I still think they're gonna be. Do I think they're gonna be better than 100 Thieves? Maybe not, because 100 Thieves is maybe the best team in the league. So I wasn't wrong, I was misunderstood.
It says expected. TL just can't get off the ground if they're not stomping lanes, if they're not punishing mistakes that the enemies are making. That is why they only beat on bottom teams. 100 Thieves is not giving opportunities, and neither are any of the top teams. So Team Liquid is just really showing that they can't generate advantages as a team from an even footing. They need to generate advantages from the laning phase, beating up kindergartners, not literally, but people that are
Whoa,
like
hold on.
Oh, it was preschoolers earlier. Now we're beating up kindergartners. How high are we going?
Probs, are you willing to make a wager with me right here?
About
TL beating one of the top teams, and we can discuss what the top team means by the end of the split.
In regular season?
So in
Regular season,
in the remaining
because you're saying they
final
can't.
round robin, so 100 Thieves already behind them, but that means they can look at teams like TSM, Cloud9, Evil Geniuses. We putting those four up at the top?
Sure.
That would have been top. That would have been top 5.
they
So
won't
of those 3 teams,
You
you're
don't think
saying
they'll
they
win a
won't.
single best of one?
They won't take a best
we
of
get
one.
to choose which one, right? He has to go into the match.
No. It's your. I believe it's against any all top teams.
Yeah,
right?
of their what? They have 7 games remaining.
I like this.
Yeah,
I like
they have to beat one top team.
I'll do it.
Okay.
Yeah, they won't.
What are we betting?
They won't.
What are we betting?
We'll figure it out.
No, we gotta figure it out
Someone
now.
You have to eat something nasty. I get to pick what you eat, and you get to pick what I eat.
Please no.
They made me do, what was it, Marmite the other day on Bud Light League Lounge?
I'll have to have the
gross.
confidence to know that I'm winning this. Yes, whatever.
Okay.
You know
I
what?
like it.
Dash, let's shake on. We already won this bet.
Yeah, we
get to watch something stupid. Great job.
Good job, sir. Very excited about it. On the side of 100 Thieves, let's talk about that, because it was a bit of an uptick in performance. We talk about the bot lane, so where are we on that?
As a person who was right, I'll go first on this point, Zero. As I was saying, 100 Thieves, when they're playing their style, when they're not as experimental, they look great. And that's exactly what happened. They just drafted LeBlanc mid, Ornn top, which is a little bit new, but not something crazy that we haven't seen before. And then a nice standard bot lane for FBI to be able to do what he does, which is carry. So I think 100 Thieves is, when they're in their comfort zone, they look totally fine.
All right, a bit of a restoration for 100 Thieves as they take down Team Liquid, but all eyes on every future Team Liquid game against a top team to see which one
Terrible
of these two
bet from Crumb.
is going to have.
It really was. I rarely put myself
The BO1 bet is always a dangerous bet. We're going to a break. When we come back, we're prefacing that TSM versus Immortal matchup right here. Catch you soon.
Crumbs, what would you like to eat?
I need to get more from you. If
we already shook, man.
It's never been easier to stay in touch, so we never miss the chance to show how much we care. And thanks to all of you who used your MasterCard to order online or tap in store at restaurants and grocery stores, MasterCard is donating $5 million to Stand Up to Cancer. Together is how we help start something priceless.
Welcome back to the LCS. Ahead of Week 7, a gauntlet was thrown down before our analysts to create the end-all, be-all of all LCS tier lists. And after thousands of hours of VOD review, Reddit analysts, and stat cherry-picking, Azael, Kaizen, and Crumbs have risen to that very challenge. I present to you most fun to watch tier list. Let's take a look.
All right, let's see this.
All right. Bring it in with your eyes. Oh.
You have CLG in last, guys.
All right. I knew.
I thought for sure I was going to get to
received
roast you on
suppression.
this.
Let me explain something.
They didn't even make Crumb's list.
Wait a second. Where are they?
There's 2 fly quests.
Oh my God. This is disrespectful. Okay.
Yeah, I think you have a little bit of explaining to do.
So, I do have some explaining to do, and for that, I would like a drum roll, please, Gabby.
I got you. I got you.
Have a bongo roll, maybe it's more suitable. I present to you CLG's bongo. Right at
Hey.
3.5.
Okay.
CLG non-bongo.
11.
Right there.
All right, I want to explain something about most fun to watch, right? Before a CLG game, I'm excited. You know, I'm full of optimism, hope.
Flowers are in the air.
Anything could happen.
After the game, full of pain.
During the game, I don't like to see my loved one suffer. So why would that be fun for me? That's a dead last. It's not fun to watch someone you care about hurt.
It sounds like you need 2 CLGs, a CLGW and a CLGL.
Yeah, I need CLG win. That's like God tier. There's a power gap between that and EG. But yeah, in the current state, it's not fun for me.
My problem with CLG games is I already know the result before I watch.
Oh, come on now.
They've lost 11 and 12
Let's talk about
games,
other
guys,
teams.
Right.
Let's talk about EG.
Quest. Or EG. We got
let's touch on EG first because we got 2 people on the EG side.
I mean, EG for me, they have Jizuke. Need I say more? This man does it all. He is a monster in lane. He is actually so incredibly fun to watch because no matter what, he is gonna make shit happen. Maybe there's gonna be some questionable stuff in there too, but he is exciting, he's aggressive, and he's one of those players that whether EG is winning or losing, I just find polarizing. I wanna watch him play every single day.
You don't just want to watch the EG match. You want to have the pro view of Jizuke open at the same time, but you just can't miss what he's doing individually.
Yeah, whether it's on the Rift, talking in the chat to the opponents too. All around good time.
Yeah, even in the chat, he's got people muting him. You know, like this guy's at every level of the game. He's so exciting. So I agree with EG. You know, you're always gonna get something happening. There's no passive. We're gonna bleed out. It's like we're all in. Win the game by 15 minutes or bust.
You know, that's something really fun because at the start of the year, that was something that Peter Dunn was talking about. It's like no matter what happens with this roster, it's gonna be one of the most fun to watch, and here they are delivering.
All right, but you have the only right answer. FlyQuest, #1.
Yes.
Right there.
Yes.
So tell me about it.
This team is so exciting to me because no one thought to put them in the LCS until it was the time that was most dire for the FlyQuest organization. And now they are crushing it 4-0, undefeated. And today they have, by our standards, by this list, the most hype matchup of all because FlyQuest is facing off against Evil Geniuses. If they beat them there, I think they're making a case for the strongest team in the league right now, which is something bonkers.
But how do you have Golden Guardians so low? Because Golden Guardians, ever since the roster swap, they're doing the same thing.
I'll tell you
Licorice
why.
is popping off. They're 3-1. They're beating top teams. Come on.
I submitted this list before yesterday. All right, so that's one thing.
Wait, you didn't have faith after last week?
Also, the damage they did
Player of the week,
before,
Licorice?
the damage that was done before was too much to forgive. It was
FlyQuest went 0-10.
Wait a second. Gabby, you asked a great question. What about last week, Golden Guardians?
Look at the other teams above it. They always have something that is more interesting to me. Immortals, how many backdoor games that were just ridiculous. Cloud9, you don't know who's running it down. Flash to auto attack a ward with the stun, that's something you never get anywhere else. And then 100 Thieves, I would have had them higher if it wasn't for the Karma games, honestly. The fact that you busted out Yasuo is fun, but 3 games of Karma just sits wrong with me if we're trying to be fun to watch.
On the dig side, though, Kaizen, you got him higher up than anybody else. Was it the Acadian effect or something else?
I mean, that Blue Kane game. Are you kidding me? Right? Like, this guy, since he came into the roster, he has been trying his damnedest to make something happen every single game. And yeah, it doesn't work every time, but it's frankly inspiring to watch a guy be put in probably one of the worst scenarios possible. The whole team is exploding around him. They're like, hey, you're going to replace the guy who was both, you know, a reason for controversy and one of the stars of the team, and we're going to ask you to perform. So, yeah, like, this guy has had a hard run of it, and the fact that he's popping off lately makes this team exciting to watch.
All right, well, all of these tier lists from me get a 11 out of 10. All right, it's time for us to toss to our first edition mint condition Freak and Kobe for the call. Bring us into the game, fellas.
Thank you, Latigress, and welcome back to the LCS. Kobe, I have not a non sequitur because it's on screen. When you see "Let's Go" but it's written G-O-O-O, do you think go or goo?
No, I knew you were gonna say that.
Yeah, we've been casting with them a very long time, Kobe.
I'm sure that you think, let's go.
I'm reading.
I would like to submit my most exciting teams tier list. And yeah, no bias here, but the most exciting two teams in the league are Immortals and TSM. Whoa, look at the game we're about to get.
Kobe, that is incredible that you just happen to be on the game
crazy.
At the top of your tier list right when the tier lists were done. That is impressive. Also, I'm glad we have like these interesting, not just like, oh, who's the best top laner tier list, but like who's exciting and whatnot. Fun stuff right now. Immortals versus TSM. This is gonna be a lot of fun. Immortals are still 5 wins above the playoff bubble. They are doing well. They are getting closer and closer to locking in their spot in the postseason. Good luck to them to keep that one going. TSM locked a while ago, but they're still fighting for the top spot. They came into the day 1 game behind 100 Thieves. And they're going to try to keep that one going well. Currently, they're in possession of a playoff bye.
Yeah, and they just upset Cloud9 yesterday. Big upset win for them. I will say that in Champs Select here, I felt a lot of focus for me is always on Xerxes. And his Diana play yesterday was quite good. It's a premier jungler right now. I feel like giving away the basically unforetold, first pick kind of assumed pick here for Immortals should come with some sort of, target ban on the side of TSM. Take something, get something back here with the 1-2 for them, because he not only does he feel very, very efficient on, AP carry junglers, but the rest of the team has been playing quite well around that style of play. Would love the revenge.
Happy to see it.
It's an AD solo laner to complement AP carry.
So I will point out Riven is one of the strongest counters to Gwen. I know Huni has played it. There is a notable clip of him at Worlds getting a Quadra under his bot lane tier 1 turret.
I think I've heard that call before.
I think I have too, actually. There was a nice Taylor Swift song, I think, going alongside it. But yeah, Revenge and Huni both actually Riven players. I don't think we're going to see it, but it really could be a possibility at some point down the line.
I mean, it's a possibility now. I want it to be a reality, though. I want it. It's always a possibility. Don't give me that garbage.
Hey, if it's banned, it's not. But you're right. Otherwise, I mean, I agree. I want to see it one day. Lily, I think, is outstanding. She is actually a viable top laner as well. She is a top jungle flex. That said, she's been out of the meta for so long. I think not a lot of players have reps on it. And unlike things like the Tom Kentry work and where like he was disabled for 2 weeks, Lily is like, well, she got buffed like a week ago. She's on. Did you practice in time?
Yeah.
And I think in the future, like, she will be a reality, and in more teams' drafts. I know we've seen her in the LEC some. I think we expect to see her from a couple of teams the rest of this week across various leagues around the world, but is a viable option. Regardless, TSM would rather have Diana as their AP jungle choice. Ziggs has been increasingly a popular bot laner. I know Insanity has played it himself in weeks past, but Ray's played it most recently, and I expect a bot lane.
Or Renekton needs some attack damage for basically all the rest of the picks there for Immortals, since they are very AP heavy in their first 2. Insanity's been good on both of those. The Tristana, I like that too. Insanity, definitely. Tower destruction combo of Ziggs plus Tristana works wonders.
Does. Lee Sin gonna be grabbed. So we'll point out that Lee Sin and Gwen both are flexible. across solo lanes and the jungle. Ziggs, of course, flexible across mid and bot, though I expect bot. But with this pick in, you don't know for sure where everything is. TSM get one final grab, and the bans come in.
I wonder if they actually want to grab something like the Nautilus, bottom side first before the support bans for Immortals start coming in.
Okay.
Guess they don't. Instantly answered Huni's favorite champion as of the last month, basically.
Yep.
Again, and as everybody else is starting to stop playing lane Nocturne, he still went on it. He actually played it very well. Nicely counterpicked and nicely piloted by him. So even though it was significantly hit with the 50% reduction on the passive for minions, I still have a decent amount of confidence in him to play it. And guess what? It's paired with other divers here. Diana definitely synergizes. So, and especially Kalista's going to be throwing somebody in there.
Yeah, I will just personally say I'm not a fan of lane Nocturne. Yeah, he might play it well. We'll see how it goes, but I really do think there are better picks available for matchups and game states in general. But we'll see how he pilots it. End of the day, champ select of one champion is not what makes or breaks a game. Just think there's replacements. But the bans come through. Galio off the table. Tristana is banned away, so TSM agreeing with me that that's the front runner here for Insanity. See if Lucian joins that one as well. Of course, Ziggs can still go to mid and they pick something else, but we'll see if they even ban a conventional bot laner here. Varus is left up, for example. That's a really highly priced pick. Could easily be seen.
So probably Immortals follow up with a Leona, Nautilus here, trying to take away some of these options for Kalista. Already the Galio, I like taking it off this one. It adds so much more to the dive, If even coming from a support position, if there's a Galio ultimate regardless coming on top of Nocturne Diana, you are in a very big, dangerous scenario for that engage. But they actually opt to take the Lucian out instead in favor, taking away. Even though TSM was highly critiqued for their Lucian play with Power of Evil on it, it's still very, powerful in the current state of the game.
Alrighty, Leona grabbed for the aggressive bottom lane. Kalista, Leona, very, very scary. Tahm Kench, Terry, Zillions, mostly support hovers. I do think Tahm Kench is good, though.
And I've really loved, too, the Leonas roaming around with the Diana because of the pick potential there. You have so much CC and definitely enough damage to win a lot of skirmishes if you even get sight of an opponent champion. So it makes it very easy to get vision for your team. And when you're the team that has the Nocturne ultimate, the dive threat coming through, and a lot of early power there for a side of TSM, they're setting themselves up for a lot of these early roams through enemy jungle to get deep vision and then try and go for picks.
All right, final draft. Where are the champions moving? We've still got uncertainty in the lanes right now. Which one's it going to be? Because right now, Ziggs is in a super position. He's in mid and bot at the same time.
And Ziggs Alistar is a very weak lane. That is definitely going to be a point of pressure for TSM pushing on it if they do commit to have the Ziggs in the bottom side.
Kayn jungle.
Get the Kayn in here. So they do rotate the Lee Sin off to a solo lane. I have seen some Kayn in decently high ELO solo queue matches played in solo lane, but it's very memey to me. I think it's much better situated in the jungle. We just had a Acadian yesterday popping off. I actually met up with him after yesterday in the evening, and he was talking about how he will always go red build as far as items, Gore Drinker and Conqueror, and then decide in the game which one he's going to go. I basically always will decide whichever one I get first.
Right, okay.
But he said there's still some scenarios where he's actually willing to delay for, like red orb conversion if it's better, or blue orb if you want to do that. To me, it's just always so painful, especially for solo queue, to have to wait that extra time.
Yep. My understanding, I know Captain Flowers called it the Blueser build. My understanding, Kayn players often call it the purple build. Because it's a blue build with the red items.
I like blueser better. It rolls off the tongue better.
Oh, I heard purple first, so I'm just locked in. I refuse to change my ways. The sun still revolves around the Earth, as far as I'm concerned. And it may or may not be flat. It's not, by the way.
We are getting into some yikes stories here.
We're moving on. It's fine. We've got our draft done.
There's enough misinformation in the world already.
That's true. That's true. For example, TSM are a good League of Legends team. So are Immortals, and let's get ourselves into the game. I think this is going to be exciting. I'm glad we've got name synergy as well. The man's on Ziggs. His name is Raze. What is he going to do but destroy turrets? Yeah, I know. You're welcome for that one, Kobe. This Tristana's good as well. It's always good to see it. I mean, imagine if Uzi wasn't an AD carry player. He's like a tank only. Like, what a waste of that screen that would be, you know?
Yeah, truly. I mean, he did say he was a fan of the nomenclature. So let's get right into it, though. TSM versus Immortals, two most exciting teams in the league, and Sword Art is going to take the vow.
Yep, not surprised here. Gets his Spalders and is on the way out. And we get to see what these lanes are going to turn into. Lee Sin in the mid, Gwen in the top. Not a surprise here, as we'll see Huni again reprise his role on Nocturne. Now, of note, it is Ignite TP, really going for the dueling, but there are no innate escapes on Nocturne. You can queue for move speed, it's not horrible. But outside of a spell shield, you don't have a lot, and there's not, you know, a lot of easy spell shield targets in this lane, so could easily be attacked. See if it happens.
Meanwhile, the mid lane, the last pick there with the Ahri. I have not been a fan of Ahri for a very long time. You really need to make use of your pick potential, I feel like, with this champion. Oh, PoE has piloted it quite well in the past, but, you know, maybe we see some good value, too, out of the Charm interrupting dash. Lee Sin can be decently well telegraphed when going for ward hops. You know, maybe you put a combo breaker in there and try and mess up Insanity when he's going for a possible big kick flash or something, but general idea, especially since you're layering AP with your jungler there for the mid lane, is going to be a little bit diminished value. We'll see if TSM and Power of Evil can pull it off. I'm always very skeptical of it when it makes its way into pro play, but ready to see it succeed.
Yes, looks like Raze might be on some future market tech. Has the mana crystal start here, and then he can TP back in after 5 waves with perfect CS, be in Lost Chapter, and lock his opponent in the lane with no way out without dropping an entire wave. And hey, by the way, if you got some weekend errands to run and don't want to miss any of the action, we've got some audio-only casts as well on League Day. So check those out, leagueday.live, if you would rather have it be tailored to that experience. Otherwise, stick with us, because we're going to do our best job here as well. Now early fights going on the bot side as Sword Art goes in for a bit of damage. Destiny, of course, not really a champion on a level 1 Alistar. Such is life. Does have Aftershock, so is not easily attacked here. But they're going to have to give the wave for a little bit. Thankfully, Ziggs can farm from about 1400 range. Just lob the Q, bounce it well. Pretty easy to get the last hits if you need it. You shouldn't drop too much farm overall, as now we have Insanity trying to farm at a turret, doing pretty well. Should be about equal. A little bit behind Power Veal, but not too horrible.
Yeah, I think Spica too, just continue up on his full clear route there on Diana. He's got lanes that all have a lot of early control, and since you're versus Kayn early on before transforming, you actually have a lot of priority there to work with. So full clear, get your vision up on top side for Huni, because Huni likes to go aggro. He uses the Ignite in the first exchange here with Revenge, so Ignite difference will come up for the rest of this cooldown here. Revenge holds on to his, just chugs his potion and tries to sustain.
So both junglers going to be crossing paths top side right now. The aggressive ward means he knows where Xerxes is. Smite is available. Gets level 4 though, and that heal is actually massive. Now Spica cannot win that fight. If he was able to be there like a second earlier, maybe it was a Smite fight, maybe it looks different.
Yeah.
But now Xerxes can be battling, and now on the bottom side, as Sword Art runs around, that is a great combo into the satchel backwards. Good damage on a Lost.
Yeah, meanwhile, the crab still goes over to Spica, because yes, the smite is really big. You know, you get your Gromp heal plus your smite heal off of it, and Xerxes is going to be able to transition down towards bottom side of the map, but that meant that Xerxes was the only one left with a smite for top crab, so able to secure the vision there. Insanity working with Xerxes to make sure doesn't fall behind at all. Bottom one picked up no problem. Sometimes before transforming, it's really annoying for Kayn to take down crabs without a smite, because you don't have anything to get through the shield, so every little bit of help definitely counts. Love that. Honor for the mid laner this time around, Freak.
Yep. Thank you for the assistance. Top, helping with the top crab, mid helping with the bottom crab. Well done. I think decent bot pressure as well meant there was not going to be anything too scary happening. Ray's low on mana, but as he's gone through his roughly 5th wave right now, should be a pretty easy recall for a Lost Chapter. If he needs that one to happen, they finish up the waves, and we are seeing the recalls in the mini-map as Huni and Revenge keep battling. Spell should a decent amount of it. Fear comes in, but now trading back in is Revenge. Keep in mind, the Ignite difference can certainly be relevant, and we've got reinforcements. Revenge. Days are about to be numbered. Time to dash away. Do you even live through this one? I don't know how he's going to get away from this.
No.
It's going to be
The
tough.
number
Going to
of
go in
those
for
days
damage.
is one.
Yeah, this day is going to be about 35 seconds long. First blood comes in for Huni in the top lane.
And he's immediately going to all chat support difference. Oh, what a roam from Sword Art. Really big there, though. This is something you see a lot, too, if you watch Sword Art stream. He's always going for the early roams up towards top side. Big play there. Get the early kill. Huni on what is his new signature pick, the Nocturne, does get to cash in, gets to push the wave through. Turret plate achieved on bottom side and top side. As a result of those waves, Ziggs right up to the turret there. 2 for Raze, at least gets to chunk that one down. While Sword Art is away, Ziggs gets to play.
All right, not bad. CS difference going to be 2 in the bottom lane, 1 plate to 0. I know. But again, we're on Lost Chapter. Every level up, you get, I believe, 30% of your maximum mana. And that is like almost 100 and, well, no, it's going to be like 230 mana or so, as he's already got 800 max. So that's going to feel really good. Can definitely do a lot of pushing as the 2-on-2s meet again. Raze gets the mana pool, and that's going to be 3 or 4 more Q spams.
And the double wards in the side lanes, too, for Immortals that are now expiring, giving them a lot of that priority there for Destiny to move up into the brush, threaten loss further off that minion wave with the burst combination available and the possibility of Xerxes coming through. Top side currently for him, though, as PoE and Spica trying to link up. This Ahri is now level 6. We are throwing a little bit of doubt towards the Ahri early on, but now with level 6, let's see it. He's invested in the Dark Seal, so wants to stack up on some of these takedowns, start to snowball here, affect those side lanes. You've got dive possibilities bottom side with so much CC with the Kalista plus Leona. Your Nocturne is level 6 as well, so you can go for the aggressive jungle moves.
Big damage. Charm's going to land. Flash just dodging away from the Zenith Blade. Sword Art could not quite connect it. Insanity gets away with his life. Flash for flash against the support.
Sword Art constantly on the move. I love when you have supports do this with a bottom lane that could have a lot of aggressive tendencies. He's using these windows to go affect the other lanes. So top lane success there. He roams up top, gets the kill for Huni. Now Huni might be under attack, though.
Go. Flashless Nocturne. Is he the target? Ult's coming across. Pops ulti for some vision denial, but it will not change a thing. That's a 2-minute cooldown gone for nothing. And a good gank topside knocks down Huni.
Yeah, Pleasures, they get some nice orbs off of it as well. Very efficient gank. Gets the kill money on the Kayn. And this is going to be a turning of the tides. No teleport means guess what happens to that big old minion wave freak? It's all down to the tower. Gwen's got it right up there. Revenge pushes it in. It is with a cannon, so some of it will be saved for Huni as he runs back as quickly as possible, but decent amount of denial there pushed in before he can get right back, and it's going to be a very successful story. Meanwhile, bottom side, you can see already on the mini-map, little bit of counter jungling done. The Diana was able to already escape right over the wall after taking red buff here, so no harm, no foul for him. Does cause at least some sort of payment for Xerxes for his topside focus.
Alrighty, level 6 in for Kayn. Xerxes keeping the farm going as best he can, waiting for the transform once available. Speak has gotten his recalls off for a while. Actually should be sitting on a lot of money. Just has the Hextech Alternator that is about 1,000 gold less in inventory than Xerxes has. So as he's moving toward what is definitively Gore Drinker, that is the only build from those components. Not that we are expecting much else, but just confirming that is what he's going for. And that'll combine soon enough. We'll see which color of Kayn he goes for down the line. Instead, he knocks down the mid wave, no problems there. And PoE going to collect up the farm himself. He's sitting at about a 6 CS lead once this all goes down.
Yeah, still looking for possible roam timers for that Ahri. The teleport is ready, so even though Nocturne ultimate down and the top lane teleports are synced up, the mid lane teleport difference and the all-in power of Ahri with the ulti is what I want to see for the next big play from the TSM side, trying to utilize that. So much thus far has been Sword Art affecting the solo lanes. Now they're trying to play off it here. Maybe PoE can zone them out. Xerxes has to be wary of the possible charm plays, and it's going to be a successful transition for TSM. Picking up this Rift Herald. I think the commitment there from Immortals with half a roam basically from Destiny, even walking up, is a little bit excessive, but Ziggs moved up from the bottom side anyways, gets the wave in.
Nice try in the queue. Can't quite thread it on the power of evil. That's not going to matter. Ahri drops a caster minion, but otherwise knocks down the wave cleanly enough. Insanity now going to grab his own farm because PoE's busy doing other stuff as Speed comes by as well. Looks like top is the focus yet again. They are playing around Huni. They want the dives. Poor Gwen is down almost 20 CS. Only got 69. That's not going to be very nice, as now it's in a 1v3, trying to stay alive. Gets the shield, but it's not going to matter. Knocked down. The Ignite gets the last hit. And guess what? They've got a wave, they've got a rift throw, and they've got a kill turret in a second. But Xerxes and Sanity are here for a bit more. Can they find the little bit of damage they need to kill Huni off? Insanity might follow the queue, indeed does so. Pulled back in though, hard CC comes across, and here comes the rest of the team. Huni is going to die, but now Xerxes, can he live? Can he jump into the wall? Can he jump away? Not likely. Destiny finds a stun, but it's not gonna matter. 2 for 1 in that fight. Favor at TSM. This turret gonna fall right after.
Yeah, they went at Huni and they did get him, so if the quest was just about killing Huni, then technically completed, but the cost is devastating, Freak, because all 3 members now of the top side of the map for TSM are at the top of the gold charts. This top triangle so inflated now for TSM, picking up so many extra kills. The tower on top of it, and this opens up the map now for them to make use of these roaming solo laners. Both teleports at the ready. Yes, they did just use Huni's ultimate, but cooldown already is fairly short.
Well, Ray's just sitting here farming. Down a bit of farm as the wave equalizes. It's about -8. So good job Lost getting his gold income. They've only lost a single plate on the TSM bot side where they've been roaming everywhere else.
I like this focus from TSM towards the top side. They continue to push on this revenge lane. They get the kill. They have the rift trailed, so it's an ideal situation. You get to execute the tower. It's actually more beneficial because of the bit of an overstep there from Immortals. Nice charm from PoE, by the way. We were looking for the Ahri setup off of Safeguard entry from Lee Sin. He does nail it there. They're able to finish off the second kill too, so they get paid in a very big way for it. And it makes it very easy now for TSM to play the rest of the map. They can transition back down to bottom side, pick up their dragon. It's a little bit later into the game, so the early stacking isn't going to provide a tremendous amount of threat, but they have the gold now to push Immortals off of these objectives, and the overstep there on the chase from topside for Immortals just made that play so much worse for them than they needed it to be, even though it is started off with a very proactive play from TSM.
All right, first dragon on the board. TSM starting the stack in basically everywhere. Every single lane is a farm lead, and they got a gold lead in every spot of the map as well.
Yeah, TSM are just smoothly coasting to a mid-game transition here without any roadblocks in sight. Even on top side there, Huni, I guess he didn't get vision. Big wave is building, so this is the one area Immortals can try and pressure on, and they're going to do just that. Maybe they even send Lee Sin up. The wave is already getting very close to the tower, though. Xerxes has his Kayn ultimate. He can go in, get aggro, drop it by jumping inside.
Okay, they go in for the outright tower dive. One plate gone. Revenge going to be feared. Not on aggro just yet. Nocturne comes in. TV's coming across now as well. Do they have the burst damage is the question. Kayn dives in. Kayn dives out. But they've traded top laners, and the charm is perfect. The second kill comes across. Kick, follow. Insanity going to get himself one back. 2 for 2. This fight right now started by Immortals, ended equally, but now Raze with his teleport in there as well. Going to try to finish the top turret.
Yeah, he's going to push as hard as he can. Meanwhile, TSM will push on both other lanes because of the full commitment from Immortals towards that play. Again, they go at the king. They go at Huni. The star of the show early on for TSM, Freak. They do take him, but PoE teleporting in gets the counter kill, and they still have Huni's teleport to try and answer. It is on a minion because he knows the tower is about to get executed.
Well, Huni, yep, forcing the flash away, and now, as the control word is down, Raze is on the way out, but Sword Art's behind him. You got Destiny nearby. They're not even going to bother. They know he is dead. He is out of mana, and Huni manages to grab the kill with some support from Sword Art.
So necessary that the teleport is on a minion and not a tower. I've seen that one messed up many a time, and the execute comes through, but Huni gets his revenge. So in the end, Freak, while Immortals do make one of the few counterplays they can continue to push on this area on top side of the map, they commit so much to it. TSM actually got a lot back in every other lane, pushing both mid and bottom back and still teleporting out for the counter kill.
And 300 gold denied and grabbed by Speak as he takes the entire western jungle away from Xerxes. That's beautiful right there. It's a really big extra capitalization after that kill.
Yeah, one of the biggest things about getting a kill in League isn't just your golden experience you acquire from it. It's your map pressure, your power play. Yes, there's now a deficit on the side of Immortals, and you always want to mine as many extra neutral resources as you can off the map in that area. So Spica, I just have to say, well, again, he's been so consistent for TSM, doing a lot of these smaller plays, these value plays for them to really keep this team afloat. While there are, bigger stars at the moment in this game with a lot of the, kills and highlights going to them, still doing that diligent work, mining away and increasing this lead for the squad over Immortals.
All right, money in the pockets, money to spend for TSM as they're looking at the next play. Rift Herald already back alive. Take the second one pretty early on. And still no Dragon for 2 minutes, so why not just take everything? Fight might begin, though. Big knockup, good Ziggs ulti, and the first kill comes across. Down goes Nocturne, no escapes. And how about the chase down? Some slows once Revenge can get an auto attack, but he just cannot. He cannot reset the ult. TSM disengaged too well, so he cannot get the slow again. And that's going to time out without getting all of his ulti. But now Destiny is in. Headbutt into the wall. Lost will have that happen to his life. The Ren will not be enough, and Revenge is back on the board, slaying him.
Another power play from Immortals, and they do need to force these, but it comes at a cost again. Can Raise juke? He cannot.
He cannot. Goes in a melee range for the charm. PoE, a great start on the dive. Ended by Spica. Mid lane tier 2 going to be ended as well.
He's doing a good job here with this Ahri, continuing to force plays. You're not allowed to dodge. You're not allowed to use Gwen W. He gets right into your face for these numbers advantaged plays. And Ahri is connecting over and over. So TSM finding that value with the pick there. Here's another look at the mini-map, by the way. So Immortals, they've got a very strong power play up here. Good commitment and charge. They're going to get some kills back, some gold for themselves. But you saw also the communication immediately from TSM via the mini-map. They immediately disperse to try and push towards mid. They don't chase down. They don't try and pick up on some of the lost cause that they have towards that top side of the map with that play. Instead, looking to get something of value elsewhere on the map. And PoE, Ahri charms right in. Ziggs point blank goes down.
Yeah, and he was playing it safe. Like, Raze was throwing max range Qs, like, chilling, and it's like, oh, I'm in double ult range, aren't I? Oh, it's too late, okay. He had used the Satch to get over the wall to play that one more safely, and okay, other cooldowns maybe could have been saved a bit longer, but hey, still a good play of Power of Evil, and we can see TSM have a 5,000 gold lead. Second Dragon about to be claimed as well. TSM are not letting up in this one.
They certainly are not. And we talked about earlier, speaking of the consistency, guess what? His name is at the top of the board again. Richest person in the game on the Diana jungle. And he's going to be able to take up the objective easily as well. If we to get a TSM vision toggle, you can see they already set up super deep wards through the red quadrant of the jungle, allowing that super long push on bottom side. But Rift Herald number 2 will ensure
Nocturne dives in, very big damage, but will not kill the Ziggs. Ulti's going to be a complete flub, and Huni gets away with his life. Speaking out here as well, Raze at 5 health, dies to the rest of the ultimate. Huni will finally go down to Destiny, but it's a 2-for-1 soon, I believe. But no, right now, TSM cutting back, Power of Evil burning down, will die. Xerxes finds it, trade it back though again, and now it's time for Revenge to run for his life. Xerxes going to drop, and that's TSM taking that fight, I believe. 3 dead on Immortals, only 2 dead on TSM.
Valiant effort there from Immortals. They know they have to scramble. They know they have to force these fights while TSM are separated, and they do get, again, a couple, but TSM more trouble than they're worth there. After the collapse, Lost comes up from the bottom side. They corral the rest of them with 3 dead on the map. TSM still get out to push out the extra waves, and will still get more value out of the fight. Spica being able to clean up that last kill over the back of the Raptors. Here's the attempt, though. TSM trying to assassinate this Ziggs super early on. Stopwatch buys some time. Here in the spread out fight, though, if Insanity doesn't land that Q onto Huni, I think you're right, and he just gets out, and they don't get the extra gold paid for themselves here, though. PoE flashes over, instantly answered by Xerxes, and so TSM will collect the extra 1 and the extra map pressure, but the scramble that Immortals are pulling off here in some of these fights, especially considering Nocturne Ultimate, has been admirable considering they're so far behind in gold and trying to fight their way out.
Yeah, well engaged by Huni though, right? Kind of dove into 3, but it was the right call. His team was ready to collapse, and I mean, he burned Raze down to 5% almost by himself. And now we get to go again. Doesn't have vision right now. Controller in the pit. Now he's going to be in range, going to be stunned up as well. 3v1, no fair. Revenge will get none. Just goes down without a punch back.
TSM yesterday had so much control and were smashing in the game against FlyQuest as well, Freak. Looked very similar. Also, expertly using this Nocturne for Huni even early on in the game. Lots of good lane pressure for him, making a lot of good Nocturne ultimates. And then the comeback. It's after TSM had already secured Baron. They'd been dominating the map, dominating the game for so long, so I'm sure that that is what they're looking forward to here as well. Another very good early game from TSM. Early control, dragon stacking. We're approaching the point of the game. 20 minutes now, Baron is on the table. Same setup, I think, will be attributed here for TSM. They have the Kalista, so you just ward up through blue quadrant of the jungle. PoE does face check.
Knock up, decent damage. Charm comes after being max range, so he can't dodge it with the ulti, and he's just running away. Should have his, no, the actual E is down, but yeah, of course, can Q the wall, so never gonna get a chase down, but hey, at least burns an Ahri ultimate.
And again, so TSM gonna be looking for multiple control ward restarts here. Everybody gets one except the AD carry, and back out towards that Baron to try the similar sort of turn that they utilized effectively last time around. You've got Leona, Nocturne, Diana, and Ahri. If you get close to this Baron, TSM are looking for the turn. They're not looking to burn it down unless you allow them to get so many Ren stacks in and you're not contesting at all. They'll happily take it, but their turn is fearsome. So that's what Immortals really have to look out for. Maybe they get some extra vision. They go for the Ziggs ultimate possible steal combination. It can be hard sometimes to really keep a Kayn out of that Baron pit and threaten some of those steals. So TSM definitely looking to utilize their super long range pick. They're actually going to support Huni in his split push efforts first. Not a lot of these extra vision, resources, control wards being used up towards Baron quite yet, and they want to push on bottom first.
Yeah, wave cleaned up as Huni shoves it in. It's going to meet again right in front of that turret. Knock up, decent damage, but can it kill Sword Art? A great satchel pulls him back. They might have it, but look at that. Kalista is ready to go. Lost pulls him back to safety. And Sword Art's still at 30%, plus some nice honey fruit. Eats some melons. Not going to have a problem there. At least Xerxes gets himself a camp. He is, by the way, Red Kayn. Has been that way for a while. You can see his W knocks up. That's when you know for sure that's what the ability is, in which form he's used. So he's going for the tankier option, way more Omnivamp, has the CC again, so better anti-tank and whatnot.
Yeah, a lot better in the super heavy dive combos. And that's why, we've been looking for a decent amount of possibilities for Red Kayn because there's so many melee champions and a lot of dives, so you can get a lot of that Omnivamp value out of that Omnivamp and out of the kind of peel factor here with knock up on your W. Makes it a lot easier to land that when you are not chasing, when teams are diving into you, whereas Kayn's so much better at chasing down some of the more long-range threats and utilize more effectively in those scenarios. Because of the result there from the early incursion of TSM, easily able to back right out to Soul Point for themselves. Immortals, again, I like this choice. You don't want to risk too much just on the Soul Point. There are more valuable objectives that are about to come up very quickly. Baron is already on the table. That's where TSM will transfer to next. Keep up the split pushing pressure there on bottom side for Huni. He's a little bit vulnerable right now, but Immortals are trying to get vision up around the Baron first, and TSM do have eyes on them.
Still 5,500 right now. The gold lead for TSM. Baron may be a concern as you're talking about that in the vision setup. It looks like no one's going to be able to jump this one early on. A couple of wards are in for Immortals. They're not going to get snuck against them, but TSM are going to start taking control themselves. They haven't lost the Baron, but they're going to start taking away all the wards and making it even more difficult for Immortals to do anything about this. Sterix Gauge done for the primary front line of Immortals now. Done on both the Lee Sin and the Kayn. Ziggs on Azonius, halfway to Void Staff. Wits End in is going to feel good for Kalista.
I just want to go over how TSM cautiously swept. They group up, they waited here until everyone was available. Then for multiple points, they go down and clear out the different vision setups. So they're not risking anything as far as the possible comeback plays. You're always thinking about what is your opponent going to do next. And when they are down like this and you have so much control, they're oftentimes going to be setting up these surprise brush plays, you know, the fanatic, quote-unquote, plays of old. And so when you're rechecking area that has previously been under control of Immortals, very good, cautious play there from TSM. They are just going by the book here, and while there's no action, I think it's important to point out the more standard things that are done to avoid those.
Yep, but as TSM take the recall, Immortals run right back in at the same moment and get all the wards back. But I feel like, yeah, TSM gonna just, you know, come back down. Look, the wards are dying yet again. The one downside is the timing was awkward and the Scuttle Crab came up, and so it was able to be grabbed by Xerxes here. But you can see TSM happily running down, taking away as much of the jungle as they can. Immortals wanting to defend this part of the map, though. The proxy war in front of Baron. Smite is good from Spica. He grabs that one. How about the dive on the top side, though? It's a catch. It's Insanity going down way too early. And that is TSM with a power play ready to push for Baron if they want it.
Sword Art was channeling the Hex Splash right over that wall. What a positioning from him on the flank with Leona. And then Huni just pops a Nocturne ultimate. Surprise! Insanity thinks he's going in for a big play right into Leona CC. Fully locked up by the TSM support. That's going to be a huge pick for them. Even though the teleport is ready there for Insanity, you know, the flash also used, so the threat of that play next time around greatly reduced.
Okay, trying to get away. Gonna flash the Q. Charm sidestepped. Raze stays alive, but burns absolutely everything on the escape. As now Power of Evil gets to just cleanly walk away from Destiny.
Yeah, again, a lot of resources actually forced out of the Ziggs there. Just the ultimate from PoE. And he gets a tremendous amount of value still out of this. Ahri looking pretty good, if I don't say so myself. A lot of good aggressive, play style here lining up for TSM. And 26 minutes into the game. Soul point for TSM. Baron on the table for TSM, Freak. Now all that's left is the execution.
See if they can find the one shot. Destiny does have his Abyssal Mask, so has that. So when he headbutts and he pulverizes, he gets a big damage amp for his team, and they can try to find a one shot on somebody. 2 items are in for revenge. Nather's Tooth is in, plus the Riftmaker. That's going to feel pretty decent, but can they kill TSM? Double Morellonomicon in for Spica and Power of Evil. Stopwatch and double Zonias. Actually, double Stopwatch as Sword Art has one as well. And the Wit's End is going to make Kalista pretty hard to kill. So good luck dealing with healing when there's Grievous Wounds on 3. Executioners in for loss. TSM have covered a lot of their bases here. And they're looking really, really good, spending their lead in a couple of really good spots.
Such a high value plant right there. As the Scryer's Bloom scouts all members of Immortals in their attempt to pick off the Kalista, that gives full authority to Huni to push right up to this tower. So nice little pop there on the vision from Aloss. Does scout out the attempt at his life, allows his team an objective on the other side of the map. That's the cost of going for those plays that we kept lauding, accolades at Immortals for, trying to pull off those 4-person picks, trying to pull off these comeback plays. If you get scouted out, you have to pay the price.
Our people feels pretty safe, though. He's kind of on a flank play. Revenge coming down as well. Is this the fight that comes in? Xerxes coming around as well. Here comes Nocturne, and Lee Sin is far. It's a 5v4. TSM pounce right away. Raze is gone. They're going to get a second. Power Evil on a double kill. They're going to find a third. And Insanity walking out of his base going, where'd my team go? John Travolta memes pop up in chat. He's got no one else around him. TSM clean house.
When you're late game versus a Nocturne and you have teleport, you constantly have to be ready to immediately move your camera over to teleport because you do not have much time before the entire screen goes dark and you're locked out of teleporting. Insanity wasn't able to get off in time, but maybe he can get something done here versus PoE.
It's a 1v2 though. Huni, Spell Shield's expecting the kick back. Gonna find his way out. There's Baron claimed, no problem at all. TSM can walk down. Guaranteed Dragon Soul as well. A 10,000 gold lead. They've got a Red Bull Baron power play. It's gonna end the game.
Yeah, you say that. Yesterday was not quite the story. We'll see this time around. I feel pretty good about your odds, though. Here's the pick. With the Nocturne Ultimate, if you don't start channeling your teleport immediately, can't join. And so, as you state, no Lee Sin available. Regardless of that, though, it still would have been an amazing engage. Like, they still would have won this team fight. Just makes it even sweeter, even better for TSM. Clean sweep. And the goose egg there for the Lee Sin, unable to join.
Ray's got a spell off. I'm not even sure which one because I feel like he did more than 313 damage, but well, he did 316, so he
I'm
did
gonna
do
go
more
with
than 13.
an E or maybe a satchel charge.
Yeah,
and
it's
only
like,
a few of the mines were popped.
Right. Yeah, it's like if you had Landers, it'd be more than just that. But you know, went for Ludens. It's not like a complaint or anything. Just is what it is. And yeah, I didn't get that much damage done overall. And yeah, they just got dove. He couldn't get his ult or anything else. So pretty rough look.
Because of a really well executed engage, though. Again,
Yeah,
to your point, these engages from TSM, they have put so much time in on these Nocturne comps that Sword Art has been playing really well, rotating around the map early game, creating pressure, going for those deep wards that we talked about early on, allowing TSM these aggressive plays, and then they continue to apply that pressure with the global, making use of this champion. Huni has been using it quite well in lane and out of lane for the team. But here we are, Freak, once again, set up. Baron's acquired by TSM. They're knocking at the inhibitor's door. They have the Dragon Soul. Immortals are desperate. Sometimes your desperate engages are the best.
Lost plays back as a result because, hey, Ahri's splitting a bot side. Good luck catching an Ahri with flash and ult up. It's nearly impossible. And there we go. Uncontested. Bot lane inhibitor goes all the way down. Mid and top now have waves shepherded in, but those are the ones that are riskier, right? Those don't have free escapes. They played a bit safely, but here's Huni being attacked heavily. Sterix popped, could be killed. In fact, they probably have the damage, and indeed they do. Alone in mid lane goes down to 3, but alone in bot lane, Nexus turret goes down to Power of Evil. Now on his way out is ulting, dodges the Lee Sin Q. But because of that, counterpunch. Top side's being attacked. Top inhibitor is gone. Now Immortals with the TP play. Can they make the desperation kick happen? They push back one. Now how about the rest of it? They're going to come back down and pile onto Kalista, and that's a kill picked up, but there is nothing to take anywhere else on the map. Baron's gone, Dragon's gone, Immortals get some gold, and the shambles of their base.
Yeah, the damage done by TSM. This time, successfully destroying the inhibitors of Immortals. They get inside, PoE finishes up on the bottom one. He even took down the Nexus turret, so very, very flimsy Nexus here for Immortals that they constantly have to deal with split push, with semi-global attempts at their Nexus, at the game. And TSM have really opened up the rest of the map now, pried this thing open. Unless Immortals get one of those dream scenario chase down fights, picking up more than a few kills, this should be TSM walking it right back to finish the job.
Seems really likely. You've got plenty of time till the big neutrals come up, 2.5 minutes in both cases. So, okay, clean out the jungle, grab a red buff, push towards level 18. That'll feel good for Spica. It's got some time to go still, but you just finish off mid lane and then into the Nexus you go. Only a single Nexus turret means there's really no bastion of defense for Immortals. Turrets individually probably don't, stop a 10,000 gold lead. You can kind of take almost any fight.
Yeah.
So we'll see when they dive in.
All right, Huni's actually doing their own Krugs right now, not moving up with the super minion, so maybe Immortals can actually jump out, try and get some early damage done, because it's going to close in on all sides very quickly. To your point about there not being neutral objectives for TSM to draw Immortals out on the map, they can just go straight in to the base here. Only a minute level of defense available, and it's all going to have to be, can Immortals make the pick? Wow. Time is not working in their favor. They've got to find something quick.
3 buttons put Xerxes at half health from Power of Evil. He needs targets to hit to get his health, and it's not really going to work. Ray's low, has to get his mana pool up from running back to the fountain. Home guard buff does pretty well there. And now it is chain wave clear. It is throwing out spells in the waves to stay alive. The flash play, but Huni spell shields it, puts the ulti down. Ziggs bomb is going to miss entirely. Raze has had some pretty poor accuracy, I got to say, in this game. And getting away from the charm at the very least, but the Nexus turrets are still under fire, taking the damage. When does TSM walk in for it? TP now back in for Huni. He recalled for help. They're going to try yet again. Sword Art split off to the side, but he's very tanky, not an easy target, plus with the Kalista on his team.
Yes, sir. TSM have done it. All 3 inhibitors down, so the supers will flood in. They're all double sack super minion waves. All TSM have to do is sit around and wait for the reinforcements. The army will continually renew itself, and they just apply pressure to Immortals here.
the last turret available on the entire map for Immortals to try and defend around.
Magi's and a blue elixir to end it. Power of Evil takes his final recall and a TP in. Objectives are up in 30. If somehow Immortals win this fight huge, they can get Baron and Elder. Nice flash from Lost. Gets away from Lee Sin. Charm comes in. GA is available, but it's a lot of damage. Now in comes Nocturne. Ult comes through for Xerxes. Diana comes across as well. No one's dead just yet. Sword Art is low. Ray's alive. A little bit of mana. Finds a single kill. But the minions have arrived. The Nexus turrets are dying, and the mana pool is low. TSM retreat with a single casualty, and Immortals farm the gold inside their base.
Especially an aptly named team like the Immortals here. You gotta be a little bit worried if you drop kills inside the base, and so TSM immediately call a stop to it. They transition over to Baron.
Just him in the base, not even having to ult or flash. Just, I don't know if he charmed over the wall or what, but a great pick. No Zen Steel available. Health bar is getting a bit low, but you can see Immortals are in their base. Not going to be a problem. Insanity. Oh, that charm was good. Not sure he's going to be able to get anything done. PoE finds 2 straight solo kills as the Baron goes down to Nocturne as a jungler should. And look at that. TSM 10,000 gold and 700 ahead. This poor Nexus turret nearly dead. Raze and Insanity still respawning. You can watch as they are going to die. How do you defend this one as TSM are walking in from the base, looking to close it out here. Xerxes healing on the fountain. PoE playing it safe. Ulti up in a few seconds. And then he'll be able to get a bit more done as Lost pushes in.
Okay, Tristan, you've converted me. I'm an Ari believer now. Big plays from him.
Good charm, good damage. Destined at a 1/3, and here comes the final push. Still waiting on Insanity in 13 seconds. The dive in for Nocturne. They found the rest. He's fleeing, and he is gone. Raze has been destroyed, and his base will be the same. Nexus falls. TSM slaughters Immortals.
Power of Evil brings his Ari back out. TSM, they play so well off of the pressure, especially Sword Art with the early roams. You know, Huni's doing well individually up there, but when TSM continually apply the extra pressure, that's what really turned it off for them. PoE finding some good picks there through the middle too, able to finish it out this time around. I'm sure they're much happier here. You know, yesterday was first attempt, does get turned around on them in a heartbreaker, but clean it all up.
I like Power of Evil on mages. TSM ran their AD mid-experiment for a while. The Lucian hadn't looked great, the Lee Sin hadn't looked great, the Viego hadn't looked great, but you give him a champ who can buy a death cap and it looks a lot better. And look, some players have play styles, but I'm gonna take the general broad brush and say, hey, look, PoE's a mage player and that's okay. Doesn't matter that Ari's not popular. You play this well, who cares? Play your champs, play them well, and you can keep on climbing.
I don't like broad brushstrokes like that. I really liked his Viego. I really liked his Kiana in the past.
Okay.
So there are some, okay?
All right. Maybe there are some. Either way, it is a win for TSM, and that's what counts at the end of the day. Now, before we go to the break, I want to shout out those of you at home who have been tweeting and commenting about the LCS. We see you, we appreciate you, and thank you so much. Our peripherals partner, Rocket, is helping us hook up fans. And this week it's going to Twitter user Mr. Ginger31. Check your mentions. Thanks for tweeting about last week's upsets, and I hope you're enjoying this weekend's so far. And if you're looking for these peripherals and thinking to yourself, I sure would like one of those too, then listen up because I've got just the opportunity for you. If you have a good, bad, or hilarious play from League of Legends, I want to rate it here on the broadcast. All you got to do is reply to the tweet from @LCS Official that got just sent out a moment ago. There are only 2 rules. It must be a clip of you. It must be a clip from a recent ranked game on this patch. Make it happen. You might win some stuff.
You got to be holding a newspaper with the recording of your play.
Yeah. They got to get into the replay to farm it. That's why. So get those clips together, and we'll meet you back here for our Verizon post-game interview with Power of Evil. We'll see you then.
TSM.
It all comes down to this one last dragon fight to call the whole game. Boom! Look at the damage on the wombo combo. All 5 enemy players down. GG!
Welcome back to the LCS. Following a TSM victory here today, I am joined by Power of Evil. Pulling out the Ahri as the last lock-in in Champ Select. Why do you believe this was the place for the pick?
Well, the enemy team was really mobile. They had the Kayn, they had the Lee Sin, and I just felt like I needed to have something safe that is mobile, that can go into the side lane. Especially since I didn't know what the Kayn is going to choose, if he's going to choose the blue Kayn or the red Kayn, and the blue Kayn is really, really dominant on the side lane. If you play side lane, he will just pick you off. So I needed to have something with like jumps and to play a side lane game, and it worked out pretty good.
I would say pretty good because it did result in you getting player of the game for this matchup. A lot of times when I tell that to players, their instinct is to go into self-critique and say, no, I didn't deserve it. So I just want to know, how do you feel about earning the honor?
I think that I'm really happy about how we displayed as a team because yesterday we had the struggle where we should have won the game, but we just threw it away. And I'm just happy that today we did the Baron push, got the inhibitors. It got a little bit shaky at the end, but I'm happy that I could make up for it by killing the Ziggs and getting us the victory.
On that note of playing as a team, Spica has been a very clear focal point, being on a lot of carry picks and having a good performance at that. How has that affected the way the rest of you have played around him in these games?
I would say obviously in every team, the team style is going to be different. I think Spica really likes to play these carry champions, likes to get resources, and I think we're doing a better job over the weeks. I feel like playing around him, getting the pushes, warding enemy camps, and yeah, just kind of like doing what we need him to do in order for him to carry. So I think I feel like we're doing better and better over the weeks.
And the whole TSM squad is still holding strong towards the top of the standings, but it's a difficult question, it seems, when asking individuals who you think the top teams are. So, PoE, who do you believe the top teams are in the LCS right now?
It's really hard to tell because I feel like each team can take wins from another team. Even, I would say, bottom teams can win against top teams. I would say that's the main reason is because the teams on the top are not really consistent, if that's draft or if that's actually in-game play. So I think the top teams need to get more consistent in order for them to stay on top and kind of build that lead. And that's why I feel like you see all these top teams like be so close together because they would win against each other one time, then they would like have a win streak and suddenly they would lose against like a bottom team. So I think it's just all about consistency.
One team that's fighting for that consistency is Team Liquid, your next opponent. Thoughts going into that matchup?
It's going to be interesting. I think if I remember correctly, last time around we beat them, so hopefully we can keep that streak up. And it's a big victory, not only for the standings, but like just as well for the confidence, heading into playoffs later.
Yeah, we're all looking forward to it. Playoffs not that far off. PoE, thanks for stopping by.
Thank you.
We've got more LCS to come. As you can see on the stage, Dignitas are getting ready to take on Golden Guardians. We'll catch you on the opposite side of the break to get you into it.
I didn't order a pizza.
I know. But that Parker promo saved me so much in my insurance. I brought you a little something special.
Parker, State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
You're the man, man.
And you want the real deal? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. We are gearing up for a matchup that's more exciting than we might have expected at the very beginning of the split. It's a revamped Dignitas Quantum Pay taking on the rising Golden Guardians. Golden Guardians. I mean, we talked about it in that last segment where you're talking about exciting teams. And while Crumbs might not think they're that exciting, with Licorice on
Crumbs
the roster.
is trolling for sure.
Yeah, but it's definitely trolling that. But boy, I mean, over the last 2 weeks with Licorice in the top lane, I mean, it's amazing to see not only the revival of the individual player, but also then the team around him now at Golden Guardians.
I mean, part of the excitement when there's a big change like this and there's success is where is the limit, right? How far can you go? And to me, there's still that feeling of the unknown around Golden Guardians and the new FlyQuest roster that makes it so fun to watch. Because, yeah, you always kind of got that feeling in the back of your mind that maybe the floor is going to drop out from under them at some point. But hey, they're 3-1. They've beaten some really good teams. If they continue picking up these wins, who cares what your record is? If you go into playoffs strong, you could win.
I think what excites me about the Golden Guardians change is that it's really showing how close some teams might be to actually being pretty good, because there was not a lot going on for them before, and just a single player change and suddenly everything has gotten better. And by that token, I can't blame a lot of the other teams making these individual roster moves, hoping that maybe they can strike the same luck that Golden Guardians has hit right now.
Yeah. Crumbs, I agree with everything you said, except the one thing I want to push on a little bit is that it was one player change and everything got better. Because in my view, the team had already been showing signs of like being on the cusp of being a better team, you know, pretty much since Solo was added, right? And what they didn't really have was consistent carry threats in every lane. And I think now that Licorice is back and he seems really revitalized, and we've seen Olive have multiple good looks, and even the last game that they played, their bot lane popped off. It feels like they actually have ways to create sustainable advantages.
I like that about the carry too, because Iconic does look a lot better, and Solo was a much better weak side top laner. Licorice is definitely capable of taking advantages from laning phase and winning games that way. So if he's always pushing, then Iconic's gonna look so much better too.
And I do appreciate the call on a Blaze Olive as well, right? Because yes, with Solo back in, you definitely saw the winning games for Golden Guardians largely came around big Blaze Olive performances as well. And now, of course, he just has another carry threat on the team, but the two of them individually feel like, to me, the top performing members on the squad right now.
Yeah, and it's interesting because, both the solo laners are playing well, but it's kind of two very different paths. Licorice feels like a return to his kind of former form, right? He was very good on Cloud9. For Blaze Olive, this is the peak we have seen him at, right? He started quite literally from the bottom. I think most people would have had him as, worst mid laner in the league when he first came in. And he has been steadily improving. We saw in the mid lane tier list even, hitting about that midway point. And I think he's actually been playing even better than that recently.
I've seen a number of rumblings throughout the community. People are talking about Danny and Blaze Olive when they're thinking rookie Ablolive. That's my boy right there. When they're talking about rookie of the year, right? With the way he has stepped up, and Danny as well, someone to keep your eyes on. But if we flip the script and we look at Dignitas, I think the person to keep the eyes on is Acadian. We talked a little bit about how he wasn't thrown into the best of scenarios with the drama and the other roster swaps in the mid lane between Soligo and Yasui. But without fail, this man steps onto the Rift game in and game out and tries to get things done. Sometimes to success, sometimes not.
Yeah, and recently it's been getting things done, just straight up. I mean, this Kane game was insane. This was a game where, he was up in a scenario where it was really important that he has an individual play well, because he's playing basically a damage carry in Kane, even though people are building more bruiserish sometimes now. So I think Acadian, what I like about him is that he was in a situation where he had to replace one of the better junglers in the league and also a leader on the team, and he stepped into that role immediately by trying to be extremely proactive.
Well, it was this quadra kill that delivered the win and the Grubhub dub to the team just yesterday. But you deserve a great deal, and Grubhub believes that just as much as anyone, not only are they delivering the win here on broadcast, but they are delivering the win every day with their newly launched Grubhub Guarantee. Unbeatable prices and on-time delivery. Visit grubhub.com/Grubhub Guarantee to learn more. And don't forget to use code GHFeeds to score free delivery and a chance to win a Hex Tech chest and key and other prizes throughout the split. So as we look at him picking up the victory yesterday, I think the question becomes, how do they take down a surging Golden Guardians that looks to disrupt the standings that Dignitas probably wants to keep very much intact, because they're one of the ones already in the playoff picture?
I mean, I think you got to look at Licorice and shutting him down, right? I think you have to play a strong top side of the map as Dignitas. That has been the focus very clearly for Golden Guardians. We saw, Licorice on FlyQuest was the one getting dove. On Golden Guardians, they are the ones diving. They want to play aggressive on that top side, and you've got to have a plan to actually deal with it.
I'd like to see him go for another carry from the jungle from Acadian. The Kayn game I really appreciate because you're going to have to put out fires on top, on bottom. Stixxay has been playing really well alongside Chime, pretty much carried through the bot lane yesterday, and the Blazeow is playing really well. So you need to assist every single lane, so help the jungler out, allow Acadian to influence everywhere, and then you're going to have a really good shot against Golden Guardians.
Okay, we have a blueprint of maybe how it can happen for both sides of the coin. I want to know what you think will happen. Who takes it, Dignitas, Golden Guardians in this one?
I think it's Golden Guardians. I'm feeling really confident in this team. They've been looking so good. 4-1, 3-1, I think, in their last 4.
Yep, 2-1
and against
last
top
week.
teams, against teams that I think are better than who they are going against today.
Okay, we got the Golden Guardians prediction here. What are you thinking, Kaizen?
I agree. Golden Guardians, I think they outclass Dignitas in solo lanes, and I think Acadian can have pop-off performances, and I think he can sometimes look better than Iconic, but I think when you have better solo lanes and a bot lane that is in form right now, it's really hard to overcome that.
Acadian, baby. Acadian and Dignitas. I think another carry performance is going to be, it's a carry jungle meta. If you haven't figured it out, these champions, this role is taking over the Rift.
Well, split decision on the desk. Let's see how it plays out on the Rift. Over to Captain Flowers for the call.
Hell yeah, thank you very much, Dash. Y'all actually didn't get the joke. It was supposed to be a nameplate thing with Flowers spelled with a Z because for the first time in LCS history, Mr. Mark Zimmerman himself will be joining me here on the casting desk for some LCS action. We have casted Academy together before. We have casted collegiate stuff together before.
All-Star randomly once.
Yeah, that happened too. And now we're here doing the LCS together. I'm ready for it, buddy.
I'm stoked. I didn't get an intro from Dash. He just skipped over me. So, no, nothing gets me psyched quite like that. I'm ready to go.
All right, let's fire it up. Let's get into the draft here. It's Dignitas banning away Kalista here first and foremost as Golden Guardians want to remove that new Irelia from the pool.
Yeah, Kalista absolutely dominant in the bot lane. And then Irelia, no surprise. We get to see it a couple times. It actually hasn't looked that great in LCS hands so far, but all things considered, I mean, I think you're going to see a lot of the standard bans here, a lot of the AD solo lanes and early game threats, because that's the name of the game right now.
Yep, Viego getting banned out here by Dignitas. We've seen both Viego and Gwen be very popular since they've been enabled in pro play, so not surprised about that one. Renekton, also just an evergreen pick in the top lane. Feels like it's very hard to get the Croc out of the meta, but you can get him out of the game here in the ban phase just that easy. One more to go here for each side. Xin Zhao's still up. Normally we see this champion banned out in the first couple of bans, particularly on Red's side, but still working his way through right now.
My only guess, I mean, we'll see if it ends up happening if it gets banned out, but I could see Acadian having a deeper champion pool that you're a little bit more willing to give things over. That, considering you just popped off on Kayn, as you heard the analyst desk breaking down a little bit, maybe he's not the threat, but yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Got ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, the Xin Zhao's the final ban for the side of Golden Guardians here in the first half. Gwen is that last ban for Dignitas. And Dig, what will that first pick be? The Ziggs locked in. We've been seeing this become more and more popular.
I love it. It does so much for your team right now. It's flexible. It can go in multiple positions. There's so much AD threat in the game right now that if you don't snag away the Diana and you want to go double melee physical solo lanes, it becomes really awkward for your draft. And Ziggs becomes a bit of a savior for that because you can put it in the bot lane, you have your AP threat, you have your range, you have wave clear, you have all this stuff coming in, or you can still put it mid if you find a favorable matchup, but most likely going in the bot lane. And that's why Golden Guardians, of course, snaps up that Diana for themselves as well.
Right. Got to make sure that you have the AP threat, you have the split damage profiles, and Sivir locked in for the Golden Guardians and Stixxay.
Sivir of all champions. A little surprised to see it, given that there's not that much focus on Sivir generally in the current meta. There's not that many bans in the bot lane right now. Like Thresh of Felios is still up that you would think, you know, I would expect Sivir to struggle into that. We'll have to see if they end up taking that.
And you saw the stat pop up, 0% pick rate so far in summer.
Just a blind call out.
Nobody's playing it, so here we go. Golden Guardians think this is the answer. We'll see if it's right. The response from Dignitas is to get themselves the Alistar there for Afromu. Hovering over that Kayn here that Acadian played yesterday. We saw him pop off with the Blueser Kayn, the Conqueror, the Gore Drinker, the Blue Evolution. Very effective. Do they want to do it again?
We'll have to see. It's a little early, it feels like, but I guess they're going to lock it in right now. I guess you're expecting a dive comp to be playing into, which Kane can sometimes do quite well, and with all his mobilities, all the tools he has to kind of move around. And in melee lanes, you have an easier time grabbing those red ones. We talked about the power of the blue Kane, but I feel like you end up with red Kane a lot of the time right now. And the Sivir definitely telegraphs to me, like, this is a comp that's going to go in. They're probably not going to be kiting us, especially when combo with the Diana already. Okay, this must be a bot lane that they had a lot of experience with.
Yeah. This is not what I was expecting. Yuumi having 1% more pick rate than Sivir so far at a grand total of 1. So both of these champions very, very far removed from the meta right now, but that's what Golden Guardians are running in the bottom lane.
So I have felt like I've seen a little bit of Yuumi bubbling up beneath the surface a little bit recently, so I don't think it's totally unbelievable, and it is something that has a deal of uninteractivity to it, I guess you would say, where you kind of just wave clear, you sit back, and then you don't actually skirmish or anything. You're at best a poke lane where you're just trying to wave clear, ignore it, and this should hopefully let the Diana focus on top side, and then in the late game, you're more utility. I can see a world where this works really well. Makes me wonder what else, like, is there something else that they're pairing with it? There's a really specific hyper carry, juice this guy up, because that's what this is kind of telegraphing to me that's coming in either the mid or to the top lane.
Well, we'll get to see that here in a couple more bans. Right now, that second ban phase has already started up. Golden Guardians getting rid of Lee Sin, while Dignitas ban out the Sylas. This pick gets drafted so often when you already have Alistar, because Alistar's ult is such high value for Sylas to steal. I like the fact that Dignitas is denying that. Golden Guardians will round out their final ban here with the Tristana being banned away. One more from Dig. What's it going to be?
We'll have to see. The Sylas ban, like you're saying, you can do things, so like you can pick double blind strong lanes into what Sylas would be. That way you can, Golden Guardians can't counterpick it at last pick, but that feels like it's pigeonholing your selection quite a bit. So just ban it out here so you don't need to worry about that. Mundo as well. Not too much of a surprise. Mundo did get hit a little bit on this patch. I think his priorities dropped for some teams, but he's still really annoying in the current meta if you find the right time for him, because he gets so beefy that you can kind of just ignore all the kind of bursty champs in the meta, and then you just tank through the rest of the team fight.
Right, plus it's easy to shrug off some of the poke too. Get yourself a Warmogs or something, or sometimes you don't even need it. Just the normal passive regeneration of the champion can make that poke feel less effective. Tahm Kench!
All right, Golden Guardians.
For Golden Guardians. And they have Yuumi. They have Yuumi, so this is not going to be a support Tahm Kench.
No, I think someone tried. Was it Huhi yesterday tried the support Tahm Kench?
Yeah, and it was really, really bad.
It looked weird. I mean, the Tahm Kench rework, if you haven't seen it, is largely focused on more solo lane play. They took the W, put it on his R, took the W, or his R, put it on his W, and it's much more of like a Rek'Sai kind of tunnel in now. It's much more focused on combat power versus just saving someone's ass. So that's why you don't see in support quite as much now. And I mean, Golden Guardians are flexing champion pools. They're like, we have all this stuff we've cooked up.
Yeah.
We're busting it out against Dignitas.
Well, Dignitas will lock in Gnar there for the top lane, so Fake God will take that into the Tahm Kench. And the final pick is the Akali here for Yasui.
This is really interesting. I'm going to be curious exactly what the Tahm Kench can do into the Gnar. I feel like it's something that not many people have a ton of experience playing against. And Gnar into TK, when TK was a top laner previously, was a really good matchup for Gnar, because there was no way for Tahm Kench to get really on top of the Gnar unless he got a ton of stacks off and managed to get a stun. Now with the tunnel in, I wonder if it's still as good of a matchup. We'll have to see. They also took the Camille, so this might be a mid-lane Tahm Kench.
Whoa, okay. So Camille top into the Gnar. They draft the Tahm Kench, bait you into thinking, okay,
yeah, we'll take Gnar.
Lane. We'll take Gnar into that. Then Golden Guardians switches it up. They're saying Tahm Kench is a big old meatball. He can play into Akali. That's fine. Very, very interesting stuff.
And I will say, too, you have the tools to help the Tahm Kench. I feel like if I was picking Tahm Kench solo lane, my concern would be it's a little hard to pilot him in team fights. Yeah. If your W has a channel time, they can move out of the way of it. It's pretty telegraphed.
Slap Yuumi on him.
Yeah, slap a Yuumi on him, slap a Sivir on him. Suddenly you can't get away from the catfish.
This is a very interesting composition from Golden Guardians. I'm just wondering if this is going to be Juggernaut Kench going in with Sivir and Yuumi next to him to become this bat out of hell catfish that you can't get away from 10,000 miles per hour. Because if he gets ahead, we know that he can stat check a champion like Akali very easily if she falls behind.
Kind of like that Mundo thing we're talking about, where you're a big meatball in the current meta. There's not that much DPS. Sometimes you can just outscale the pace of the game just through raw stats and item build. The nerfs, or the changes, I should say, that came into Tahm Kench to make him a little less naturally tanky. But, I mean, you're going to be getting a lot more gold than you're used to seeing a Tahm Kench get here. So we'll have to track his item build, see what people are playing. I'm going to go run over and check that on low analytics. this anyways right now.
Okay, check that out. Also worth pointing out to people who were not aware, remember that since we are on 11-14, that means that Akali got nerfed as well. Damage hits on the ultimate, both parts of it, as well as the inability to cast 5-point strike during the Shuriken flip now, so taking out just some of what made that champion feel so fluid and so clean all the time makes it take a little bit longer to get all that burst on the table. But here we go. The Kench is off the bench for Dignitas versus Golden Guardians.
And I gotta say, man, this is my first cast of the LCS. I've done some Academy, done some Collegiate. They couldn't just give me a standard team comp, could they?
Nope.
What the hell is this? They have to test me right out the gate.
Did you watch LCS yesterday? Nothing is normal anymore.
That's true. Got to stay fluid right now in the LCS. Anything could happen. Golden Guardians is on the rise ever since Licorice came in. We heard them talking about 3-1. Dignitas also has stabilized. They're staying above a 500 record right now after being in a little bit of free fall after the initial Dardoch Acadian swap. So both these teams are struggling right now to stay in the playoff hunt. Golden Guardians is just outside of it because FlyQuest happened to go on a resurgence as well. So the whole table of the LCS is getting flipped upside down right now.
And we are getting towards the end, right? Like, this is week 7. After we're done here, after we're done tomorrow, there's only going to be 6 games left to play for each team. So especially when you're going up against these other squads that feel like they're within striking distance, it means so much. So we'll keep an eye constantly on how Ablaze Olive's mid lane Tom Kench pick it will work into this Akali. You can see right now he's comfortable just stepping up, trying to zone Yasui away from the wave.
Yep, so this is definitely the matchup to watch, seeing exactly how it works. I imagine this is pretty frustrating for Melee champions to play into the Tom Kench. Just being able to walk up, get the stacks on you. The Q also gives him a little bit more healing now when you landed on a champion. So the solo lane power of the Tom Kench was actually buffed in a number of ways. A lot of it, you get a focus on the R and the W swap, but the Q change actually is pretty substantial as well.
And as we're looking at our junglers clear from the bottom side to the top side, both a reminder, our free pro view matchup for this game is that jungle duel between Acadian and Iconic here on the Kayn, on the Diana. Yesterday we got to see Acadian pop off on the Kayn pick. Maybe he can do it here again today, but he will have to take down Iconic to make it happen. Ablaze Olive with that priority there in mid lane, taking the opportunity to just walk up into that top side river, ward the Pixel Brush, and be ready if Dignitas are going to try anything cheeky early.
Yeah, of course, the Tom Kench with the mid lane priority.
Oh, yeah, it's
just
basic League of Legends, Mark.
Yeah. I mean, like, Akali usually struggles pre-level 3 no matter what matchup she's in. Just tries to focus on scaling, getting that all-in threat. You kind of hit on it already. It was some of the utility and top-end plays that were taken down. The ultimate damage getting dropped on the execution part, and then also the Q during the flip, not doable anymore. But that's like utility stuff. I still think Akali's pretty strong, and so overall, I think you can still make her work pretty easily.
And also, she's got just so much playmaking ability in a team fight if piloted correctly, right? So that's what I'm going to be wanting to see from Yasui, is the ability to pilot that in a way that he can still find those kills here in the team fights. Acadian will be first one to this topside Scuttle Crab, and considering that he and Iconic were both starting on the same end of the jungle, it means we are going to have some crab-based PvP here, Mark, as Acadian Bright walks back away. Stixay now getting jumped on as Afromoo and Neo are ready to take this fight all the way. The minefield is down. Stixay's in a lot of trouble with the damage continuing to pour through. He's shielded up a little bit. Afromoo needs just one more hit to take him down. Stixay runs, but it will not matter. And it's first blood over to Afromoo.
The nice all-in play there by Dignitas. They kind of baited Golden Guardians in to stay in that fight. You had Stixay walk up to be able to get the exhaust onto Neo. And that's one of the problems that the Yuumi can sometimes pose, is you need to get off your AD carry in order to get in range, whereas normally a support has an easier time walking up. If one support's going to go all in like this, and you're playing a typical support, you go on to the other carry and you cut him off. So that both supports are kind of sitting on top of the carries. You can't do that as Yuumi, so Stixay had to walk forward there to get the summoner spells onto Neo there, and that kind of put him in a bad spot. Then Afro, nice job chasing him down, finishing off the kill. Chime there, popped off. He did get the shield. He played it pretty much as well as he could, but the fact that it was clean engaged by Afro was just too much.
Right. Dignitas had the punish. They made it happen. They earned the first blood for it. And now Golden Guardians will have to deal with that here in this bottom lane. They do have a farm advantage, so it's not like Stixay is just completely reeling after that. They're still in an okay spot otherwise. Back here in the mid lane, there comes your...
Like I said, little telegraphed. There's a wave clear one. You know, you can do it on the back line. There you go.
It didn't work out the way that he wanted it to, but it's still all right here for Ablaze Olive in the mid lane. Does have a 10 farm advantage over his opponent with more minions left to farm too, so that can only get stronger from here. Down in the bottom lane, looking at the Sivir and the Yuumi again and how this look to synergize during the draft phase with the Tahm Kench. That, to me, says a Blaze Olive in particular cannot afford to fall behind if we have these champions that are drafted to make it so this pick can succeed.
Yeah, and it's a really interesting draft where they're going to focus at different points in the game, because I feel like the bot lane want to be autonomous. You just leave them down there, let them push in, especially against this Dignitas bot lane. And you actually had Iconic clearing bot to top on his initial clear because you want to go up there, and your early focus during the laning phase for where you're actually going to make plays is in the top lane. It's playing around Licorice, actually. You want to get the Tahm Kench getting his pressure to go roam up to the top side, combo that with Camille's just insane all-in threat, and the Diana, you want to kill the Gnar when he's in mini form. And if things change too much in the bot lane, they start losing, that actually becomes a bit of a disaster for Golden Guardian's game plan. The first all-in, given that all the summoners were traded and they can TP back in the lane, not that bad, not the end of the world, but Golden Guardians do need to stabilize from here.
One thing also worth noting, remember that Golden Guardians in the draft made Dignitas think that it was Tahm Kench top, they drafted the Gnar into, and then Golden Guardians switched up to pick the Camille into that matchup instead. But Licorice is currently down more than 2 waves of farm just 6 minutes into the game. So the top lane is not going great for them.
No, and it's a bit of a struggle, especially, he has TP Ignite, going for the all-in threats. Once he hits 6, that's when I'm really going to be like, okay, did this draft strategy come together? Can they punish this? What does Kench bring to the table that Rise or TF could not? You want me to be honest? I'm not quite sure yet. I'm looking for it. Swag. Someone gave me the answer there. It gave the swag. Because yeah, I mean, it's the same idea as far as I can tell. And plus, your W is not the insane range that it was on your ultimate, so a little less global power.
Okay, a Blaze Olive wants to get away from Yasui here, trying to use the thick skin to stay alive. Oh, he gobbles him up! He's got the ulti! Akali turns into a snack, and a Blaze Olive is hungry, baby!
That's what you're getting that you don't get with TF or Rise, baby. You get to bait them into thinking they can finish you off. You get the thick skin. People aren't ready for the Devour. It's a much more offensively focused ability. You could always have done that in the past, but you now have extra ability in how you end up, devouring them. And then he just spits them under turret. And plus, the Tongue Lash also gives a % missing health heal now. So not only do you have this annoying thick skin shield that you have to deal with, they actually, these solo lane Tahm Kenches, can bait you in with some healing.
So this is now the opposite of what I was talking about in the bottom.
All right, Tahm Kench mechanics, baby. Here we go.
Tahm Kench, here it is. Here it is.
All right, he's going to start getting all in. He realizes a gank has come. He's going to use his W for an escape, and given that there's no CC, you can't interrupt that channel at all. Manages to get out. There's the shield. There's the Tongue Lash heal and spit back under the turret. Able to finish off the Akali. Nice flash, too. Outplay the King coming in there by Acadian. So, all right, looking clean there for a Blaze Olive.
Yeah, and this is not the case as it was in the bottom lane where I said, okay, they might have died. Hold on, never mind. I don't even have time to talk about it. Dignitas is going in. Licorice is going up, and they'll still grab themselves the kill, but it's a 1-for-1. Still in favor here of Dignitas. They're the ones who got the assist money. They're the ones who have the wave crashing into the turret now with a lot of these minions bleeding out.
And still able to control the top side of the jungle here, too. You see the invade continuing onto the red buff. Want to get that away from Iconic.
Iconic will continue trying to farm this up here. Dignitas watching, waiting, going in now. A Blaze Olive is here and ready to fight.
TP's coming
in now from both teams. Iconic is going to be taken low. Underneath the turret they go. Iconic will be the first one to die here in the fight with Licorice on the back line. Stuck in a 1v3, having to retreat now. A Blaze Olive continues tanking. Yuumi ult comes through, and Licorice has the damage to get the kill into Fake God. We've got ourselves a 1-for-1 in this extended fight. Lots of bodies from both sides, but everybody's going home.
All right, gonna back out there. Not too much actually going in advantage either way there. Dignitas, the trade on the top side meant that there was no extra, CS advantage going for Fake God. He actually dies again, a little frustrating, and it's gonna give Licorice a brief bit of respite here to start catching back up, because he is definitely in more trouble than you want to be when you took that counter pick. Don't want to be 30 CS down, 10 minutes. Not ideal.
No, it's not. But the point that I've been trying to get to for the past 2 fights that we'll get to right after this, let's take another look at the replay.
You go for that point
here.
anyways.
So yeah, we're taking another look at the fight. Back in mid lane, Yasui feels pressure to make something happen here because his farm is also very bad compared to the Tahm Kench. Blaze Olive is up what I believe was about 4 waves when we were last looking at it.
Oh, we're
and
back
now,
to fighting.
We're not done yet again. Licorice is going in, looking for the kill onto Afro move, but the Alistar ulti is enough to keep him alive. Fake God bounces back underneath his tier 1 turret here as well. 4 players from Golden Guardians, and a Blaze Olive's the first one to go in. Oh, he just spits him right back out, in the Golden Guardians mid laners 2-0-1 on the Kench.
All right, now, Golden Guardians make the roam up to the top side. You see some of that power that we were talking about they wanted to do to punish the Mini-Gnar. They don't do it at the perfect time, though, because they didn't have mid priority. They tried to go off in a different window there. That does give a lot of turret gold over to the side of Dignitas. Nice job getting the Herald down there as well. Chip it as low as they can. So we'll take a moment here.
Okay.
I think we're going to have some time. This is an insanely proactive game for there's so many talking points to go through, because one of the things that's nice about playing into Yuumi as a support is it usually gives you better timing windows, especially when you have a Ziggs bot lane. There's not much of a dive threat for Sivir Yuumi, and so I initially like that roam up to the top side by Afromu to find that opportunity onto Licorice that led to that whole top side invade. But Golden Guardians are pretty relentless because they had Yuumi and Stixxay roam up to that invade to try and stave it off. Once the waves reset, they actually just kept the Yuumi top side to force that dive again. So a nice bit of proactivity out of Golden Guardians, and now people are finally starting to go back to their lanes. It's finally starting to stabilize, and the gold lead is only 500 for Dignitas.
Yeah, Blaze Olive here in the mid lane does have his Frostfire Gauntlet completed. This is the first mythic item online here in the game. Makes sense considering he's 2-0-1. Frostfire Gauntlet, I really like this choice. Gives him extra sticking power, makes him tanky, exactly what you would want to see. And now Golden Guardians, let's see what else they can find here in this game. The Yuumi currently attached to Iconic, so that means he'll have all that extra support potential for chasing, for locking down, or for disengaging if it's Dignitas looking to make a play yet again.
Yeah, that's a nice thing. Sivir is relatively self-sufficient. I mean, if a bunch of people are jumping on her, Sivir can be in trouble because she's short range, but if you're the proactive team, if you're the ones making the plays, the Yuumi can kind of ditch her and just let her ult in, and the Yuumi can jump onto one of these frontlines members.
Oh, speaking of jumping on, jumping in, Afromu tries to get away. Alistar ulti's not enough with that much damage pouring in, and a Blaze Olive picks up number 3.
Yeah, Blaze Olive is popping off. 20 CS lead in about 10 minutes here. Got 3 kills. I mean, this player, I'm so excited for Blaze Olive. He just keeps doing things in the LCS to catch your eye. You know, now it's with this unique Tahm Kench pick in the mid lane. He's popping off.
And I mean, we were talking behind the scenes before this game started, before we jumped on the air here today, and you were telling me about some of the stats that a Blaze Olive has, and a lot of them are actually pretty remarkable.
Yeah, I think, you know, because he's a North American player, because Golden Guardians started 10th place at this season with the carryover of the record, a lot of people kind of overlooked his performance. But in Summer Split, he's second in DPM, only behind Triple, who has a much smaller sample size. So realistically, first place. He's number 1 in kills. He's number 1 in damage per gold. He's 3rd in the league overall, only behind Danny and Tactical for kills. Like, he's popping off in almost every single thing. The only thing is he also leads mid laners in deaths. That's the one rub you can give on to Blaze Olive right now, is he does die a lot. But I want that for a young player who's going to make a ton of plays and lead all mid laners in kills.
Risk and reward together. That's what we're seeing. A Blaze Olive jumping in, looking for the opportunity to go after Fake God. He's already got 1 stack of Acquired Taste, but he won't get any more. Afromu blocks that second Tongue Lash from finding his top laner, and Dignitas stays okay.
So this is the interesting part of the game, is trying to figure out exactly who's going to outscale who, because Tahm Kench, I feel like you normally, at least when I was looking at the builds online, a lot of people like going more armor as the second item. You kind of, feels like you're picking it into 1 damage type priority team comps, which are very prevalent like now with the melee soul laners, as we see these Ziggs execute on mid lane. Right now, there actually is a pretty good damage spread on Dignitas, 2 pretty significant physical threats in Acadian and Fake God, 2 pretty heavy magic damage threats on the bot side. So it makes it the itemization a little bit harder for Blaze Olive here. You can't just grab Anathema's chains for the Ziggs and kind of just stack armor, which is probably what you would want to do ideally. But, you know, it's still a pretty good position to be in, given that he's ahead of the pace of the game, like we were talking about, that the Tahm Kench wants to be. Right. And he can absorb some of this damage that's going to be coming his way.
So taking stock of everything here, just about 14 minutes into the game, so not a whole lot more time for those turret plates to provide any extra value here for either team. We have both of the early Drakes going over to the Golden Guardians, so a good job from them stacking up those early objectives. But Dignitas did respond, as you mentioned, by using the pushing power of the Ziggs to execute that mid lane turret with the plates still standing. Doesn't matter. Execution threshold, doesn't care about plates. It doesn't impact it at all. So very, very easy for Neo to pick that up, and that means Dignitas is 1,500 gold ahead.
And in the map state-wise, strategically, it's really nice to break that mid lane turret early against Sivir. She is so annoying in 1-3-1 setups, in these kind of like more macro-focused games, where she just gets to wave clear and get first shove and move around the map. And what you want to do is kill her, but if the turret's still up, it's a little hard to get behind her. There's so many more flanking windows because Ziggs was able to execute that turret.
And you can see there, Fake God taking a little bit of a chunk of damage from the single Tongue Lash.
What the hell is this thing? Coming out of mid lane and messing up my lane.
He threw like 4 boomerangs at him and then got hit with 1 tongue, and it traded back the entirety of the damage. The Kench is nothing to mess with, clearly, as a Blaze Olive just continues to look pretty comfortable here in this 1v1 matchup in the top side. You can see He's ready to push it forward even further. Okay, Tongue misses, so now Fake Gods feels a little bit more comfortable for a moment. Iconic is up here. We know that Acadian is also around this part of the map, but he's currently backing. Think he wants to go back. Yeah, completing the Gorge Drinker, getting that purchase, very big, very important. Also has that tier about halfway stacked up to the Mermana.
Yep, just playing a little bit of defense there. Recall near the top lane in case that dive did come through, but Fake God was healthy enough that Golden Guardians are just using their pressure right now to get some control in the top lane and make Fake God nervous.
Yeah. And also worth pointing out, Acadian's still not evolved unless he evolved on that current back. I don't believe he did. But it is 15 minutes into the game. So for the side of Dignitas, they really do want to see him getting enough orbs to get whatever form he's going to get here very soon, because taking an unevolved Kayn into a 20-minute 5v5 team fight does not feel good.
No, but at the same time, at least he's actually topping the table in gold. A little surprising given that he only has 1 kill, but with the Rift Herald that he was able to grab around the mid lane, actually able to have a nice buy already, like you said, with the Mythic and the tier and the extra longswords coming in, that though he doesn't have the evolve yet, I don't believe, at least he is item-wise keeping up. Because that's one of the problems with Kayn is you actually have 2 scaling ways, I guess 3 if you count levels, but you also want to be getting orbs.
You've got to make sure you're getting that form ASAP. So where is Dignitas going to focus to get it? Down here in the bottom lane, Yasui's the one who will be taking solo credit on killing off this turret. That is the 2nd turret Dignitas has killed this game. 2,500 gold lead, 16 minutes in. Pretty good stuff, Mark.
Yeah, not bad for Dignitas. I was a little scared after watching the mid lane stuff that was going on, but Yasui's largely recovered, largely caught up in gold. He's in an okay spot and, you know, has his item completed. So when these fights start happening, the big thing is that the Akali can actually have threat onto the Sivir, and she's not just going to get exhausted and instantly ignored while the rest of his team dies around him.
30 seconds until that 3rd Drake of the game spawns. It is a Cloud Soul this time around, so those often do find themselves falling a little lower on the priority list, even if you've got the first 2. Golden Guardians, however, already have the manpower in this bottom side river. They are set up. Iconic, again, with Chime attached to him, is sitting in this pixel brush, just waiting to see if somebody's going to make the mistake. Rotating back over to the mid lane side brush now to clear out some of the vision and create a safe path for Stixxay to join up here in the bottom river before the Drake.
Yeah, it looks like Dignitas want to contest. There's half a mind, like you said, given that it's Cloud Drake, to just go topside and finish off the last outer turret, but they're actually moving into the river to try and stop this Drake stacking now.
Both top laners have their teleports ready to join this as well. We'll see who decides to go first on that one. Iconic trying to throw out a couple of Qs just to poke at these guys here. A Blaze Olive grouping up with the other 3 men on Golden Guardians. Ziggs poke not finding a lot of success here so far.
Good ward.
Continues to be slowly whittled down. Okay, teleports are coming in. We're already starting off. A Blaze Olive's going to be your target. Dignitas looking to put the focus on the mid laner from the Golden Guardians. Afro moves by in the aggro here as Iconic gets hit by the Ziggs bomb. Nearly taken out, but nearly's not enough. Fake God goes back in, but a nice stopwatch is able to keep the Golden Guardians jungler alive. Acadian goes right back in and picks him up, and that's going to be a big one. But he will die himself as the trade. A Blaze Olive's going right back into the fight. Yasui's going back over the wall. A Blaze Olive, he is going in. How many licks to the center of an Afro pop? The world may never know. 2 left alive on the side of Dignitas, and Golden Guardians will take the fight.
Really scrappy fight there. It was 2 halves, one on one side in the top part of the river, one the bot half. We'll get another look at it in a replay, but the important thing is Golden Guardians win the fight, 3 for 2, grab the dragon, keep the stacking going, and they also didn't have to lose their top turret for that to happen. So they're pretty happy with how that made out. Still a little bit down in gold, but all things considered, going good. The thing is, there's so many threats to keep track of in this game. You know, you have Yasui going in initially, getting the threat onto a Blaze Olive. Licorice is on the backside. He TP'd in there, so Yasui retargets onto him. Chunks Licorice out. Feels like it's going well, considering Fake God was also getting Iconic low, but they had such a hard time on Dignitas finishing anyone off, and then they get into this awkward position of trying to go over the wall to finish people off. One at a time, Yasui takes that in, does get the kill, but dies for it, and a Blaze Olive, despite being the initial target that they went on, never died. And this is the kind of tricky thing about the Tahm Kench. He's so tanky, and he just wants you to jump on him initially. You blow a bunch of cooldowns on him, and he just kind of heals through it.
You're playing his game at that point. You are playing the League of Legends he wants you to play. Damage dealt in the last team fight. The name of the game is Yasui versus Stixxay, the only 2 with over 3,000 damage.
Yeah, and I think it's funny, we talked all about the melees. Hold on here. Trouble for a Blaze.
Dignitas going after the Tahm Kench yet again. This time, they should have all the firepower they need. 1v4, I don't care how tanky you are, you ain't getting out. And the money goes over to Yasui.
Yep, gonna lose their mid lane turret for how many people they committed up there to get that kill onto a Blaze Olive, but I believe that was a nice shutdown. Able to grab some gold there and finish off that turret, so not the worst trade in the world for Dignitas there. I think you're pretty happy about it. And like I was saying, the Sivir doing the most damage in that team fight is classic Sivir. You know, we're talking about all these melee assassins. Look at the Tom Kench doing all this crazy stuff, and then in the meantime, just Ricochet's bouncing through all the melees, and then you're topping the DPS charts.
Right, when the only ranged champion on the enemy team is the Ziggs, because usually you want Mega Gnar in the team fight.
Exactly.
The Boomerang Ricochets are just exactly where they need to be. So much damage potential here in these team fights, as we've still got about a 2,000 gold lead for the side of Dignitas, despite being down 2 kills. Serpent's Fang done here for Acadian. The item does give a very high amount of base lethality, and when you're up against a team like this that has so much shielding, the thick skin from the Kench, the passive from Camille, Diana's shield, Yumi's shields, the value on this item is very high.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting buy and pretty smart into the Tom Kench. You know, because he survives on baiting a bunch of damage, getting this fat shield, tongue lashing to get his % missing health heal, and on top of the just inherently tanky itemization and stats that he has, becomes very hard to kill. Yeah. This will do a ton of damage in effective HP. You might not see it on those damage meters, but it will really contribute to punching through a Blaze Olive. That said, he probably still shouldn't be your primary target. You still want to get the Sivers to stop all those ricochets and things from happening. That is the most important person still for Dignitas to kill in these team fights.
So let me ask you this, Mark, because we've got the 4th Drake of the game will be spawning here in a little bit over 2 minutes. Golden Guardians are currently 3-0 on these. If you're Dignitas, do you just let them have that Cloud Soul to get the Elder Drake on the table and have something that's worth fighting over for you? Or do you try to contest this?
I would say no. Okay. I don't think Dignitas have a snowballing, focused side lane threat. I don't think Dignitas split push their way to victory. I think they team fight their way through. And so you want to contest them on these objectives because that's where you're going to get these nice 5v5s. That's where you're going to find these flanks to try and blow up Stixxay the easiest. And so I think you do want to contest them, not because Cloud Soul is inherently this terrifying thing, but because there's not really a better alternative that Dignitas is playing for. Yeah, Yasui getting more farm and a turret would be great for just getting him damage items, but you want the Akali to be strong so she can kill people. She's not going to, you don't want her strong so she can murk turrets.
A fair enough point, my friend. A Blaze Olive working on this top lane tier 1. This will now be the 3rd turret of the game for the Golden Guardians. So now we have that turret count tied up. All 3 outers destroyed by both sides, so that means a more open map. That means more opportunity to move forward, set down some wards, get some vision, try to make some aggressive plays.
Yeah, I think we'll keep seeing aggressive plays. A lot of, like we said, short-range champions, and a lot of playmaking tools. The flanks by Alistar, the flanks by Gnar. You have the Tom Kench being able to jump in from range. Camille has 2,000 range engages with Hookshot Ultimate. So if anyone's ever out of position, there's so many tools for both teams to punish that player, especially given that Ziggs and Sivir are relatively punishable.
And that's my favorite kind of League of Legends to watch.
What, killing squishy people in the backline?
That and being able to do it when you want to do it. I love comps that have multiple pick and or engage mechanisms. And right now, the Golden Guardians are trying to make the moves happen here. Acadian tries to get back out over the wall. He goes through the wall. A Blaze Olive wants to go after him, but it's Afromu who's now the target. Licorice comes right back in to find a bit more damage. Afro's tanking up as much as he can, but hey, Camille's got a Cho'Gath ulti on the queue. See ya!
Absolutely deletes Afromu there. And this is what we were talking about. Slightly out of position for Acadian, greeting for the Gromp, which is where that fight started. So much engaged on the side of Golden Guardians, we're able to chase him down and lead to that kill. Afromu giving up his life so that Acadian could get out. And that's the problem with Cloud Drake spawning.
Okay, 4v5 for Dignitas. If they want to stop this soul, they've got to find a way to get the advantage here. Acadian below half HP, does not have a flash. Tries to run over the wall, Ziggs bomb comes down. Dragon's gonna be slain by Golden Guardians as they try to find a little bit more, and Acadian will be that little bit.
Not ready for the Flash Devour.
Yeah, Licorice coming in there, grabbing his 4th kill of the game, 4-1-3 on the Camille. Yes, his farm is bad. He's 50 down compared to his opponent. Doesn't matter when you're putting up the kill numbers in the fights.
I wasn't even thinking about Flash Devour as a tool for denying enemy junglers, but in competitive play, that's actually super useful that you have this fat tank in the mid lane who just runs forward, eats the other guy, so uncontested smites.
And now they're going after the Baron. Dignitas without a jungler for 10 seconds. There is no 50-50. Licorice dealing with Yasui. Yasui's trying to fight an enemy player with a Yuumi attached. It's not going to work out that well for him. So they take him down. But it does buy Dignitas enough time to force Golden Guardians off the Baron.
Yeah, end of the day, it's unfortunate that more people die for Dignitas, more Golden Guardians' hands, but what you wanted to do, you denied the Baron, you chunked Stixxay low enough, he didn't feel comfortable with Ziggs still being alive, really getting pinned up inside the pit, so Dignitas stave off the Baron attempt. They are still losing control of this game. Golden Guardians have clawed ahead, grabbed the gold lead, grabbed the Cloud Soul, They're feeling very good, but it's not over yet. So many of these fights can flip just as soon as one person mispositions.
And now Dignitas, it feels like things are getting scarier and scarier for them because Golden Guardians are finding these picks, because Golden Guardians are the ones finding the opportunities. So despite the fact that the game is very close, it feels very Golden Guardians favored right now, with them now securing the soul, feeling like they're in the driver's seat like this.
Yeah, and a lot of the important people are getting the gold. I mean, it's hard to find someone who doesn't want gold on their side, but quietly, Licorice has become 5-1-3 on the Camille after a pretty rough early game. His CS is still a little bit low, but he's at least gotten to 2 items, and we're talking about these different win cons for the teams.
Yeah.
Camille is a champion that will murk your turrets if you let her Cho'Gath Q it.
And she's got the Ravenous Hydra as that second item that you mentioned, meaning that split push is incredibly fast now. The side lane pressure from Licorice will be immense. Golden Guardians continue to pressure the mid lane with a Blaze Olive, having that Yuumi attached to him. This is what we were talking about in the draft. Put Yuumi on Kench, you make up for the weakness of his immobility, and he feels so sturdy in that lane.
Yeah, you just rotate 6A up to the top side to join in on Licorice's push to try and finish this turret off. Enough of a resistance there by Dignitas to keep that one alive, but it'll drop soon enough. And in the meantime, that Tahm Kench Yuumi combo is just keeping the pressure up in the mid lane. The one thing Dignitas is doing during all this is keeping Yasui split to get the gold on his hands.
Yep, they've got a Kali in that bottom lane, looking to take out that tier 2, while the pressure is on their own tier 2s in mid and top. It looks like Yasui should be able to get this one down here in bottom. You can see that in the picture-in-picture. It's gone. They will lose their own tier 2 in the top lane as the trade, and a Blaze Olive is not quite able to take down that one in mid.
Nope, not able to finish that one off. A turret trade indeed. Dignitas happy to, keep the gold lead about the same. Had gotten to around 1,000 for Golden Guardians. Now it's back to even. It'll ebb and flow around this number a little bit. And you just want to keep it close for Dignitas. You don't want to lose total control of the map, because at some point, Elder Drake will be spawning, or Golden Guardians will use this topside control if they had to fall back and threaten Baron.
Okay, Acadian's running into what could be a dangerous spot here. Trying to get back away as a Blaze Olive continues the chase. Acadian could be locked down. The root comes through. The Yuumi ult's doing his job. Licorice is able to intercept Fake God off to the side as Acadian looks to continue getting away, and Afro may just have to die for his sins. Licorice trying to aggro drop, but the man's going to be shut down. Golden Guardians are looking to make the play, but it's Dignitas here with the turnaround. Ziggs ulti finds Iconic, who goes in for a big 4-man ulti to turn around the turnaround. Afro will die now. Fake God's on the run, but Iconic will drop to Yasui. A Blaze Olive continues to apply the pressure. It is 2 dead on the side of the Golden Guardians and only 1 for Dig.
It is just trading baits on how you think someone can be finished off. Acadian went in there, got really low, looked like he was in a ton of trouble, especially after Chime hopped in on top of him. Hold on, they're going for the dive.
Okay, that's what I love from this new Tahm Kench. After you have the W maxed out for that maximum range, he just jumps in over and over and over again, and you gotta respect him.
Yeah, it's a nice, kind of threat so that your Sivir can walk up and finish off the turret. Because he's so tanky, you're not really worried about diving. You just put that little circle in the ground, everyone backs away, Sivir walks up, finishes off the turret. And in that team fight, to go back to that, what we were talking about, it was just so difficult for either team to really finish anyone off. Acadian here isn't sure if they're on Baron, and so he wants to kind of ignore all these people, be like, they might be like 2 or 3 manning the Baron. They think Sivir might be in there. He realizes they're not. He thinks he's in trouble, but this is the power of Ziggs. Just disengages so well. You have to run through the minefield. You have to try and get over the satchel charge. Licorice is trying to run through Fake God to finish him off, but he ends up just giving a target for Kayn to kill. And now that they got that first kill, suddenly Yasui's like, oh, this is my moment. 4v5, let's go in here. And he tries to finish people off, but a really nice re-engage there by Iconic. 4-man damage, ends up dying for it, but you could argue saved the team fight quite a bit. It allowed them to finish off Afromu. Yasui got out of there, but you can see how difficult it is to actually finish anyone off here when they decide to try and save them.
Tricky stuff. Acadian losing some HP here at the start as Afromu wants to engage on Stixxay, but he's not able to find it. Now he's going to be the target yet again. Yasui coming around from the side. Licorice tries to zone away too, but Fake God's made his way into the back, and Stixxay is now going to be jumped on. Here comes your Ziggs ult to do a little bit of damage to the Golden Guardians, but it's Dignitas who are truly in danger. The cat will make a Kali fall down dead. Beautifully done from Chime to guarantee the kill on that one. Golden Guardians team fighting, outplaying, and picking up 2 for none.
All right, 2 for 0. They're on to the Baron. Acadian is still alive, but it's going to be very difficult for him to do anything about this Baron buff dropping. The TP coming back in for a Blaze Olive. He's just going to mark Acadian probably and make sure he can't get into this pit.
Acadian wants to work his way around the side here using the power of the E, but here's Licorice. He's ready to go. His job is to keep the enemy jungler out, and he will take him down. A Blaze Olive getting the kill credit.
Golden Guardians are closing in on their 4th win with Licorice. Slowly getting control of this game, got the Baron buff. They're going to grab the Elder as well to set up a final push.
Getting the Baron on and the Elder back-to-back, having those buffs overlap as much as possible feels great for this team. They're going to have a solid 2 minutes with both of these to do whatever they want.
Yep, resetting now, picking up those items after all that fighting and global gold that they'll get from the objectives, and hopefully getting a look at that team fight because you called out the Yumi. And normally I hate Yumi, and I don't think she's that cool. But that was actually a really great ult by Chime that we'll see in a minute here. It starts out with, once again, just Golden Guardians having really nice reactions to the engages there. You're not sure if the flash is up maybe for Dignitas, and a really nice flash by Stixxay baits Afro in. And it kind of forces Dignitas to collapse. He's like, okay, Afro can't get out, so we need to join him in there. But this angle was so good by Chime to land on all 3 frontline diving members, actually get all of them locked down so that the rest of the team could collapse on them, finish them all off, and then turn back onto the Baron.
And then having that final shot just to make sure Akali can't get away with an extra Shuriken flip or something. They were ready to go. Acadian knew he had to try to do something in this moment to get in there, but Golden Guardians, with their due diligence, doing their homework, getting it done, keeping them away. Let's do it. Golden Guardians reshaping the whole meta right now? Exactly. I mean, this is the new Tom Kench in a solo. I don't count that game that we saw yesterday. That was not...
That was support Tom Kench. I don't know who he knew he got reworked.
That's not the Kench that I want off the bench. And the Sivir and the Yumi doing plenty of work here, too. Afro Moon now your target. Stuck in a Hextech ultimatum. Oh, the Elder Dragon killing people never gets old.
Yeah, nice execute there by that giant dragon mouth laser. Finishes off through the damage reduction of Afromu, and now without him, kind of the best engage tool that they have, Dignitas are in a tough spot.
Okay, bottom lane inhibitor down, mid lane inhibitor down, enemy support also down. A Blaze Olive into the back line to zone away 2 of the players from Dignitas, while Acadian and Yasui try to fight the remaining players of the Golden Guardians. Yasui's able to grab 2, trying to make this defense, but Stixxay with a kill onto Acadian before he drops an Iconic will be the one to finish Yasui off. It is now a 3 versus 2 in the Dignitas base. Neo and Fake God trying to defend. Afromu now respawn to allow this defense to go even further. Licorice goes home, TP's right back in, they're ready to continue, and can they get the kills? Second Nexus turret's gonna die, and Neo goes with it. Nexus now under fire. Golden Guardians looking for the win. Dignitas with not enough damage, not enough health, not enough men left to defend this one. And Golden Guardians take the win. 32 minutes.
Golden Guardians with the weirdest comp you'll see this weekend take the win.
That feels like a dare.
It was a very strange draft, but it all worked together so well. The global mobility, the front-to-back team fighting, all the tools to kind of accelerate the Tom Kench and get him in there to help out, the Yumi, the Sivir, it worked so well together.
Yeah, a Blaze Olive popping off. You were singing this guy's praises, and hey, with that Tom Kench, he makes it happen, right? Like, that was good stuff coming out of this squad with this draft, with these picks we weren't expecting. A lot of fun to see.
Yeah, I love that game. For my first cast, I couldn't have asked for a better game. It was high action, cool stuff happening in the meta, good team fighting. What more could I want?
Yeah, I was about to say, how'd your first LCS cast ever feel? But you've already described it for me. Awesome stuff. And you know what? We still got another one here to do today. Oh, hell yeah! Mark C Fan Club, let's go! Let's go!
Hi, everybody. I appreciate the support. Now get back to the desk. Focus on your post-game segment.
Remember, we might love League of Legends, but there's nothing more important than family.
Oh, get out of here, the Fast and Furious memes. Oh, that was a great game. Great ending to it. I appreciate the support.
Oh, hell yeah.
But we got to focus on the teams, man.
Yeah.
That's what this is all about. Golden Guardians rallying, trying their best to make playoffs.
I am loving the surge of life that we are seeing out of teams like Golden Guardians and FlyQuest over the past week and a half. I want to see it continue. It's a lot of fun. We're going to a break right now, but after that, a Blaze Olive will be joining the State Farm Analyst Desk to break down that win. We'll see you there.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where myself and Azael are joined by none other than Blaze Olive. Be honest with me right now, man. How gross do you feel pulling out Tahm Kench in the mid lane? like how gross? Pretty gross?
I mean, it definitely feels weird, you know, when the champ gets changed. He got buffed this patch, and I was like, I feel like it's just broken. And then nobody was picking it.
It's broken!
I don't know. But, I mean, it feels really good in their comp. They don't have any AD carry, so I just don't take any damage. And especially against melees, like, he just has so much healing. Like, what can you even do?
Man, that's why I was really curious. In the draft, were you guys always planning on playing it mid, or was it actually a flex, top or mid?
Ooh. Well, I don't want to give too much away. But, I mean, it is, like, it can go top. Like,
yeah.
But, you know.
I thought it was so smart, though. Like, you know, Gnar is actually one of the more tough matchups for TK. So as soon as you put that mid against the Akali, I'm like, there's no shot this Akali is hurting you. Like, you're going to be more useful in the team fights. It seemed like such a smart pick.
Yeah, I mean, I think especially with like Yuumi as well, like Yuumi really enables those champs that can just like run in and live in for a while. Especially like Luna's Yuumi, she does a lot of damage. So I think he's just like a really good enabler, especially for the comp within the bot lane as well.
So help contextualize a little bit how this pick ends up making its way onto the pro stage. Because like you said, no one else was picking it, but you had an inkling. Oh my goodness, this thing was, you know, buffed to oblivion and is going to be overpowered. Like, what's the process of like convincing not only your coach, your teammates, you know, bringing it up to a 1v1, bringing them up to LCS level, where you're like, yeah, this is something that we can and will pick. I mean, and it's not just the Tahm Kench, it's the Kalista mid that we saw you play as well. Like, you've pulled out a couple really unique things so far.
Yeah, well, it always starts with, you know, the patch day. Like, we always say, like, what do we want to play? And Tahm Kench got a lot of like base damage buffs, so they added like flat damage on his passive, because before it was only percentage based, which is like really big for lane. And I think like it's like really strong, but it has to be picked in the right situation. Like if you're playing against something like Aphelios, like I don't think it's gonna be that good, because Aphelios can actually kill you. So you have to like pick it in the right situation. But generally, it's just gonna be you bring up what you want to try and like give context on like what you think it'll be good into. And you know, that's kind of hard with Tahm Kench mid. I won't lie, but you know, I rarely forced it. Like I really wanted to try it, and then we did try it, and it looked really good. So, you know, it was something that we were planning on playing.
When you picked it, Azael lovingly referred to the catfish as a big ball of stats. Literally, just like that, he's so effective.
You don't
because
lose
that's
to melee
what he
champions.
is.
There's no outplaying this champion. He just starts slapping you with the tongue.
Now, from there, I want to talk a little bit about Golden Guardians and what we've seen out of you guys from last week to this week. We've had the opportunity to talk to a few other members on the squad, Licorice himself included, picking up Player of the Week, but it was a 2-1 last week. You've already kicked it off with a 2-0 this week. Yes, Golden Guardians was ramping up this split compared to spring, but this feels like you've just gone into a completely different gear. Where are your thoughts on that? Why is that happening?
I'm not really sure, but I think like the roster swap like really made things click. Especially this week, like I finally feel like we're like a really good team. Like it feels like the only chance we can really lose if like we get destroyed early. So as long as things go like fine early, we're not like down 1 million gold, then I feel like we're just gonna win, because I feel like our macro in the later stages of the game is like so solid. We practice so much, and our communication has gotten a lot better, and our making plans is like just solid all around. So I feel really confident, and I'm not really sure what happened, but I feel like it's just, you know, perfect storm.
I'm with you, though. That 1 million gold deficit is a hard one to overcome.
And maybe not even the Tahm Kench to come back from that.
Not even Tahm Kench could beat that one.
But maybe it'd be close. It'd be close. It'd be
Yeah,
close. Yeah, but I'm just so curious, because you guys have gotten so much better. Like, where is the limit? Do you guys now see yourself as championship contenders, or you just be happy to make playoffs? You know, like what does the goal become? Because you guys are looking great.
Well, I think there's always going to be the fall off, right? I mean, I think it's unlikely that we'll just win every single game from now on. So I think it's just going to be the wall, like when things go wrong, like how things are going to look at that point. Also, since FlyQuest is like above us in the standings, they keep looking good. So we kind of want them to lose. They need to start losing.
But then you're EG fans for the next game.
Exactly. So, I mean, I don't want to like look too far into the future, just taking it one game at a time. And if we keep winning games, then I feel confident we'll make playoffs, and we'll presumably have a good showing if we keep playing like this.
Well, taking it one game at a time has brought you to 4-1 over the last 2 weeks, a possible 5-1 if you close it out strong tomorrow. Blaze Olive, congratulations on the victory today. No thank you on bringing out Tahm Kench and what that's going to do to my solo queue games from here on out, but we'll take the win at the very least, and thank you for joining us here.
Thank you very much.
We're going to a break. On the other side, Azael is walking us through the mind of madness and State Farm neighborhood tactics, and we're diving right into the battle between good versus Evil. We'll see you there.
Hello and welcome back for another edition of State Farm Neighborhood Tactics. Today, I'm taking a look back at a play from EG versus Cloud9. After the game, people were quick to hop on social media and criticize Jizuke for what appeared to be another in a string of pointless deaths. But Evil Genius's head coach, Peter Dunn, was ready to come to Jizuke's defense. And I want to take a closer look at the play, what went really down here. So EG setting up for a pick here on Blabber. As we will see, they are able to get this first initial kill pretty easily. Cloud9 has already based both perks as well as Vulcan. So they are coming out of base here. EG gets a kill on the enemy jungle, and we can see the top lane is being set up for a dive. Jizuke pushes out mid, and Impact is stacking this wave as the level 9 Renekton into the level 7 Jace. They've already put him behind, and they're looking to really seal the deal in this game by pulling off this dive and putting him even further down. Because Tristana is showing bot and is pushing and will threaten the tower, EG is making the assumption that Perks and Vulcan will be going back towards bot to defend this. In this case, Cloud9 makes an unexpected play. They move towards top, they find Jizuke, and this is where people were starting to think, well, this is pretty stupid. What are you doing on a solo invade here? What is this death getting you? And I'll admit, it does look pretty silly in isolation, but you've got to look what else is happening on the map. Svenskeren has pushed in mid. He's covered the roam towards top, and meanwhile, Tristana is already on the tower bottom. So there's no pushing waves for Cloud9. Svenskeren covered the roam towards top, Jace was pushed in because they were setting up that dive, and there's also no camps available for Cloud9 to take away. So, as we continue, we'll see Tristana working on this tower. Svenskeren is moving back down towards bot with the Rift Herald available. With him dropping that bot side, the tower is always slated to go down. More gold in the pocket here of Danny. Now EG's only real job is to keep Cloud9 having limited success on that top side, to get up there, defend their towers, make sure they can't get more. So they move into their own jungle. Ignar is spotted, but Impact sees the opportunity for a play. He's going to look for a flanking play here, which eventually is shut down by Vulcan, the exhaust coming through, Braum being there, the collapse comes in from Cloud9, as they do have the extra member with Sven arriving, so EG has to retreat. Jizuke, unfortunately, has no flash because of his earlier invade. He goes down again. But what this is buying them is time for the tier 2 tower. You can see 2,400 plus gold in the pockets of Danny as he is looking for that base. While Jizuke died again on the top side, it bought him time to take down that tier 2 tower, and insult to injury, Cloud9 even lose Sven. The series of plays ended up being hugely beneficial for EG. It increased their total gold lead by 1.4k, and more importantly, put Tristana 2,000 gold ahead of the Ezreal. The only question remaining is, could they have gotten the same advantages without Jizuke dying? And perhaps, in this situation, had he not roamed towards top, they could have gotten the free tier 1 tower. But it was fair to assume that Cloud9 would head back towards bot lane to defend against Tristana. And in that case, Jizuke would have killed off Fudge on the top side. At the end of the day, every play in League of Legends has some inherent risk. But EG mitigated that with great setup, pushing waves, and they curated what was a win-win situation. In this case, Cloud9 made the unexpected play to head towards top, which, let's be honest, made Jizuke look silly. But it lost them so much on the other side of the map that it ended up costing them the game. All deaths truly are not equal. Now, back to the desk.
Thank you very much, Azael, and welcome back for our final game of the day. We got two teams here kind of conducting their own hype trains on different kinds of tracks here. We got Evil Geniuses versus FlyQuest. But just referencing what we saw, I think if you learn anything from that, at least from my perspective, it's that time is very much a resource in League of Legends. And so a death can create the time for other advantages across the map. Couple minutes to go for game time between FlyQuest EG. Earlier today, we called it the most exciting game on the slate of games here today. My question is kind of about the trajectory of these two teams, starting with Evil Geniuses. They've been on a massive hot streak. Yes, they took a quick punch to the face just yesterday, dropping a game after 8 straight. But we hadn't yet been talking about them as title contenders like we had with 100 Thieves, who was on an equally long winning streak. So when do we start that conversation?
I think we can keep that conversation because that punch to the face came as a result of them dropping their guard by putting Danny on a mage in the bottom lane. I think that that's not a look they're going to stick with. It was an experiment. This neighborhood tactics was about him on an AD carry, and I think that if they go through that again, they're going to look so much better.
And I think, to your question, we start that conversation now. EG is a title contender. I think they've been a top 2 team this split, right? When we look at the rest of the field, and I think if you took off the nameplates, it would be like, yeah, this looks like one of the top 2 teams in the league. It's just because the teams that we expected to be doing well are not doing well. But yeah, to Crumbs' point, when Danny is on 80 carries, this team looks absolutely monstrous. And the game yesterday was a winnable game as well.
It's very interesting to me, though, because EG is a team that we seem to have had some trepidation around getting hyped about. We've been recognizing exciting games and their ability to win, but not willing to commit to saying, yes, this team is in the top echelon. Whereas with FlyQuest, new squad comes in, they're 4-0, and everyone's like, they're doing it, they're going to Worlds, they're going to win the split. Are we going too hard there? You know, when do we pump the brakes on that storyline?
This is that moment where we can say we have not gone too hard, because if they can beat Evil Geniuses, contender right now, the best team in the league right now by their win streak, then FlyQuest is definitely doing it. They have taken down the top dogs. Beating EG would solidify them as a team that you have to look for in playoffs.
Yeah, the only real question is how many Worlds will FlyQuest win?
Right, asking the real questions here. Yeah, thank you very much. Well, I'll tell you this much. I'm already hyped about the squad, but I'll be fully on the hype train if they're able to take down Evil Geniuses in this one. Back over to Mark Z and Captain Flowers for the call.
All right, Mark, you ready for round 2?
I'm ready for round 2. Dash actually acknowledged me this time, thank God.
Hey, you earned it. See, on the first one, he didn't know.
You didn't
hadn't
respect me
cast
yet.
the LCS before. Right, you had to earn the respect. You've clearly earned it now, and it's time to see who's going to earn the win here between FlyQuest and Evil Geniuses. I think the desk set it up perfectly. This is going to be a good test for this FlyQuest roster that has only recently emerged from Academy and just started taking names.
Yeah, I think they're such an interesting team to talk about for that reason because, you know, it feels like a totally divorced identity from previous FlyQuest. And I think that's why, you know, a lot of people are still kind of calling them FlyQuest Academy. Some people are like, oh, that's disrespectful to them. But it mostly stems from the idea that this is a totally different lineup, totally different team. And that's why you want some way of differentiating them because it's a totally different group of guys. Even the Academy coach is up with them. It's not even the same staff. And that's why I think we need a new name. I'm calling them FlyQuest 2.0.
I mean, it's the ship of Theseus argument, right? How many parts of the ship can you replace before it's a totally different ship? Well, they didn't even replace them part by part. They just threw out the old ship and brought in a new ship.
Yeah, they just like, whoop, instantly earn a new ship. But like, yeah, it probably has a different name. So that's why new FlyQuest 2.0. If people don't like the Academy tag on the end of it, then I'll call them whatever you want. But this is a new squad to me that's 4-0 in the LCS.
Well, let's see how they can do against the Geniuses. Bans are already almost done here in the first half with Thresh, Gwen, and Irelia banned away by FlyQuest, as you have Evil Geniuses banning out the Xin Zhao, Viego, and Callista.
I like those bans out of EG. The Viego feels like a really important part of FlyQuest's identity. They can play in all 3 parts of the top side. Callista as well as an early game option. We haven't seen it out of Tomo yet, but basically everyone plays it. So targeting a lot of these kind of skirmishy champions, but there's so many in the current meta. Looks like FlyQuest aiming for Lee Sin first pick. And again, another one of these champions that feels like it goes anywhere for their team.
Right, he's so flexible, he can do so much. He works in a lot of different compositions. It never really feels like you have a comp where you're like, Lee Sin?
Yeah, I don't think you're ever unhappy. And even like the counter picks into him are not really hard counters. He's such a safe blind pick. I think that's one of the reasons you see it so much. So good there for FlyQuest. On the EG side, we talked about Diana, the importance of her in the meta, not just on a raw power level, but what she enables in team comps in terms of being an AP threat in the jungle.
The champion's very, very effective, and especially with, like, I had this conversation the other day about how Xin Zhao and Diana for a while it felt like that S tier, and Xin just gets banned all the time. So Diana's the one that we're just always seeing come through as that top level pick, as that priority that's not going through a draft without getting picked or banned.
Yeah, it's an interesting argument for why Xin Zhao. Obviously, we talk about raw power levels. Xin Zhao higher also enables some team comps that are more specific in terms of like supportive mids with Xin and these kinds of things that you see
the
people
karma
doing
or something.
Yeah, exactly. So not a surprise to see it banned out instead of the Diana and taken away there by EG. And the Renekton.
Yeah, we're talking about champions that are staples. We're talking about stuff you see in every draft. Well, welcome to the Lizard.
I mean, that's like the half draft these days is the first couple picks are all like flex, solo lanes, or jungler, and like maybe if you're really crazy like Golden Guardians, you'll start taking your bot lane early.
Just start doing something wild. Well, I hope we get some more of that wildness here in this draft, as we do have the LeBlanc locked in for the side of FlyQuest. So a little bit of playmaking there. Lee Sin and LeBlanc, we know how deadly this is as a mid-jungle 2v2. Of course, we still don't know where the Lee Sin is going. He still might be going top, but there's a lot of pop-off potential for roaming around as a 2-man squad.
Yeah, and it's I like the LeBlanc. It's been a very good champion for triple thus far in the LCS. It's a little surprising to see that comboed with the Tristana at the same time because you kind of kill the flexibility of the Tristana. Yes, it could still go top. Yes, the Lee Sin could still go jungle. But that's probably a bot lane Tristana now that you already know the LeBlanc has to go mid lane.
And over on Evil Geniuses, we are going to get Jizuke on a Jizuke champion. The Rise locked in.
Yeah, I like this answer for EG. Something that can lock the LeBlanc down when she pops in. You can also contest 1-3-1 in side lane. You don't feel uncomfortable in the side lane as Rise. Really nice answer out of EG. And this is an interesting part of the draft because it's possible that EG would have banned that in the LeBlanc in the second phase of bans if you didn't take it away there. But because you're blue side, if you do take that LeBlanc, it gives EG time to counter here already. And so I like this answer for EG.
And EG will, however, lose one of their AD carries' favorite picks. As FlyQuest, they know that their opponents still have to pick both bottom lane players. They know that Danny likes Samira, and they know that they don't. So that's banned out, with Gnar and Nautilus being the bans here from EG.
Yep, also the Tristana, another favorite for Danny. He had a great game on it last weekend where the rest of the team just kind of skirmished. You saw Azale breaking that game down, and you know, kind of on the bot side with 1 kill participation was Danny picking up turret play after turret play, and then at 20 minutes when he's 2.5 items already, he just starts bopping people in the face. So he is quietly become a huge threat for EG over the course of the split and has turned the Rookie of the Split race into a Blaze Olive.
It's very
versus
close.
him.
Yeah, it's very fun to see that contest between those two, as we will have a second AD carry ban coming through here for FlyQuest in the second half of the ban. Zaya banned away. Evil Geniuses going for here. Kaisa locked in for Danny.
I was ready for the Danny special 2.0 with the Syndra, but given that was the one loss that they've had in their last, I don't know, was it 9 games, 10 games?
A while. It's been a while.
It's been a while since they lost, and Syndra was a part of it. So staying away from that one for Danny into something a little safer in the Kaisa. Or, well, I guess safer is a speculative term. Kaisa is a little risky.
She's also a great accompaniment to a dive comp, right? This is an AD carry that can dive in with champions like Diana and like Renekton to just create this death ball that you've got to be very respectful of on the side of FlyQuest. FlyQuest going to go ahead, grab themselves Leona here, a champion that can pair very well with Kaisa as well, so denying that from their opponents, getting it on their side for some powerful engage. What's that last one going to be? Could they lock this in? They will. Okay, so 2 big, heavy engaged meatballs to round out the draft. How are we feeling about this, Mark?
This is interesting because we saw the Ornn counter pick into the Renekton earlier in the day from 100 Thieves on red side, and it didn't work out great in the lane phase. They were actually down quite a bit. Dives were being threatened the entire time, and they were able to stabilize, but it is kind of a situation where I'm curious to see if that happens again for FlyQuest, or if that was just something specific to that game that put the Ornn so far behind, because both times the Ornn was picked into the Renekton.
And hey, I really like how Evil Geniuses is finishing the draft here. I mentioned how they have one of the few AD carries that can accompany a dive very well. And there's not much better backup for a dive than a Galio ulti on top of your main initiator. So I'm liking this here. Svenskeren will be the one to try to jump in, get that ulti onto multiple people, and then you've got follow-up from Impact, from Danny, from Ignar, and it's all just set up to deathball at FlyQuest.
It's a really great dive comp, like you're saying, for EG, plus a good lane. Kaisa plus Galio, you just kind of press your Qs together, nuke the wave, kind of move away from it so you don't have to sit there hitting the minions, and that's where Kaisa can sometimes get in trouble as a little bit lower range carry.
So who do we feel won the draft here, Mr. Zimmerman?
I mean, like, I want to say EG just because the 100 Thieves, Renekton, Ornn matchup left such a bad taste in my mouth last time.
Okay, so we're not convinced by the Ornn into Renekton just yet.
Not yet. Okay. I know it is something that people have played, and not just in North America, the Ornn into Renekton, but it did not look super convincing this time around, so we'll have to see what it does. And it does have scaling options, so it's not like it needs to win the lane. I'm not saying you have to dominate. You just have to outscale the team, and, you know, Tristana's a decent carry in the late game. LeBlanc can be super annoying in late game, which is popping over at 80% in your health bar.
And a reminder to everybody out there, because we haven't seen as much play of Ornn since the item rework that happened back at the beginning of the year, things are different now with how he handles those items, right? He can only enchant mythics, which means every champion on his team, including himself, only gets 1. And there's no more of those outliers. I always thought the stupidest part about Ornn was how Abyssal Mask and Sunfire are worth twice as much in gold value as every other upgrade. It's not the case anymore. Every upgrade's worth about 1,000 gold.
Yeah, I like my build path to be a single path with no branches.
It's just a tree trunk.
Yeah.
Build tree trunk. Well, let's see how it'll shake out for the Ornn here in this top lane. Kumo running the grasp to deal with that Renekton early on, just have a little bit of extra sustain. Looking through everybody else, things are par for the course. Going up against a Leona, of course, Danny will be taking the cleanse to get away from some of that powerful CC, so he'll have that tool throughout our game here. And yeah, teleports are matched from solo laners on both sides, and is a difference here. Ignite for Diamond in the bottom lane versus the Exhaust of Ignar, really respecting what the LeBlanc and the Lee Sin might be able to do later on in this game. And a reminder to everybody here, the 2 men on your screen going head-to-head in the mid lane on this one. Triples LeBlanc versus Jizuke's Rise. That is your free Pro View matchup. So if you're looking to learn a little bit more about mid lane, go check that one out.
The most talked about Pro View in the world, Jizuke.
Hell yeah. We have seen so many vouches online of how Jizuke's Pro View is just top tier content that you cannot miss out on. So if you're not a believer yet, go give it a look. As Impact is giving a look towards this starting point of FlyQuest, who look to be giving NXI a leash here with their blue buff.
Yep, gonna spot out the starting position. Bot lane for FlyQuest, given that they're already in lane. We'll also know that EG is starting on the bot side, so junglers on opposite sides of the map, but both teams aware of that. We'll see if anyone goes for any tricky clears to offset the kind of apparent path for both of them to start out.
Okay, well, up here in this top lane, Kumo will probably just get beat up a little bit early on as the Renekton, and then the goal is just to scale forward, become tanky enough to where you don't have to worry about that burst as much. Back here in mid, again, we know that Jizuke is on one of those champions where he can define a game with it. But at the same time, he is also on a champion that can be very vulnerable if ganked, if targeted, if focused. So I want to see if FlyQuest have a lot of attention paid by NXI here to the mid lane.
Yeah, already the emotes coming down through both of them. Jizuke laying down the gauntlet. He's one of the most aggressive laners in the LCS right now. And for Triple to come in, have a pretty great weekend, all things considered, getting solo kills on perks and winning a lot of his matchups. You know, this is a great skill check for him to go up against, at least in lane, you could argue the best mid laner in the LCS.
All righty, let's see it. But down in the bottom lane, I also want to point out that FlyQuest has nice early control over the wave. You talked a little bit about the Kai'Sa and Galio wave clear of just double tap the Qs, make sure you clear out all the minions. But remember that Tristana also having that explosive shot allows them to push out very early, very effectively, and control things down here.
Yeah, that's a little bit usually later on in the lane phase when you get a couple points into those abilities. And especially given that the fact they leashed for Sven Skaren, the bot lane for EG is just totally cool, sitting down underneath the turret, collecting farm. NXI is clearing down there, so they really don't want to push the wave at all right now and just going to focus on last hitting and staying safe.
So, Mark, where would you like to see both of these junglers put their focus towards here in this game to get off to a good start? Triple's going in, looking for a little bit of a scrap in the mid lane. Down here in bot side, though, it's Diamond looking for the kill onto Ignar. The bomb is on his head. One more auto attack, I think, would have been enough to add enough extra damage to kill him there, but they will not get it. Evil Geniuses keeps their support alive.
Yeah, do lose the flash. It looks like the dive is coming down because we talked about NXI pathing to the bot side. He's wrapping around behind the turret.
Danny also has no heal for this. Remember, the Kai'Sa has cleanse. Diamond is stuck underneath the turret. They're still looking to make the play. It's first blood over to Tomo. NXI trying to get all the way out of there. He will not die. It's a 1-for-1.
Yeah, we saw a TP coming in there. Looks like it got canceled by Kumo. I wonder if he put himself in a bit of a rough spot to cancel that.
Yep, it looks that way. At about 300 HP up here, he's not feeling too great. And Jizuke has arrived for the dive.
Yeah, this is a nice answer by EG. You know the jungler's down the bot side, and Kumo just chunked himself out. So Jizuke, even though he doesn't kill him here, is going to kind of scare him off the turret. If Kumo walks back here, EG might cancel some of these recalls.
No, it looks like they're not willing to risk it. You can see Jizuke's not happy about this. He wanted the kill. He wanted to PvP.
Nice cover by Diamond, too, to kind of read that flip side play coming in for EG. And so here we'll see the replay. He knows that this TP is coming in, and a really nice cancel there. Didn't have to use the pillar. Kind of knew enough of the radius to cover that, get the interrupt. And it set up a bit of a risky situation. Is a little bit lower on CS4, but does have the TP advantage now. So definitely a win for FlyQuest, given that they came out ahead of Summoners and 1-for-1 in the kills and got the first blood.
Yeah, losing 4 or 5 minions to that or whatever, I feel like is more than a fair price for stopping that teleport from turning around another kill in the bottom lane. So Evil Geniuses, not too happy about that getting canceled, but things are still going all right for them. Danny is a little bit behind in terms of farm because of the state of the lane here so far. Back here in mid, Triple will use his teleport getting back into lane, so Jizuke's will be about a minute ahead of his in terms of the cooldown.
Yeah, had the initial back as soon as he got tier. I mean, it's pretty common to instant recall as soon as you get the gold for that, finish that item off, and then that's when he started moving around the map. And in a decent spot. I think what's most interesting to me, you were asking about where people are going to attack. For EG, it's actually kind of topside. You want to get up there and use your global pressure of the Rise, especially post-6. You get dives onto Kumo and finish him off. For FlyQuest, what's really nice about how they've drafted is LeBlanc and the Lee Sin actually want to go mid more than bot lane. I think they just saw the opportunity after the nice trade bot lane. But in general, I think they're going to focus mid. Because if you kill Jizuke, you stop that global roaming threat from coming in. And so that's why I think it's really important for FlyQuest to find some opportunities to stop Jizuke from getting unlocked like this.
Okay, so we've got a level 4 Lee Sin here, as it looked like we might have had a 2v2 between mids and jungles. Level 4 Lee Sin against a level 6 Rise, level 5 Diana. I'm not too confident in that one, not too happy about it, but if we're talking about happy, Kumo is not, as Jizuke makes his rotation up into the top side. He and Svenskeren go through the Realm Warp, and it sets him up.
This is exactly what we were just talking about. You want for EG to unlock the mid laner, roam up there, and get that kill. Exactly how you drew it up. Now it is a monster CS lead. The wave seemed like it was frozen, not in a great spot, which is why Kumo was so easy to collapse on, that they could actually TP in front of the turret and still be behind Kumo. It's pretty insane how far forward he was, and an easy kill there for them. And the TP was down. Kumo's going to have to walk back to lane, lose all these minions. He is in a disaster situation.
He is hemorrhaging farm. 27 versus 56. As FlyQuest will at least be able to grab themselves a Drake. Doesn't look like Evil Geniuses will be moving to contest this in any way. But man, things are rough up there in the top side. The silver lining is, hey, you're a tank, so at least you'll be able to scale forward. You'll have utility in the team fights. You don't have to have a lead to be relevant as if you were a carry. But it's still going to be tough times up there, Mark.
It's tough times for a couple of reasons. One, like you already highlighted, just being down gold sucks. For Kumo, yes, you're playing a tank, but Kumo's been great on brawlers and fighters and champions with playmaking potential. And I'm a little sad to see him without that here, given that he feels like such an important part of FlyQuest 2.0 and their 4-0 record. The one thing that I'll say, and I might have to interrupt here to see if Kumo ends up in trouble, but he's respecting the pressure, while the flip side play is going for FlyQuest on the bot side.
Yep, FlyQuest are setting it up here. Two-man taunt comes out from Ignar. As Tomo's the one with turret aggro, they have to back away. Evil Geniuses fighting this off beautifully.
Yeah, really nice play there by Ignar. If you're getting dove, one of the things you can do is, of course, try and outplay the opponent once they start their CC chain. But oftentimes, it's better to interrupt it yourself, get the taunt, and because you're Galio, if you do that, they hit you, turret aggro's onto them, and they were able to get that onto Tomo, which forced the dives to stop.
One of the unique strengths of taunt compared to something that's just a stun or a root or a snare, you guarantee somebody's about to have a bad time with that turret aggro. The somebody ended up being Tomo, so there was no damage. NXI still only level 5 on the Lee Sin, so they didn't even have kick or anything to guarantee some extra burst.
Yeah, it feels really bad for him now, falling behind in CS and especially XP on the Lee Sin. You need your ult for that. As we see, did we miss a solo kill in the mid lane potentially?
Well, we're taking a look at... Nope, never mind. We're good. Everything's cool. Everything's cool.
Everyone relax.
Yep, everybody's chilling.
Oh,
everybody's chilling. Okay, here's another replay of what happened to Kumo in the top lane. Surprise!
You're dead. Didn't even bother flashing. I guess that's maybe the silver lining you can take from it, is that you'll have it to outplay a potential second dive from coming in. As we see, Rift Herald started here for FlyQuest.
Now, FlyQuest have the first Drake so far. That is the only objective taken in this game. They really want to grab this
Both
Rift
bot
Herald,
lanes
and they
are
already got it, but here comes your Ornn horn sounding off. Ignar's thrown up into the air. Svenskeren will be the first one to die. Impact in the front line, doing a massive amount of damage here to everybody, with Kumo going to be the next one to fall to Jizuke. NXI trying to escape, runs back through that tri-brush, gets away to the tier 1 turret. Evil Geniuses trade 1 for 1, but it's FlyQuest who take the Herald.
Yeah, really risky fight there. Both teams collapsing to go all in on that one. Kumo, unfortunately, drops 4, but I think for FlyQuest, you're okay. The 1 for 1, like you said, you did end up getting the Rift Herald and getting out on NXI. He can now use that to jumpstart him a little bit more back into the game after falling a little bit behind with the unsuccessful plays. He also, I think, picked up that kill there. So, I mean, in a good spot.
Being honest right now, Mark, the state of the game is pretty worrying, particularly around this top side here for FlyQuest. 2,000 gold down at 9.5 minutes with only 1 kill disparity is a lot.
It is not good. And like I said, especially for Kumo, given how important he feels for the team. But here's the interesting thing about FlyQuest Academy. You talk about them being an LPL light team. You heard that kind of thrown around a lot for this team. And they do play that way, but they're actually 9th in gold differential if you just take the 4 games that they played. I should clarify that this is from last week and it's only the 3 games that they played, but they also fell behind the TSM game as well. So they would be 9th as a team in gold differential at 15. They're not great laners. They don't dominate you in lane. What they're amazing at is team fighting. They're actually the highest in the league at combined kills per minute as I watch Tomo die.
Tomo flashing away to stay alive. Svenskeren is able to finish that kill off. NXI wants to trade something here, but NXI now is about to give over another if he's not careful. He will pick up the Svenskeren kill. Jizuke and Ignar now running away. NXI chases after him there with a resonating strike, but backup will not arrive in time to kill any more EG players.
And that's what FlyQuest does well. They scrap you out. They're down to fight. That's why everyone was hyped about this game. They're 2 of the most aggressive teams in the league. NXI gets the trade kill after Tomo was able to kite it out. Nice Iron Spike whip, finishing that kill off because his ult was still on cooldown. And now they're going to combo that into a Rift Herald push here to try and get some gold on triple. Maybe the most important single member to get gold onto, because he has that side lane threat if he starts getting fed.
Right, and they need to have LeBlanc able to burst somebody out of these fights, right? That's how you can make up for this early gold deficit, pop somebody so that they're really not able to contribute very much and make it feel more even.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the final point that I was going to get to with all that gold information, was that FlyQuest, where they're strong is actually mid to late game. Early games, they can fall behind, but they're going to be great about taking team fights. They're so good about being on the same page and punishing you as soon as they see an opportunity. #1 in the league in combined kills per minute right now. And that's why you can't ever count them out. So this Kumo thing that we're talking about, it looks like a disaster. You hate to see it for Ornn. But for FlyQuest fans, you can actually say, I'm not too worried yet. The only problem is you're playing EG, who is also one of the most aggressive teams and will take any fight they can see.
Right. This is the EG that we were talking about earlier, who lost 1 game in the past 9 or 10. This is a team that very much is coordinated in their own right and knows how to play those team fights and knows how to work together. So I think this game is only going to get more exciting as we move forward and get out of these lanes. 12 minutes in now, that's going to be coming sooner than later.
Yeah, and this is more of a comfort comp for EG. We talked about some of the changes that they made in their draft yesterday with the Syndra bottom and some of that stuff. Here it's pretty much comfort across the board. A lot of their signature picks locked in.
And you can see actually no turret plates have been taken in either one of the solo lanes from an EG turret. FlyQuest have not been able to apply any pressure to either one of those. Let's see if Impact can find anything to do here. A nice jump over that Raptor Pit wall from Tomo means he is safe. Triple wants to get the chain route, gets it, but there's no way to follow that up.
Yeah, and I think they're going to sack this dragon, the right call here. Let Kumo get some farm up on the top side. It's only the Cloud Dragon, and FlyQuest realistically, with this, we would say, scaling advantage with the Ornn and stuff, you're not trying to actually stack dragons aggressively right now. So even though they grabbed the first one, that was more about the fact that your bot lane had pressure than your actual game plan of snowballing dragons. So you're totally fine to give this one up, get Kumo back in the game. Like you said, gets a turret plate as well as a bunch of CS.
Ocean Soul on the table here. Such a scary proposition for either one of these compositions, but nobody's even close to it yet. You already pointed it out. It's 1-1 on those, so even if either team gets the next 3 in a row, you're still not looking at Soul coming online until around about 28, 29 minutes or so.
Right, and at that point, you know, if the game is still even and it's an even fight there, I think you're favoring FlyQuest comp a little bit. Both teams do have a lot of tools, though. EG's comp, pretty much a dive comp. You have Impact and Defense carrying one to jump on the back line, followed up ideally with Danny and Ignar ulting on top. For FlyQuest, it's a little bit more subtle how you play the game. I don't think you just want to try and dive through all the front line for EG because it's still pretty respectable with Ignar and Impact.
Impact doing a lot of work on this tier 1 turret, just allowing it to execute as many minions as possible, deprive Kumo from as much of that farm as he can. You can see that the plating is going to fall in about 25 more seconds, so Impact will knock this one over, pick up everything. He'll clear the wave, so it's not like it's going to freeze in front of his opponent either. Well done.
Yep, really important to let all those minions die, so when Kumo starts collecting the farm that goes past the turret, it ends up going back to you after you finish recalling. We'll see what the lane assignments break out for EG here if they want to keep putting Renekton in the top side. Does have TP, but it doesn't feel like there's going to be any playmaking unless it's in this bot lane.
Jizuke with the blast cone over the wall into a spot he might not want to be. But with a backup from Ignar, they're ready to go. Ooh. Nice kick from NXI to disengage and get rid of Impact. EG still wants to collapse here. Ignar marching forward. They're going after Triple, who tries to revert to his distortion, but Jizuke is ready and waiting. Triple's running away, but he's running towards Evil Genius's lines, and Impact picks up the kill.
Yeah, tried to do a little bit of fancy footwork there. Didn't have any wards to know if anyone was on top of his sigil when he returned back to it, and surprise, surprise, yeah, Jizuke was waiting for him.
And speaking of Jizuke, now he's saying, hey, Kumo, are you having fun up here? That's not allowed. Rise is going in, and Ornn is going home, but not the kind of way he wants to, man. A little bit more damage will get it done, and Jizuke's on a killing spree.
Oh, coming apart at the seams here a little bit for FlyQuest Academy, losing track of teleports, who can make plays where. Jizuke, after being in the bot lane, ends up TPing top, punishing Kumo, and still ends up fine lane assignments. Jizuke's down to just keep pushing this out and just stay up here a little bit longer. So EG starting to run away with this game.
So what do we want to see from FlyQuest then? Obviously, we know that Ornn is very far behind the curve of the game. He's got a Bramble Vest, a Cinder, a couple like tier 1 garbage items, and a cookie. There's no way this champion has the presence they need him to have, so what's the call, Mark?
This is the difficult part for FlyQuest comp because you actually don't play that differently from EG's comp. Like, both people have strong side laners in champion kit. Well, Triple is probably weaker than Jizuke and Impact right now. He's not that happy in a side wave, which is where you probably want to send NXI and some of these assets to try and get him ahead. Your mid lane, we talked about the wave clear potential for EG. It's pretty easy for them to just kind of go, all right, well, we're going to step out of here.
And you can see Tomo just doing a ton of damage to both Evil Genius's bottom lane players here, chunking them both down to about a quarter HP and just owning this mid lane.
I'm interested to see if Tomo can actually make a splash this game as we watch this here by Jizuke, finding an easy kill onto Kumo. Kumo actually ended up headbutting his thing. I didn't know if he was trying to clear the minion wave or if he just
I don't know.
Didn't see it because he put himself right under turret there. There's the question mark ping about what is this guy doing?
Yeah, that was Impact signaling enemies are missing. So Impact's watching.
He was watching that from
he's watching his ally solo his lane opponent, just going, what the hell is going on up here?
Oh, you hate to see it when the person not even on your screen is the one question mark.
Yeah, you're just like, there's something not right about this. We got our dragon spawning in about 60 seconds, though, so very soon on that one. FlyQuest does have bodies up here in the Rift Herald pit. That is secured, swept out, everything's cool. Evil Geniuses waiting around in the side brush in mid lane, but Triple's jumping out and they're ready to go. Nice CC comes out from Diamond, and Ignar is the target. He wants to get away. He tries to channel the heroic exit, but it will not work. Danny has to flash over the wall to survive. Triple follows up for a little bit more damage, but then has to reset his position when Svenskeren is there. Still 1-0 for FlyQuest. That's what they need to do.
Not bad, considering that they didn't have anything that they're immediately losing in side lanes. You have the LeBlanc TPing back to try and get down the bot lane, collect that farm, and you have Kumo collapsing on the top side. So well done there by FlyQuest, finding a pickoff in transition. And this is something the team has actually done well. I cast a couple of their games in Academy, and they are decent about finding pickoffs in unexpected spots. They're good about reading where people want to go. You know, they're trying to get some vision around mid, trying to move out. Well, great. Jump on the support and blow them up with all those extra men that you can have there because you don't care about Dragon. You're not going to fight them for this Ocean Drake. So use that time to find a pickoff in a less obvious position.
I mean, even yesterday, in the game that we saw where TSM looked like they were going to crush them, it was a team fight that turned things around in top lane, and then just finding isolated opponents, finding Spica in that bottom side river that then led to TSM just marching the conga line down towards them, and they cleaned everybody up. So FlyQuest always having that ability, always having that opportunity to make something happen. Svenskeren, however, will take the first Ocean Drake of the game. 2-1 Drake score now for EG.
Yeah, all things considered, that pickoff, you know, nice play, tip the cap, FlyQuest, good job. EG, you're still feeling pretty good. You still have a gold lead. You're still going to be able to go and stop these kind of pushes when they're not trading the objectives out. So Jizuke here, he's a little bit afraid to walk up, but soon, once EG gets control of this topside river with impact, they'll be a lot safer about controlling these side waves. They're following the steps correctly here for EG. A lot of people talk about them just being like this aggro, brain off, dive your ass 24/7 team. They do have brains. They do follow the steps when they need to.
Well, here in the mid lane, the step is one more auto attack. Danny gets that one, so that turret will go down. All three outer turrets now removed from FlyQuest's inventory as Evil Geniuses have lost two of their own. FlyQuest trying to keep that count as close as possible to keep this gold at a fightable distance. You don't want to allow Evil Geniuses to continue building these things up. Despite the fact that Kumo is still 40 CS down, it feels like that's stabilized as how far down he's going to be.
Yeah, and if he can keep collecting experience, you could argue is just as important for an Ornn getting to those upgrades. You know, he's at level 11. He's beginning to get close. Well, I don't think that's true, given the fact that they're now showing text on screen saying the same word. So I think I'm in the clear, but maybe I should do a little less.
Hey, I'll have you know that people loved my call that I said during that MSI finals.
Yeah,
I'm not going to repeat it on
yeah.
here because I probably will get in trouble, but hey, there's a time and place, and you just got to find the right one, buddy.
Yeah, you know, it's my first cast. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just winging it.
All right, let's see if FlyQuest can wing it here in the mid lane. What do you got cooking? I want to see some sort of playmaking here from these guys. 3.5 minutes until the next dragon's going to spawn. 20 seconds until Baron is alive. Diamond rotating through the enemy jungle here, sitting down some vision, just sweeping through, making sure that they have any and all information possible.
Yeah, and this is actually, I feel like sometimes in the game between 15 and 20 minutes, if the second Rift Herald is going to go uncontested and some of these other dragons are going to come uncontested, it can actually be hard to find ways to explode the gold lead if the enemy team is totally fine just avoiding you. You know, FlyQuest is like, I'm not fighting you at Dragon, I'm going to go top, and you go to Rift Herald, I'm going to go somewhere else. And for EG, it becomes a little bit difficult during that window to force the fight. Yeah. Once Baron spawns, though, that is not really an ignorable objective, and so FlyQuest, if they lose vision control, they're going to have to check it, because there's pretty good Baron damage on the side of FlyQuest, or excuse me, EG, with the Kaisa, with the Rise, and these kind of machine gun spells. Even Diana is pretty respectable at Baron damage.
And honestly, we're at an important point now for Evil Geniuses, because their gold lead has enabled a lot of their champions to hit their second item power spikes now. Steric's Gauge is up and running for the Renekton, makes him much more tanky. Seraph's Embrace fully completed for the Rise, and Wit's End for Kaisa, which, although not the most standard item, does do a lot in terms of defense against AP threats. So looking to survive some of the burst from Triple, as well as make it so all of that just passive damage that'll happen by being near Ornn in a team fight is going to hurt a little bit less.
I actually like that build too, given the fact that it's not that physical damage heavy of a team comp for FlyQuest side. I mean, Ornn is going to be mostly magic damage, LeBlanc obviously magic damage, Leona is going to be magic damage, and then even Tristana with her Buster Shot and E and stuff, like, you still end up taking some with W even, as Diamond getting a little close to the enemy there.
He's Leona, he's fine.
He's fine, pops that W, walks out of there. But yeah, there is a lot of magic damage on FlyQuest side. There are pretty magic damage heavy, and so I do like the call to go the Wit's End second here by Danny. Nice adaptation to the game.
Hell yeah. Cookie cutters are for Christmas with Grandma. Make sure you are actively thinking about your builds. As Jizuke is getting collapsed on here in the bottom lane. Kumo might not have the damage to kill him, but that was never the plan anyway. Shut down over for triple.
Yeah, Jizuke holding his flash there, knowing he was cut off. Even if you flash the second Ornn ult, like,
yeah, you're dead.
You're dead. You don't have a way out. So just drops there. And nice mechanics by Kumo. You know, Ornn's one of these tanks. You know, everyone memes them for having nothing to do. Hold on.
Okay. The bomb gets strapped to Danny, but he can walk away in time. FlyQuest looking to grab some damage under this tier 1 turret. Backup's able to arrive. Oh, but Ignar forced to use his stopwatch here as FlyQuest was ready on the punish.
Not too bad, actually, by Ignar. You know, you lose your stopwatch, they lose Ignite ultimate, so it kind of stops any dive threat once Leona's ultimate's down. So you're happy to trade that in a pressure perspective, because right now, your mid laner's dead. You don't want to lose your mid turret there. And so kind of being like, hey guys, look at me, I'm out of position. You know, they get baited into blowing their cooldowns, and then the threat dissolves around the mid lane.
Hey fellas, what's going on over here?
What am I doing? I'm trolling.
Oh man, I wish I wasn't this bad.
Yeah, oops, I have stopwatch. Get away.
All right, Dragon, 15 seconds for FlyQuest. If they give this one away, that puts Evil Geniuses on Ocean Soul Point. That's very scary. That means you're now going to have to fight everyone after that, so I'm expecting them to put up a fight here for this one. Evil Geniuses, 4 men here in mid. You've got Impact on the flank. FlyQuest walking out of this one. Kumo jumps back in, looking for a knock-up on a Jizuke, but he will not find it. Triple's in a lot of trouble. And with Danny killing off the FlyQuest mid laner, you have to think the fight's already over.
Yep, gonna have to sack that one. Nicely done there by Impact, finding a flash W onto Triple. And like we talked about, the collapse by Danny on Kai'Sa, so easy to follow up on that. You know, we're watching the mid lane, looking at Kumo get chunked out. Hold on here, they're not ready to give this Dragon up for nothing.
They are not done yet, my friends. Impact will be the one who is targeted. Sterix Gage keeps him alive. He's able to survive for now. Ignar doing everything he can to play support, to play the peel, and he gets it done. FlyQuest fall to pieces. A double kill for Jizuke, and Kumo and NXI will hobble away as Evil Geniuses march to the Baron.
It's a disaster for FlyQuest. They think they can pick a 4v5, but all the summoners and cooldowns are up for EG, so they can't actually finish off the Renekton. He gives the rest of them time to collapse, save him, get a number of kills, keep everyone alive, and not only get the Dragon now, get the Baron at the back of it.
Man, oh man, oh man, that Renekton so deceptively tanky with a Gore Drinker and a Sterix Gage. The Red Bull Baron goes over to EG, and with a 5,000 gold lead and Ocean Soul Point, they're feeling good.
Yeah, it just gets so greedy wanting the chain proc, and so explosive by Evil Geniuses. As soon as he's a step too far forward, the entire team is on the same page about finishing him off. Now, Impact's ult drops down. They know they're on the Dragon. They think they have a window here to punish Impact without his ultimate up. But like you said, the Sterix Gage, the Q, the Gore Drinker, able to stay alive long enough for EG to collapse. There's just not quite enough damage. They also had all the exhausts up, all the flashes up, so they're able to punish FlyQuest for that attempt. Not the worst idea out of FlyQuest to find this moment, but given the Ornn items and the fact it was only the 3rd Dragon, I feel like you should just take the triple loss on the chin, go move around the map, get some wards out instead of taking that.
Well, now they have to deal with this Baron for the next 2 minutes, and you can see Evil Geniuses are wasting no time. They've already taken out the tier 2 in the mid lane, just now taking out the tier 2 here in the top lane, extending the turret lead 5-2 now. They could go down towards bottom and start sieging that up. You can see Jizuke starting to march down that lane. The wave is in a bad spot, so that's going to have to be fixed first. But Evil Geniuses have full control over Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, they got a couple turrets in the inner ring out. Now they're going to go reset, grab some items if they need them, get the minion wave synced up while they wait for Rise. Also have the blue buff up they can grab away, but plenty of time still on this Baron buff. 1.5 minutes to take out the last inner turret. I think for FlyQuest, you're trying to stem the bleeding a little bit right now, keep it so the inhibitor turrets are up. For EG, you want to make this a more explosive Baron. You want to catch this group out.
Bleed.
Yeah,
that's the whole point.
You see anyone not near their turrets, you're going to want to flash on top of them.
FlyQuest are ready. They place a ward over the wall. Diamond's going in, looking for the CC onto Svenskeren, but now he's going to be the one to die. Icathian Rain over the wall, and Impact finishes the job. Now they're going to get a counter kill with Ignar dead. Oh, but Tomo dropping over. Kumo falls down next, and Triple is on the run. LeBlanc tries to get away, but it won't do a damn thing. 4 for 1 for the Evil Geniuses.
2 fights in a row now. Svenskeren has had great counter engages, finding the backline, pulling them in, making sure Tomo's going to drop there, and Danny being the cleanup carry right now, popping off, finding all these.
Woo! 3,966 damage in the last fight. Damn.
Yeah, that was a explosive team fight there. They bait Diamond in over the wall. Impact is able to go back over. And now, like we were talking about, they're able to break the base open. And this feels now like the back-breaking moment. You didn't just lose the Baron buff. You didn't just lose a massive gold disparity. Now you're losing your base and total map control.
Not just one lane of inhibitors, but two lanes with constant super minion pressure is going to be so difficult for FlyQuest to deal with. And it's made even worse when you look at that timer in the top left of your screen. 80 seconds until the Dragon Soul. Let's take another look at how Diamond thought he was going in at a good spot.
Yeah, initially engaged onto Svenskeren, but just not any way for the rest of his team to really contribute from that position. And Svenskeren then finds the re-engage for those members of FlyQuest who are trying to follow up on the initial Diamond part. So just a bit of in and out, you know, not really being able to follow up correctly. And now with that, EG, like you talked about, the 2 soul lanes pushing in, those are the 2 perfect lanes that you want for controlling this last dragon. So 50 seconds until it comes up. EG is going to take this slow and steady, most likely get total vision control on the bot side, start sweeping this stuff out, and just make sure that they don't accidentally face check one of these members of FlyQuest.
Right, that's the whole thing. Don't give them a win condition because you have such a commanding lead already. Evil Geniuses staying grouped up as 5, not giving FlyQuest the chance to pick anybody off while they're isolated, allowing these super minions to be escorted further forwards. They want to make sure that those super minions are hitting the base as they're going to the dragon, make their opponents have multiple things they need to address at the same time.
Yeah, doing such a good job sweeping all these wards out, going to clear up both these pink wards here and potentially collapse on the Diamond.
And the Realm Warp's coming around from the side, so the Jizuke guarantees there would be no way out, and Diamond is stuck. Danny unstoppable, picking up the kill on that one. With a TP going into the base now, Evil Geniuses are not done. Impact will again be on the front line, but FlyQuest have already learned their lesson. They know they can't try to focus him down.
Who needs Dragon
Evil
Soul?
Geniuses don't care about the Dragon Soul. They're going for the end of the game. They get the Ornhorn, only finding a knock-up onto Svenskeren. Triple's already dead. Jizuke's already on a rampage, and Impact is already going in. He'll be tanking up the turret shots, but there's not enough damage in the tank. FlyQuest cannot contest, and Evil Geniuses will finally bring their win streak to an end. It was impressive to see. They went 4-0, but it stops here as Evil Geniuses will take them down in 29 minutes.
They want the KDAs too, Captain Flowers. They're looking for extra kills.
Oh, they're adding insult to injury. Danny's in the stopwatch. Jizuke's in a stopwatch. Svenskaren's in a stopwatch. Stop the damn game. EG's got the win.
They bounced back after a disappointing loss yesterday. EG claim another victory. They're going to try and start a new win streak because despite that loss, I think it's still safe to say that they're the hottest team in the LCS right now. They look so damn dominant against the FlyQuest Academy, FlyQuest 2.0.
FlyQuest 2.0. Yeah.
Who was looking pretty good.
FlyQuest dropping against Evil Geniuses here. EG just making it happen from the start. Impact with that commanding lead in the top side. The flash stuns to get picks throughout the team fights. His ability to understand his champion's tankiness even when he gets caught out. Really liked what we got to see here from him.
Yeah, and it was such a good draft in understanding of how to execute on it. I feel like so often we talked about, I hinted at in the game, that people just talk about EG as the scrappy team. They're just brain off and they fight.
Yeah.
No, they have good fundamentals. They have good win conditions that they actually execute on, absolutely slamming Kumo to get an advantage in the game. And then they just kind of spread that around and they're able to also get Danny jump-started. And then suddenly you have this insanely snowballed team comp that just dives backline.
Yeah, and the dive went great, right? Even towards the end there, when it looked like FlyQuest might have found a couple chances, like Diamond going over the wall, they weren't really chances. The game was already too far gone.
Yeah, it's one of those team comps where, like, once you get far enough ahead, like, what are you really going to do with that Renekton? I mean, Impact had a great game on Renekton. I mean, it's tough to debate who is going to be player of the game. We'll have to see. But, like, he was initially the lane dominant champion that they played around, but then Jizuke found a lot of the kills and used his globals well. You know, it was a total team effort.
Everybody was doing their part, right? Everybody was fulfilling what needed to be done to make sure they could get this win. And Evil Geniuses continue to look like a top-tier team in the LCS and be one of those teams to beat.
Yeah, I mean, this was such a clean game. I can see them doing this against virtually anyone in the league. I think that you really have to be careful when you play up against Evil Geniuses because they have relatively diverse drafts. They can make different people the carries depending on the game, it feels like. They can play split push. They can play 1-3-1. They can just play front-to-back team fight. Like, everyone is looking so good right now.
And that's one thing I really like from a team is when you have that diversification of which lane's going to be the carry, right? When you can look at it and say Impact, Jizuke, or Danny, it doesn't matter what we want to do, because all of them are able to step up in their own ways. Because I remember the opposite of that is always like, you remember the RNG of old where every comp is protect Mr. President, like play around Uzi? Well, that just makes it so your opponents have a much easier time preparing for you, right? But hey, for Evil Geniuses, this is really cool to see how they're able to play, how everybody's able to step up, and how well they work as a team.
Yeah, if you're like, all right, I'm going up against EG, here's my game plan. I don't know. It's like, you really have to read them in the moment, because at any given time, you might be like, all right, we're going to shut down Jizuke. We're going to make sure he can't get off the ground. And then he just picks like a lane dominant champ that's pretty self-sufficient, like a Lucian or something. You're like, all right,
well, what do we do to that?
I guess we just 2v2 him? Is that what like your game plan's going to be? I'm not quite sure, because it feels like everyone's playing so well right now. I don't know what the weak link is to attack an EG.
Right. There's nothing that seems glaring to me of like, hey, this isn't working out. Even looking in the bot lane, who were behind early on in the laning phase, like you talked about how they gave the leash, so they lost the early tempo. But then when you look at the team fights, you've still got Ignar jumping in with the heroic entrance whenever he needs to, disrupting everything here in the fights. You've still got Danny hitting those incredible numbers in terms of damage output. That's what you need to see.
I mean, that's like the one rub you can kind of throw at Danny and maybe the team, is that their laning phase numbers aren't great. But especially in a game like this, it's totally justifiable, because you're playing weak side through the early couple levels. You're trying to survive dives. They did that well. They didn't let, FlyQuest get a foothold in the game. They could just kind of survive those dives, ignore taunt people as they try and make it happen, TPs come in. And then mid to late game, they're incredible together.
Right, and you pointed out early on talking about how, FlyQuest 2.0 gets compared to like LPL style. They're very scrappy, but their laning stats are bad. That seemed to be sort of what crippled them here. They were too far behind by the time they got to the point where they can shine, that they really it didn't matter.
And, I mean, EG is admittedly one of the other teams that fits that kind of mold of, like, we're down to fight. You want to fight, we're coming at you. And, like, when they pick that Renekton fight, maybe other teams don't react quite as well, but for EG, they're just so in sync.
EG got it done. And now we're going to join Latigris on stage with Jizuke for our Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you, Captain Flowers. Got Jizuke here after a EG victory. So I know a lot of us were looking forward to this match because we expected it to be a banger. Both of these teams extremely aggressive. What were your expectations?
I think the game should have gone different. Well, we're still winning, right? But I think we should have played way better early game, and didn't happen. But we still played... I guess from there onward, we played a good game, yeah.
Yeah, and you particularly played a good game, getting player of the game for this one on your trusted Rise.
Classic Rise.
Yeah, I'd say you know a lot about LeBlanc as well. Tell me a bit about how this went.
Yeah, I mean, when they picked LeBlanc, I just wanted to install Rise because I know the matchup, and we have the famous Impact Renekton on top, so we expected a game where we dive top perma, but we missed maybe 2 timings, and... we still did it in the end, but I think our bot could have been dove because of that, so it was a bit... could have been a disaster, but it's fine, we take the win.
Yeah, it wasn't, though. It was the W. And we saw you all experimenting as a team yesterday, bringing the Syndra down bot, and as you just mentioned, you had a bit more of the comfort picks, the Rise, as well as Impact on the Renekton top. How are you approaching this last round robin before playoffs comes around to get your guys feeling as comfortable as possible?
I mean, I think yesterday was as a game. Like, we practiced that a lot actually in scrims, and it always worked out. And just minimum things that I'm not going to explain didn't work. And then we were in a behind the situation. And I mean, I think if anyone if anyone picked up the slack that game, me included, we would have won the game. I think I could have played the fights better 2 times. And I don't know, if you just see the team fights, everyone could have played mechanically better something. But mostly, I mean, I think of me, right? And if I played the 2 fights better, then maybe we would have won the game. But yeah, just was a sad game. But I guess we ended the streak, so we have no pressure on ourselves, and we can just build another one, you know?
So are you saying
we can do 8-1, 8-9, whatever the games are left.
The loss actually gives you a bit of a buff because then you have all of that pressure come off you?
Yeah, basically.
So one thing I want to just hear from you, have you heard about people saying that you're the most fun pro view to watch here in the LCS?
Yeah, I heard that. I'm thankful people like my pro view.
I confirm it is a joy. And Jizuke, always a joy having you here on the stage. Thank you so much.
For having me.
We do have the day all wrapped up in just a moment. We're going to kick it to a break. And on the other side, the State Farm Analyst Desk has you covered. See ya.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where we had two of our most exciting teams going head-to-head in FlyQuest 2.0 and Evil Geniuses, but it will be Evil Geniuses to take down the undefeated Fly 2.0. Four-game win streak comes to a close. They do it in an exciting fashion, though, and Dazale, I want to come to you first because they do it in large part as a result of Jizuke's plays on the map. How wonderfully placed your segment was just before the game took place.
All calculated.
Very, very
happen.
calculated.
I mean, EG does this, right? And that's part of the reason I wanted to do the segment is that they are a team that does not play risk-free League of Legends. And I am actually very much of the belief that the best League of Legends has risk, right? And we've seen that from all these LPL teams that are winning MSI, winning Worlds, making risky plays that are in their favor, right? It's about risk versus reward. EG is great at setting up these sorts of plays with moves towards top and with coordinated fights.
We heard this from Jizuke in the interview, how they wanted to play through topside because they had impacts for Renekton. The first attempt, Kuma does a fine job backing off, but then watch how they set up the next one. It is first Svenskeren finding a control ward. Now they have two control wards on the top side of the map, and this ward actually ends up spotting NXI as he ends up pathing from the bot side to the mid lane. Jizuke shoves out mid, and look at what just happens. You now see the Lee Sin queue into the Wolf camp and take it. So they know he's in that side. Jizuke's level 6, great realm warp while top lane is shoving, and they continue the pressure topside. There's not much that Kuma can do. Great flash prevents the Bellows Breath from triggering, and they just snowball this way, and Kuma was so far behind from this point onwards.
Yeah, and you know, a few weeks ago, we talked about Jizuke, and we talked about his laning stats. And people said, oh, well, he plays Lucian. That's why he's like first and second in all these categories. Well, now he's playing Ryze. Right, and people talk about him staying in lane. Well, on Ryze, he's roaming to side lanes. He's getting his teammates ahead. And I think this is why Jizuke is a top 3 player in his position, right? Because it's not just that he's able to dominate lane and play these lane dominant picks that allows Svenskeren then to unlock the rest of the map. He himself, when he has an advantageous matchup or a good position to roam, makes that roam, and he makes his other players look good on the team.
He's showing a fair amount of versatility. And even within that play, it's kind of interesting to me. You see them taking that like one extra step, maybe a learning from the last time where it didn't go perfectly for them. And he dies in the jungle. Okay, let's get some deeper vision. Let's make sure we have a bit more of an understanding and don't get caught out by a phantom move from our opponents.
They've been really good at utilizing vision to find opportunities. All of their win streak games have so many moments where it's a random control ward that suddenly catches out Blabber. In the replay segment that you did, it's the vision plays that they have that the enemy team is not reacting that allow them to constantly accelerate the pace of the game.
And people like to call these plays like coin flip plays or random plays. It's like, no, they're not. Every time they're going for these moves towards top, guess what the waves are like? They're setting up the wave top to crash. They're diving on a crashing wave. Mid lane is pushed out. In the segment that I was doing earlier, Svenskeren was covering the mid bounce off of every pushed in wave that Jizuke did. It's like these little things that actually make such a big difference, because then even if it doesn't work out, they zone Kumo off of the wave on top side. They're losing basically no minions in mid lane, so there's really not much of a cost to going for the play.
Yeah, and you know what I like to think, Azale? I think they watch your segment. And then they're like, guys, this is the game plan right here. Just do this.
Sure. You're welcome, Evil Geniuses. On the other side of the map, while FlyQuest did take a loss, I think this will be the first test, right? We kind of talked to a Blaze Olive a little bit about that following their game. He's saying, okay, well, waiting for the other shoe to drop. Every team that goes on a win streak, that win streak will eventually come to an end. And it's really about how you recover and adjust from that moment that is going to separate the ultra top tier teams from the rest. And so for this young FlyQuest roster, who was on such a tear, who did have these, you know, absurd storylines building up around them that they were even contributing to be fair, but it's like, okay, now all of a sudden you got to take a breath and you got to recoup from this loss you just took. You still have another game to play this weekend.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with taking a loss at this point.
No.
Right? Like, this is a return to earth. Okay, maybe instead of talking about Worlds, let's talk about playoffs and winning there, right? And we have to remember, just yesterday, they did beat TSM, but that was not a convincing game by FlyQuest. That was a game where, yeah, it was a huge comeback, and it was an impressive one, and it was one that they absolutely earned playing in their super proactive way. But this game and the game before both show that there are still some fundamentals, some weaknesses in their playstyle that they do need to shore up.
I think they'll handle the loss well because in my eyes, they didn't take it as seriously as we did. I think, at least I can speak for myself.
Yeah.
I was projecting onto FlyQuest, right? I wanted to see this team go all the way.
You hadn't just made space in the LCS arena for the World's Trophy? You weren't taking them at their word on that?
Emptied my 401k.
Yeah, what's going on, man? What?
Well, a lot of money, boys.
No, I didn't do that, sadly. I was close to. I really thought about it.
Well, the games this weekend, much like last weekend, have made the standings all that much more interesting. And as we close out our Saturday, let's take a look. We got 100 Thieves. They still remain up in that top spot, but TSM in second with 3 teams now tied for third. Cloud9, Evil Geniuses, Team Liquid. Then things get interesting. You got Dignitas, Quantum Pay, Immortals, FlyQuest, Golden Guardians, CLG. That whole mess of 3-4 teams down at the bottom trying to make it into top 8. And for some of them, maybe even top 6, right? Can't forget, upper bracket, lower bracket in the postseason is a big difference.
Yeah, and this is crazy. I mean, if we look at the teams that are 4-1, it's FlyQuest, Golden Guardians, EG. At the start of the split, no one would have been saying these are the teams. And it's not like a strength of schedule thing either, because they have been beating the teams that we considered top teams. So we're close to the end of the split. We keep anticipating that, the usual suspects will get back online, but they haven't yet. So at some point, we're going to have to start reevaluating what tiers do we actually think are in the league right now?
Yeah, well into our 5th round robin of the year. Fair to say strength of schedule isn't so relevant anymore, but I do want to take a look at the schedule for tomorrow's games. We got Golden Guardians. They do have a solid test tomorrow up against Cloud9 in our final game of the day. That rebound game for FlyQuest is going to have to come against 100 Thieves, so no easy task there. But if you want to target a really interesting matchup at the top of the table, it's TSM Team Liquid in game 2 of the day.
Yeah, and it feels like TL kind of needs a win more so than TSM. I think TSM, they have been receiving some criticism, but overall, they've been pretty consistent week in, week out. TL, I think they really are trying to get things together, trying to get the ship righted. And Alfari has played the last 2 days. I'm excited to see if he's going to be playing tomorrow and if he's going to be the guy going forward.
Yeah, and I think this is particularly high stakes because
not nervous.
Of our wager.
Oh,
yes.
You're not nervous?
Oh, yes.
No, I can beat it.
This is game 1 of
easy.
3 ahead of us.
It's easy. You look, is a team above Team Liquid in the standings? They will lose. If they are below them, they will win. TSM is above them.
So then they're really in trouble when they go up against Evil Geniuses in Cloud9, where they're currently tied in the standings, but was a part of your bet, my friend.
More games will happen. We need to see more. We need to see more.
What is your least favorite food? Just curious.
Yeah, for
Listen,
research.
I have eaten scorpions and centipedes, all right? I've eaten so many live things. There's not going to be much that you can
You fan of
throw at
durian?
me. I'll eat anything.
All right, live tarantula. Got it.
Oh, my God. I like where your head is at, guys, and we got some time to noodle on that one. That's going to do it from us here, though, on the LCS, So on behalf of myself, the casters, and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for more LCS. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe, and be good to each other. Good night.